Bom dia a todas.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 7th Forum of Development. This event is organized by the Brazilian Association of Development with the support of the Organization of the United Nations and sponsored by the Inter-American Development Bank, the IDB, the French Development Agency, the German Cooperation Agency, GNZ, Development Bank of Brasilia, and Development Bank of Latin America, CAF. ABDE has 53 years of activity and gathers 32 institutions that integrate the national development system, entities with a central role in the transformation of the country. ABDE works aiming to improve the activities of its members, contributing to foster the role of development institutions in Brazilian sustainable development. The national development system is composed of public development financial institutions and private and cooperative banks, including national and subnational entities. The system is a central stakeholder in the implementation of funding policies and transformation of economic structures in the country. This year, the Development Forum of ABDE gathers specialists, executives, and leaders in Brazil and from abroad to propose and debate strategies of sustainable development based on the 2030 Agenda. This global initiative from the UN puts together 17 sustainable development goals and 169 targets, aiming to eradicate poverty and promote a dignified life for everyone within the conditions offered by planet Earth without compromising the quality of life of the future generations. We'll have 2 days of a very complete program with intense debate and exchange of experiences with guests from all over the world, contributing with the creation of connections among stakeholders and the topics here debated. We start today, we'll go to the end of the afternoon, and we'll meet again tomorrow. And today we will launch the ABDE 2030 Sustainable Development Plan. It is a document of proposals aiming to foster and to leverage the collaboration of the national development system in the goals and targets of the 2030 Agenda, contributing for a sustainable development and also an inclusive and innovative development for Brazil. After its presentation in the forum, the plan will be put available in the website forumdodesenvolvimento.com.br and in the ABDE website. It will be forwarded to the candidates to the presidency of the Republic in Brazil, speakers from the federal government, presidents of the House of Representatives and Senate, and other national leaderships in the development agenda. Before we begin our program, we have some important information. The event is being broadcasted live with in the website of the forum in Portuguese and English. We also have translation for the Brazilian Sign Language. This year our agenda will have some brief breaks and a pause for lunch. We'll keep you posted on our agenda as it develops. In this edition we have some guests in our studio. We are following all of the protocols and sanitary measures for facing and fighting COVID-19, respecting safety protocols and the legislation of Brasilia, from where this event is being broadcast. Those of you who are watching can participate by sending your comments on the chat. Your participation is welcome. The official hashtag of this event is hashtag Fórum do Desenvolvimento in Portuguese. Use it in your posts in social networks so that we can follow all of the publications. Very well, let us begin our event.
Muito bem, nós faremos agora a
We'll now proceed with the official opening of this forum. We'll have some guests with us in the studios and others remotely. Welcome, Gustavo Montezano, President of the National Social and Economic Development Bank, BNDES, and the Assembly of ABDE. Rebecca Greenspan, Secretary General of the Conference of the United Nations on Trade and Development, UNCTAD. Hicardo Morinio Felix, Vice President of the European Development Bank, BEI. Sylvia Rooks, Coordinator of the United Nations in Brazil. Marie-Hélène Loison, Joint Director General of the French Development Agency, AFD. Susana Cordeiro Guerra, Manager of Institutions for Development with the Inter-American Development Bank, the IDB. Heiko Toms, Ambassador of Germany and Brazil. Jorge Abashi, Vice President of the Development Bank of Latin America, CAF. Eugênio Melo, Director of Government in Banco de Brasília. And Janete Lontra, President of Badesul and ABDE. Very well, we'll first hear from Mr. Gustavo Montezano, the President of the BNDES and also Chairman of the Assembly of the ABDE. You have the floor, Mr. Montezano. Good morning, everyone. It is a great pleasure to be able to see your faces once again. We have a hybrid event today, and the feeling of being back to face-to-face events is difficult to fathom, especially to address development, a theme which is very close to heart among many of us here. I would like to congratulate ABDE for organizing this event. The work has been excellent, and especially for the work we still have ahead of us. And at this moment where we are together after 2 years after the pandemic started, I believe it's been 2 years since it was announced at a global level. So in the second birthday of the pandemic, we see a conflict in Europe, an armed conflict in Europe. And in this context of change and volatility, it's very important for us to consider the future of development in Brazil, not only in terms of the members of the ABDE, but also in terms of how ABDE can influence and affect decision makers. In this changing world, in this world of volatility and uncertainty, I believe that the word we leaders of development have to take with us is humility. We need to be humble when facing the future. We don't know what's to come, and recognizing that we don't know the future is fundamental for us to plan for our institutions and planning on how we will support those in need in Brazil, and how can we make our environment become ever more sustainable. And in this world of uncertainty, development, looking towards the future, has to do with multidimensionality. For many years we have addressed development in a very unidimensional manner, measuring development by the financial metric. This financial metric is relevant and it is important, but it needs to be inserted within the context of multidimensionality. We can address physical capital, human capital, technological capital, and there's governance capital, environmental capital, social capital, and new values and new metrics are emerging. So having multiple dimensions and multiple lenses to see development, and having managers admitting that they don't know the future are important features for this planning for the future that we have in the BNDES. The only certainty that we have is that solutions that have worked for many decades will likely be inadequate to bring development that our country needs and deserves. And as a contribution for this opening panel, I will speak a little bit of what we did in BNDES in terms of our strategic planning. We have made it public at the end of last year, so I'll give you this as an input to this debate. And the basic premise of this plan goes through the word impact, the concept of non-financial results. So to measure our activities with the variable of funding and credit is still very important, but our understanding is that looking back, society, financial system, development system, we have concerned ourselves excessively with numbers, billions here, billions there, tens of billions, and when we measure our work by this financial dimension only, we reduce financial institutions to support big clients, those who need less financial development support. So looking at average ticket, number of customers, environmental impacts, auxiliary developments that we bring to our activities is as important or more important than credit. So the first proposition we put to our board of directors, and they have bought in this idea, and we have to build good relationships with our stakeholders and managers. We should look beyond this limited dimension of credit offer, but we need to look to whom, when, and what, under which conditions credit is being awarded. So this is very important, much more important than numbers. So this is what we have to preach, and the more impact we can have, more impact to change Brazil. Why is a 5 million credit more important than a 5,000? Well, it is not because necessarily, because a 5,000 credit can change the life of a family, and the 5 million credit will be nothing for a big company. So this diversity, social diversity, and how to make a difference is fundamental for the BNDES plan moving forward, and I'll invite you to bring this vision to the future. The second concept is the last mile, to reach people, to reach the end of the line, to reach the governments. We development promoters, if you will, have this opportunity through technology that we have never had in the past. So we can reach the end of the line as it has never been possible in the past. And we have the auxiliary role to support governments, state, municipal, and national governments in the public management of state-owned assets. As important as a public budget in the state or municipal level is how the budget is utilized, how the assets are used, how the public liability is regulated, and there is a very big role for the ABD agents and development agents that can help a lot their customers and stakeholders with this aspect of management of public assets.
And in this context, I'd like to highlight 4 important pillars in the BNDES agenda to share with you. The first is the context of infrastructure. Within the infrastructure agenda, our 2 main pillars that we'll focus on in coming years is the preparation of project design, our project factory, which was a very successful innovation over the past 3 years. BNDES, over the past 3 years, has already become the biggest structurer of projects in the world, according to Dialogic. And the potential that this entails at the state or municipal level in terms of development agencies and regional banks embracing this cause and delivering services, modeling services to the Brazilian government, whether it involves solid wastes, public lighting, etc. The potential of this project factory in a decentralized manner beyond BNDES to effectively impact infrastructure in Brazil with good projects, good governance, so that our clients, municipalities, states and federal government, they are unable to run on their own, and so the role of financial institutions is critical. The twin of this project factory is the risk-taking part. Brazil needs to modernize its financing of infrastructure tools that we have here. And there are examples in several emerging countries in Latin America and the world who are way ahead of us to offer credit with limited resources or would increase the competitiveness of this sector in Brazil, and we were actually left behind in this race given the sophistication of infrastructure tools. And the good news is that we can close this gap. We can overcome this weakness, and we see that we've had many subsidies, and the subsidy-based model, beyond the reputational issues that Brazil has suffered and fiscal issues that we are still paying for because of mismanagement of public resources, this excessive subsidy makes or closes our market and makes us less open and to competition. So preparing clients and states to design quality projects and taking on project risks, this will take our infrastructure agenda to a global level. The second aspect is financing to micro and medium-sized companies. When we look at resources managed by the bank, both in guaranteeing funds such as OPES and others, more than 20% of the credit for this sector in Brazil goes through the hands of BNDES. And our goal is to allocate more of our capital, of our balance, of our assets, sharing risks and taking last-mile risks for small and medium-sized companies in Brazil. If we look at the past 2 years throughout the pandemic, credit given from central bank to small and medium-sized companies, this increased more than 50% as a result of public policies that understand the power of and the strength of guaranteeing funds. And so it is up to us, development agencies, to lever the diffusion of credit in Brazil, which is actually behind vis-a-vis emerging countries around the world, so that this sophisticated tool can be further disseminated. And so we want to position the BNDES as an agent that manages public resources, budgetary resources, to guarantee micro and small companies and apply our own balance to this agenda and increase our exposure to risk for our national heroes. The third pillar of our agenda is the climate agenda. We decided at BNDES at this point to link the environmental agenda to the climate agenda. This is our main priority, and here we have to acknowledge that we need to learn a lot about this topic. So our whole infrastructure agenda depends on climate resilience, and the whole financing of the productive chain requires, as a fundamental pillar, a zero carbon context, and we need to qualify our executives in the environmental agenda and understand more about carbon assets, classification, taxonomy, pricing, BNDES wants to position itself as a driver of the Brazilian carbon agenda, whether it's regulated carbon or voluntary carbon. Learning how to negotiate and handle and price this asset will lead to development both of the carbon negotiation industry and also allow for the better pricing of investments. And so this is similar to what the BNDES did at the beginning of the century in the Brazilian capital market. And at the bank, we invest almost 70 billion reais in speculative positions along the past 2 years. And so we want to take part of this market risk and allocate it to the carbon agenda, which brings about substantial development for Brazil. The country has the potential to become a major player and exporter of carbon commodities and other commodities. And lastly, the last agenda I'd like to point out in our strategic planning, perhaps one of the most challenging for BNDES, is the topic of education. The administration board of BNDES has posed a substantial challenge of becoming a relevant player in education. The bank does not have deep and historical knowledge about this. We are preparing ourselves, adapting and planning to act mostly in professional requalification, helping the public sector to better manage physical and intangible assets and education in childhood. So the vision of the education of the management board, if we are talking about development and physical capital, and also we need to think of social capital, and there is no development without education, and so it is a challenge that the bank is taking on and that we have a lot to learn about. And in order to conclude, I'd like to point out the framework behind all this, which is governance. The key word is governance, governance, governance. And we don't need to invest time in telling the sad stories that Brazil has experienced in the past due to misgovernance at the federal and state level. There are several sad stories, unfortunate stories to be told. We are going through a lot of governance increments at the federal agencies, and President Bolsonaro is giving an example of good governance that we hope will be followed by the states and the next generations. We cannot talk about development without the key word governance being present, regardless of ideology. And I can talk about other institutions such as Bank of Brazil, the Brazilian Post Office, and other examples that we have here. At the bank, we have a independent technical board and a board of directors that is fully qualified and picked by myself. And we can see the difference this makes on the ground. We have several other examples of agencies and state banks and agencies that suffered from bad governance in the past and are now improving. And so at ABDE, we need to embrace the agenda of governance and bring to the political campaigns this topic, because if we talk about infrastructure and climate, etc., if governance is not being carried out on the ground, and if we take steps back in the next few years, everything we're discussing here will be in vain. Governance is the first floor of the development building that we are building, that we are trying to erect. And so we have all suffered a lot in the past, and so let us concentrate on this. If we have a good president, a good technical team, if without a good president, a good technical team, there's no governance. And so thank you all for attending in person and online. I hope I have contributed talking about BNDES and inspire the discussions on infrastructure, education, carbon, and governance. So have a good day. So we are now going to hear directly from France, Paris. We are going to hear the Deputy General Director of the French Agency for Development, Marie-Hélène Loisson.
Thank you,
Hi everyone, and a warm thank you to ABDA for the invitation to participate to the event. And I would like to extend a special greeting as well to the colleagues with whom I shared this introductory session. The presence of leading Brazilian banks, BNDES, Badesul, BFB, international borders, EIB, IDB, CAF, and UN institutions and representatives, as well as our friend, German ambassador to Brazil, testifies to ABB's ability to mobilize a wide range of key actors. I also take this opportunity to send a warm greeting to Ignacio Ibanez, EU ambassador to Brazil, who is also, I understand, participating to the event. Agence Française de Développement Group implements France's development and international solidarity policies. AFD is in charge of financing public sector and NGOs. A subsidiary, Proparco, is in charge of financing the private sector. And our other subsidiary, Expertise France, is our technical cooperation arm. So the AFD group finances, supports, and accelerates transitions towards a more coherent and resilient world. AFD, a few years ago, has adopted a strategy 100% aligned with the Paris Agreement and social inclusion, in line with the objectives of the 2030 Agenda. These goals require significant investments and technical support. In this respect, development banks are called upon to play a decisive role. This is why AFD is so strongly involved in fostering the dialogue between development banks. Our CEO, Rémi Rioux, chairs the International Development Finance Club, IDFC, and AFD also initiated with other institutions the Finance in Common Summit. For more than 10 years, AFD's activities in Brazil have been aligned with its desire to support lower carbon and more equitable investment policies. In line with this strategy, AFD has supported Brazilian public financial institutions by making resources available to support low carbon investments, as well as support the transformation of these banks. Last year, financial intermediation accounted for a majority of AFD's approved projects, with the strategic aim of strengthening Brazilian public banks. As last-mile institutions, these development banks are crucial for the sustainable development of territories and economies. We work with a variety of institutions such as BRD, BNDES, BDMG, Caixa, and soon Banco do Brasil. Financial actors are essential for achieving the SDGs and promoting an economic recovery that is both sustainable and consistent with environmental, climate, and social objectives. The AFD Group is committed to working alongside these actors and helping to build more inclusive, sustainable, and responsible financial systems. ABDA's work sets a very high standard for other financial systems. Indeed, by bringing together all public financial actors and fully playing its role of disseminating good practices, it contributes decisively to the transformation of their practices in order to achieve the SDGs and the greening of their portfolio. AFD, like the other donors present today, intends to support ABDA in this process, particularly by drawing on French expertise in this area. This is the objective of the 450,000 euro FEXT, which stands for Fund for Technical Expertise and Experience Transfers, that we approved last year. And this line aims to first accompany the integration of SDGs in the strategies and financing of Brazilian public financial institutions. And also, it supports the greening of the portfolio of Brazilian financial institutions through the support to the emergence of sustainable bonds. It also promotes exchanges of experiences and dialogue between Brazilian and French institutions, and it contributes to the launch of the Alliance for the Financing of the Amazon. AFD provides this support not through a top-down approach, but rather on a horizontal level, as an institution that itself faces the challenges of integrating the SDGs into its activities. It is this co-construction approach that drives the partnership between AFD and ABDA and which makes us very happy to participate today in this space for dialogue provided by the 7th edition of the ABDE Forum. So I wish all of you a very fruitful forum.
Muito bem, nossos agradecimentos. A senhora...
Thank you, Madam Marie-Hélène. We'll now hear from Rebecca Grinspan, who is in the city of Geneva in Switzerland. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bom dia. É prazer estar com você hoje no Fórum de...
It's up.
So now I will turn to English. So obrigado to everybody. I want to recognize here the presence of Gustavo Montesano, the president of BNDES, and the Brazilian Development Association, all the Brazilian financial institutions here with us, the multilateral and regional banks, the EIB, the IDB, CAF, and the cooperation agencies of France and Germany that have been so important for this network. And I want also to recognize the presence of Sylvia Rooks, the United Nations Resident Coordinator in Brazil, and a good friend. So hello to all of you, ladies and gentlemen and friends. Really, it is an honor to represent the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development at this important forum. This 7th edition of the Brazilian Development Forum is perhaps its most dramatic yet, you know, and this is saying much, given that in the 6 years since the forum was created, we experienced the terrible COVID-19 pandemic. The current war in Ukraine, which arrived at an especially fragile moment for the world, will have far-reaching implications for the developing world. According to UNCTAD's rapid assessment, this crisis will lead to sustained increases in commodity prices, especially in oil, gas, fertilizers, and agri-food, where both Russia and Ukraine are leading market players. A crucial component of these price increases is related to mounting trade costs, as global supply chains are experiencing a period of acute disruptions. While Russian airspace, the largest on Earth, is closed to over 36 countries and vice versa, overland shipments between Asia and Europe are practically shut. Without Russia and Ukraine, the Eurasian land bridge is effectively not a bridge anymore. Anyone can glance at a map and see this. On top of this, already congested maritime trade will find it difficult to substitute these suddenly unavailable land and air roads. Even net commodity exporting countries such as Brazil must prepare themselves for a much more unstable world. Three key links underpin the coming turbulence. First, the link between maritime trade cost and inflation. For reference, let me remember that according to UNCTAD calculations, the freight rate increase during the pandemic raised global consumer prices by 1.5%, with particularly oversized effects in small island developing states that felt 5 times the increase in prices than the average world, and also the least developed countries. There is also the link between geopolitical risk and capital flights from developing countries, a link proven time and time again by each global crisis, including the pandemic. And thirdly and lastly, the link between rising food prices and political turmoil, like we saw in 2008 and 2009. So in combination, we can expect that the weak and asymmetric global recovery that we saw last year will be even more difficult. On the other hand, the debt in some developing countries could finally unfold given the rise in interest rates, high prices, and the slowdown in growth. In some, a back-to-back global pandemic and commodity crunch clearly increased the risk of a new global economic slowdown. So, Excellencies, dear friends, development finance institutions have a historic role to play precisely in this juncture. Developing countries need more and better funding to traverse this period of turbulence. Instability without must be fought through stability within. UNCTAD is calling for a new round of extraordinary multilateral support for international finance institutions. We call for a new round of rapid financing like the one we saw at the start of the COVID pandemic. We call for the DSSI initiative, the debt suspension initiative for low-income countries, to restart because it was discontinued in December. And we call for a mechanism for special drawing rights, recycling, which could benefit vulnerable countries and vulnerable middle-income countries, and not only low-income ones. We need concrete advances in the common debt treatment framework that was agreed by the G20, and an across-the-board capitalization of regional, sub-regional, and multilateral development banks. And crucially, a way to leverage private investment back into the developing countries and the new sustainable development sectors. The urgency could not be greater. Investment towards developing countries is facing a period of great stress following the COVID-19 pandemic. This is especially the case for Latin America. According to our World Investment Report, foreign direct investment into Latin America plummeted by 45% in 2020, the sharpest decline of any developing region. And though these flows recovered last year, and this is good news, it was still far from enough to make up for what was lost in 2020. According to the Brazilian Central Bank, total FDI last year was $46 billion, very high, really, for the Latin American region, but it was still two-thirds of what was received in 2019. The private sector is therefore also in a particularly fragile position. Multilateral development banks have a big role to play in channeling and leveraging investments toward this sector. And I was very glad to hear Gustavo Montesano with respect to what the BNDES is doing in this respect. So how we raise capital and how we invest it will have long-term strategic consequences for the region. I am sure all of you here can see the promise of the rapidly growing sustainable credit markets. Brazil, for example, is a regional pioneer in green bonds, raising $7 billion through them since 2014. So UNCTAD estimates that despite very volatile markets, the global value of sustainability themed investment products amounted to $3.2 trillion in 2020, up more than 80% from 2019. These products include sustainable funds, green bonds, social bonds, and mixed sustainability bonds. Among these social bonds, which include gender bonds, boomed in 2020, growing more than ninefold. We take note that last year, BNDES with the support of the IDB, created a new structure for issuing green, social, and sustainable bonds. This is great news going forward. So there are opportunities up there that we have to take advantage of to really get out of the present crisis. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, if we want to do well in the 21st century, we need to build resilience at the core of our economies. And for that, developing countries need much more and much more predictable and far-seeing and innovative financing than they currently have. Much depends on your work and on the institutions you represent. We must all be empowered by the recognition that there is much that we can do to help in these very testing times. This gathering is so important in the times that we are living on. So really, I wish you great success in your deliberations because it is important for all of us. I thank you.
Muito bem, vamos dar.
Thank you. We'll proceed with the speakers. Just let you know, for those of you in the studio, that we have simultaneous translation available if you wish to hear in your own language. We'll hear now from Mr. Heiko Thoms, Ambassador of Germany and Brazil. Dear Mr. Gustavo Montezano, President of the BNDES. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the invitation and the opportunity to contribute with the opening of this important event. The number and the quality of the speakers already shows the importance of this forum. I wish you all, dear speakers from Brazil and from abroad, and dear participants of the event, a good day. For more than 50 years, Brazil and Germany are connected with through a strategic partnership for sustainable development. The basis of our cooperation is the conviction that we need to protect the environment and to promote a fair society, ensuring the well-being of the most vulnerable stakes of the population. These principles are very closely in line with the 2030 agenda and with the SDGs of the UN. This is fundamental for a transition of a more sustainable and safer society. The world is without time to comply with the targets. They're less than 10 years ahead. So the SDGs represent one of the main challenges for our transition. Depending on the source of information we use, this need reaches $100 trillion globally. This represents investments of 10% of the global GDP currently. At the same time, this transition also brings opportunities of businesses and investments. I believe that these opportunities of investment in sustainable infrastructure in Brazil will totalize $680 billion in the next years and has the opportunity to create over 2 million jobs. It doesn't matter the real costs. The funding that is needed is beyond the power of national states and any other stakeholder in itself. And we need to have a coordinated approach for that. And the financial sector has an essential role in the modernization and channeling of these funds. So there is a very important role of the financial sector, and it is a great opportunity to talk about that in the opening of this event. The public financial institutions in the world are trying to adapt and align their strategies in terms of funding of sustainability and the funding of the SDGs.
So the future role of development of markets and mobilizer of resources, allocating scarce resources with greater efficiency towards development. So this is a process through which our development banks in Germany are going through, and in addition, the integral aspect of our joint partnership between Brazil and Germany. The technical cooperation project FIBRAS has been working in the past few years with ABDE with several combined financial instruments and integrating sustainability aspects geared towards the Sustainable Development Goals. KfW, on the other hand, one of the biggest development banks in the world, especially at the time of the pandemic, development banks of both countries played a significant role in mitigating the economic impacts of the crisis in Brazil. KfW has been operating for several years as an agency to implement German financial cooperation with several organizations present here today. Cooperation between KfW and BNDES has been in place for over 5 decades, and the goal of these cooperations, as always, is to advance jointly in sustainable development through structuring resources towards the sustainability agenda. We hope to provide continuity to our successful cooperation and intensifying our cooperation with ABDE and its members. In this sense, we would like to congratulate ABDE and its members for the launching of the 2030 Sustainable Development Plan, which is well placed in the international discourse. I would like to wish all of you a very successful and interesting event. Thank you very much. We are now going to hear the Vice President of the European Investment Bank, Mr. Hicardo Morinio Felix. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to greet Gustavo Montezano of the BNDES and my opening panel colleagues, as well as the executive chairs of the development banks present here. Dear friends, I'd like to thank the ABDE for the invitation to speak to you at the opening of this event. 2021 was a very challenging year for all of us. 2022 will be no less challenging. For the worst reasons, challenges have only increased in the past few months. We continue our fight against COVID, which affects the way we work and live. And we will continue to fight the pandemic and its impacts on the economy and on our lives in general. In 2021, Brazil continued to represent a very important partner in our operations outside the European Union, in particular in Latin America. In 2020 and 2021, we had a very high number of loans. And the billions of euros that have been loaned, which we were able to provide to Brazilian companies, and we supported the Brazilian economy in the fight against the pandemic and its impacts in the population with the support of the European Commission. Also, we have been able to conduct this work, and we have added our financing to your financing using our expertise together with the development banks that are familiar with the Brazilian economy. So we have supported small and medium-sized companies. We have generated jobs for many Brazilians. We provided 3 billion reais allocated to the support of medium and small companies in order to support them during the pandemic, and we have increased the liquidity of affected companies, and we did all this through our partners, the development banks. So I would like to especially thank the Bank of Development of Minas Gerais and of the Northeast Bank of Brazil, as well as the Fumplat, with whom we have worked along this period with projects that have allowed us to reach many small and medium-sized companies and Brazilian families with microcredit, and also we helped so many Brazilian women who, with this microcredit, were able to generate employment for themselves, generating income and creating value for the economy. So without your support and collaboration, this would not have been possible. We also financed the energy transition, and also together we want to reach the Paris Agreement goals in cooperation. And unfortunately, we are threatened by war again, directly in Europe. We have to deal with a new wave of refugees and from the war, and the prices of energy and have significant impact on the prices, and with also impacts on the supply of raw materials and fertilizers. And so we condemn the invasion of Ukraine, as Brazil has done vehemently. And of course, war causes huge suffering, and our response needs to go beyond condemnation. We need to learn the lessons of history and make our economies more sustainable and more resilient, not aiming at self-sufficiency or protectionism, which will not bring any benefits to our people. It's precisely the opposite. Resilience and sustainable development will allow for is achieved through better integration of economies and value chains. Also, fair trade is the best way to avoid the accumulation of geopolitical tensions. Diversification of supply and production chains is the best way to make our economies more robust and resilient. To this end, Brazil can rely on us to continue supporting small and medium companies and creating jobs, creating wealth, and reducing poverty, to work together in the funding of small and medium companies in renewable energies and increased energy efficiency, prevention of deforestation and reforestation, as well as development of sustainable agriculture, in order for Brazil to explore its full potential in participating in global value chains and accelerating transition towards carbon neutrality. This is the best way to proceed and pursue the Paris Agreement objectives. Well-being should be at the forefront, and also support to Ukrainian refugees so that neighboring countries can welcome refugees with minimum conditions of also we mustn't forget investments in technologies that can increase efficiency and storing of energy, such as green hydrogen. Brazil can count on us to continue this work that we are so proud of, and we rely on you and development banks to continue supporting the Brazilian economy so that we can together continue to support the Brazilian people. Thank you.
Muito bem, dando sequência, nós...
Continuing our event, we will hear Sylvia Hooks, coordinator of the UN here in Brazil.
o sotaque português.
Now you will hear a different Portuguese accent. Good morning to you all. Before anything else, on behalf of the UN system in Brazil, I'd like to greet Mr. Gustavo Montesano and the President of the BNDES and also the ABD Assembly, and Mrs. Janete Loncha, President of Badesu and ABDE, the first Madam President of ABDE. On her behalf, I'd like to greet the other representatives of national financial institutions, Mr. Heiko Toms, Ambassador of Germany in Brazil, through whom I would like to greet the representatives of the international community, my dear colleague Rebecca Greenspan from UNCTAD, as well as my UN colleagues who are following this event. As representative of the General Secretary of the UN in Brazil, I'd like to thank you for the invitation, extending my greetings to all authorities present and all people who are watching us online. Ladies and gentlemen, the new sustainability agenda adopted under the auspices of the UN for in 2015, informed by the combination of the 2030 agenda, the Addis Ababa agenda, and the Paris Agreement agenda. So this triad creates opportunities for us to rethink the role and the focus of financial institutions, establishing a new framework as channels of investments and in sustainable development. However, of more than 6 years after the approval of this new global agenda, the gap in investments in SDGs has actually reached the level of trillions. Most of the financial flows are not yet aligned with the Paris Agreement. As an additional challenge, the COVID pandemic, has posed a powerful threat to the achievement of the SDGs and the implementation of the Addis Ababa agenda. As regards financing, COVID-19 also exposed vulnerabilities and inequalities in the global financial system and economy, which require urgent reform. The alignment of the financial system with the objectives of the 2030 Agenda and the Paris Agreement is crucial. Sustainable financing plays a key role in supporting economies with a view to a transition to an environment which is fair, low carbon, and inclusive, especially now when the whole world needs everyone to grow, and reinforcing the critical role of UN in financing development. The Secretary General of the UN has divulged his agenda for sustainable development in September 2018. The strategy was designed to transform the financial system from a global level to a local level in support of the 2030 Agenda. And to this end, it proposes to address barriers to the channeling of financing towards sustainable development and expansion of the scale of investments in SDGs. One of the objectives of the strategy is precisely to reinforce sustainable financing lines and investments at the regional and national levels. Thus, the UN system in Brazil has found in the ABDE a partner institution that acknowledges the importance, the strategic and key importance of a financial system for development that is aligned with national and international sustainable development goals. Since 2020, increasing number of UN entities in Brazil have contributed with ABDE to advance sustainable development financing in the country. Therefore, it is a great joy for the UN system to participate today in the launching of the ABDE 2030 Plan. Congratulations to ABDE for the technical excellence of its plan.
In its very innovative approach, it becomes an immediate benchmark and a reference not only for Brazil but to other countries in Latin America and globally as well. The plan brings essential concepts. The focus on policies aimed at big challenges to guide the financial system in the building of a robust strategy for a transformative development up to 2030 and beyond. And it also coordinates social environmental concrete problems to transform and change the patterns of distribution and consumption in many sectors and social groups on behalf of value generation, inclusion, and sustainability. More important than the launching of this plan will be its implementation process. I would like to express here the commitment of the UN system in working alongside with ABDE and its members to help translate this plan into concrete measures through the 25 specialized agencies, funds and programs of the UN that work in the Brazilian territory. Together, I'm certain we can contribute so that the financial system here in Brazil can promote an effective impact in the recovery of the economy and in protecting the most vulnerable, so as not to leave anyone behind. Thank you very much. We'll now hear from the Manager of Institutions for Development from the Inter-American Development Bank, the IDB, Susana Cordeiro Guerra. Thank you. Good day to everyone. I would like to greet all of the members of this opening panel on behalf of Ms. Janete Lontra, President of the ABDE and Barisu. In my brief contribution, I will give you some points, just some food for thought about what we could do with the support of the IDB to support innovative solutions so as to support a more productive and sustainable future for Brazil. Given the need and urgency to improve our resilience when facing international shocks, Brazil is facing a critical moment to reinforce its development strategy. This strategy of placing technological and productive strategy of the country as a priority, promoting innovation as well as a continuous improvement of the state's capacity to implement and measure the impact of its public policies in sustainability, social inclusion, and digital economy. As a challenge for the strengthening of the state's capacity, which is a necessary condition to leverage all the rest, we have the understanding of the complexity of the challenges, the multidimensionality mentioned by Montezano, and the strengthening that should come from the inside out, from inside of the state, instead of ad hoc solutions. We need to create a critical mass within the state on behalf of the changes. Thirdly, the creation and adaptation of ideas and concepts that imply in a continuous experimentation and continuous learning as well, which was mentioned, which is attached. What we want to do is to learn by doing and then do what we have learned. That being the case, based on this institutional dynamics and in the context of the country, we need to potentialize the use of institutions of the national system to create financial mechanisms and provide technical assistance to government and private sector, aiming to mobilize capital and to implement a structuring agenda. I can see a huge potential so that with the institutions of the national development system, we are able to design finance structures, blended finance structures, and guide the activities towards sustainability. An example that we have developed successfully has been the issuing of green bonds and social bonds as well. In the IDB, we have some concrete examples of activity in that direction. In December of last year with the BNDES, we have approved a program for funding the sustainable and reproductive capacity of micro and medium-sized companies with clean energy to capitalize GFG energy. We have reduced the costs associated to high prices of storage of batteries, and we have stimulated investments in the country. With Adzipof in São Paulo, we are restructuring a program for sustainable infrastructure to incentivize investments in micro and small sized enterprises in São Paulo. Both solutions show how productivity gains can be associated with improvements in sustainability and inclusion, and more importantly, how the development system in Brazil can be a vector for the transformation of the country. That being the case, for us to be connected to a more sustainable future, it will be necessary to overcome economic challenges, thus achieving gains in productivity. These objectives should be worked together. Digital transformation brings many opportunities, but without specific policies, it might lead to an increase of inequalities. And new technologies can bring production methods that are more sustainable, and if adopted, they can attract investments that will contribute with economic development at large. The IDB is at the disposal of ABDE and its members so that we can overcome the challenges ahead. For that, we should use not only the bank's financial capacity, but also the technical capacity of our staff that should collaborate with the institutional strengthening of the country. The ABDE Agenda 2030 is very much in line with the 2025 of the bank that aims to promote development opportunities to all in a sustainable manner, helping in the recovery of the productive sector. And the agreement to be signed between ABDE and the IDB show our commitment in supporting the institutional strengthening of the system at large. I thank you once again for the opportunity of being here today, restating our commitment with ABDE and our engagement with the national development institutions, and I should highlight the importance of this event for the future of the country. I wish you all a very successful and fruitful event. Thank you. We will now hear from the Vice President of the Development Bank of Latin America, CAFI, Mr. Jorge Abashi. I'd like to thank ABDE for the invitation to participate in this forum, also in the panel about carbon market in the afternoon. So congratulations on the launching of your plan, ABDE 2030. I would like to greet Janete Londri, the President of the Assembly of the ABDE and BNDES, Gustavo Montezano, on behalf of whom I would like to greet my fellow panelists. I'm very happy to participate in the 7th edition of the Development Forum of the ABDE. It's a very renowned Nobel Prize winner, recognized for his contributions in classic economy, said in one of his most well-known papers, once you know the development agenda, you cannot consider anything else. I believe that this is the view of many of those who are present in this forum today, because in addition to living in developing countries and working day to day with topics like poverty, we have a future agenda which is more challenging than the conventional agenda, including topics like 2030 agenda, climate change, technology innovation, geopolitics, global value chains, digital economy, demographic changes, and so many topics that will have even a greater influence in the development agenda. For us who work with development, the end of poverty, from one of the most important tools that we have, which are development banks, it is very important to see how to influence and intervene based on the limited resources that we have, considering the large demands. We have green agendas and digitization agendas, infrastructure agendas, and others, but it's very critical, the agenda of de-risking from its many disruptive elements, attracting private investments through the markets. We could contribute more to the development agenda. The 7 days ago, the Assembly of Stakeholders of Caixa has approved its capitalization programs that will allow for the doubling of the portfolio up to 2030. It's an important support for the region. It's increase of capital connected to two pillars, so CAFI and the Green Bank of Latin America and Caribbean, to support the economic recovery. The board also approved that 1/3 of the capitalization will come from non-sovereign portfolios, and it will allow the private sector portfolio to triple up to 2030. They have also approved the new strategy for the private sector in Caixa from CAFI, with three important supports: the transition for a low carbon economy, support to services and goods that are public, and competitiveness on the context of economic recovery. We'll place a lot of emphasis in impact and the risking agenda and mobilization of resources. And the bank will deepen and expand the relationships with our partners, such as the national and subnational development banks, because these banks are natural allies, because we share the same values, same missions and objectives. That implies in saying that CAFI will have a closer relationship with development banks with the approval of this plan for the medium and long term, structuring and ordering our relationships, identifying priority areas for intervention within CAFI's agenda, and identifying preferential elements. We will work with different perspectives, including the operational, financial, intervention areas, and strategic areas. Brazil has the largest network of development banks in the region. It's not an exaggeration to say that it also holds one of the most sophisticated and advanced development banks of the region. This is why Brazil will be even more important for the future of development here in Latin America and the Caribbean, either to increase impact or to co-develop new products and services, or even to innovate and expand investments. I'm very happy to announce that CAFI will launch its regional office of the private sector in São Paulo, from which we will coordinate our operations in the region. I hope to count on your collaboration. Congratulations to the ABD for the 2030 plan, and I hope this plan inspired the debates in this year. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a great forum. Thank you. We'll now hear from the Director of Government of Bank of Brasilia, Eugênia Regina Mello. Good morning, everyone. Those participating remotely and face-to-face, and to all of my colleagues, part of the opening ceremony of this forum, Gustavo Montezano, Silvia, Susana, Maria Helena, everyone, Mr. Heiko Thoms, Jorge Arbache, and especially Janete Lontra, the President of ABDE. For us in BRB, is a great honor to participate with you as a member of the ABDE. We are partners and sponsors of this event. BRB believes in the work of ABDE in the sense of bringing together financial institutions in the search for a new model of activities of institutions to find strategies to bring development to everyone, and so that we can go back to the track of development. So it's a great honor to participate in this opening ceremony, as well as in the panel to discuss how financial institutions can act and affect microcredit to small and medium-sized companies. Thank you for the honor of inviting me to such an important event. This event and the forum, as well as the agenda, the 2030 agenda, are very much in line with what BRB has been doing throughout this period with our strategic planning and our agenda as well, which is to act. Our mission, our main mission, is to act towards a sustainable development and inclusive development as well.
And all this is related to a plan that BRB has launched, another program that BRB launched yesterday called Advanced DF Federal District. So this program, the Avança, it provides continuity to two other programs we had already launched last year, which seek to support the economic sector and people from the beginning of the pandemic. And so in this period, we've had over 150,000 small and medium-sized companies that have been served. And with these programs, we seek to restore trust and confidence and the will to overcome all the difficulties posed by the pandemic. BRB has been experiencing great growth in the past few years. Today it participates and is present in more than 5,000 municipalities in the country, almost 4 million, with almost 4 million customers, and our ceaselessly pursuing sustainability and credit solutions for small and medium companies and small companies and people. And so BRB already participates and is leader in the concession of real estate credit in the Federal District, participating with over 50% of the financing and of production of such enterprises in Brasilia. This is a way we have to fulfill our mission, which is to provide sustainability and find solutions for employment and income generation. And so all this agenda is very much related to our mission, our planning, and I hope that ABD and all the institutions together can, in fact, build an excellent event, so you can count on us, on our effort and participation in the pursuit of solutions. We want to advance together, find solutions together, and we are at your disposal to do so. I wish you all a great event. So now we will hear the president of Badesul and ABDE, Mrs. Janete Lontra. Good morning, everyone. It is a great joy to be here today opening this development forum, the 7th edition of the Development Forum of ABDE, on behalf of Badesul and ABDE. First, I would like to thank my colleagues and representatives of partner institutions of ABDE who have spoken in this panel, this opening panel, enriching our event. It is a huge pleasure to have the opportunity to conclude the opening panel after hearing the inputs of and thoughts of people and institutions that contribute so much to the development agenda of Brazil and the world. I'm very pleased to welcome you at this forum, an event that seeks to foster discussion on key topics for the advancement of sustainable, fair and inclusive and innovative development in Brazil. Thus, it is with great enthusiasm that I'd like to greet Mr. Gustavo Montezano, President of the BNDES and ABD, Mrs. Rebecca Grinspan, General Secretary of UNTAD, Mr. Ricardo Morim Felix, Vice President of BEI, Mrs. Sylvia Hooks, Resident Coordinator of UN Brazil, Mrs. Susana Cordeiro Guerra of the IDB, and Mrs. Marie-Hélène Loison, Deputy General Director of AFD, Mr. Eiko Toms, Ambassador of Germany in Brazil, Mr. Jorge Arbache, Vice President of CAF, and Mrs. Regina Melo, Government Director of BRB and our member of ABD. I'd like to greet the 32 members of our ABD who are together with us, whether remotely or live, as well as all the representatives of partner institutions that honor us with their attendance, whether it is online or live. The transition towards a more sustainable development model that is more resilient and fair has become a global challenge. On the one hand, the world faces increasing social demands. However, there is no way to meet them without taking into account climate changes and the need to preserve the environmental assets and preserve them for future generations. These are natural resources required to sustain human life and development. Thus, connections are increasingly important, taking into account that cooperation and collaboration among different stakeholders can inspire innovative solutions and alternative paths towards sustainable development. This is the context that gave rise to the 7th edition of the Development Forum. The topic of this edition is 2030 Connection Strategies for Sustainable Development. So the choice of the word connection mirrors our wish to contribute to the creation of connections among various stakeholders, a variety of stakeholders, so that we can all think, not only think, but work together on strategies that will allow Brazil to achieve a sustainable future, respecting the environment and prioritizing the key role that development agencies represent for ABDE and mobilizing resources for the 2030 agenda. To this end, we will launch in this edition the 2030 ABDE Sustainable Development Plan, a position document of the development system containing proposals to accelerate and strengthen its actions in the pursuit of sustainable development goals through 5 strategic missions to strengthen its basis. The 2030 ABDA plan represents a major milestone in the implementation of the sustainable agenda in Brazil. We are very proud to present this contribution to society, and the national development system is a very important player in the transition towards sustainable development in Brazil. Thank you very much for your attention and attendance. And I am sure we will have an excellent and very beneficial discussion in the next 2 days. Thus, we would like to thank the participants of the opening panel of the event. The Development Forum 2022, ABD 2022, is officially opened. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform that you can enjoy a brief break for coffee. We will be back in a few minutes and see you soon. Thank you.
visando potencializar
aimed at strengthening the contribution of development financial institutions in the country in fulfilling the Sustainable Development Goals in the scope of the 2030 Agenda of the UN. The ABDE developed the 2030 ABDE Sustainable Development Plan. The document proposes 5 strategic missions in order to subsidize the formulation of public policies with an emphasis on the topic of financing and proposals to improve the national development system, contributing to accelerate sustainable development that is inclusive and innovative in Brazil. The ABDE 2030 Plan represents an important step in the ABDE's path towards supporting its members for the full exercise of their potentialities. With the plan, it is hoped to contribute so that the national development system can develop a strategy, a financing strategy towards fulfilling the SDGs in alignment with the Paris Agreement and the Addis Ababa Agenda. This roundtable has the participation of Giannetti Lontra, President of Badesul and ABDE, also Walter Sirtosi, President of the Bank of the Amazon and Vice President of ABDE, as well as Sérgio Guzmão Suchodowski, President of Desenvolve SCP, Coordinator of this Development Forum. And comments will be delivered by Mrs. Karin Vasquez from Shanghai, China. She is a professor of the O.P. Jindal Global University in India and technical coordinator of the research team that contributed to the design of the ABD plan. I'd like to invite Mrs. Jeanette Londra to start the first block of this panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This panel is very important for the members of ABDE. We are officially launching our 2030 ABDE plan, which is an institutional milestone and a contribution to guide the economic and environmental development of the country. The plan highlights the key role of the national development system in leading the efforts towards the 2030 agenda in Brazil. I'd like to greet the first Vice President of ABDE, Walter Sirtosi, and the President of Desenvolve São Paulo, Sérgio Suchodowski, and coordinator of the 2030 ABDE plan. I'd like to greet also Professor Karin, technical coordinator of the 2030 ABDE plan. I'd like to thank the technical team of ABDE for its efforts and dedication in the design of the 2030 ABDE plan, with several interviews, discussions, and around the various national and international initiatives in order to design the document. So it is important to introduce the national development plan system and highlight the role of these institutions in the construction of a sustainable, innovative and inclusive development as proposed by the ABD 2030 plan. The Brazilian development institutions that comprise the system represent 45% of participation in the Brazilian credit market, representing 1.9 trillion of the national total for more than 37 million customers that are served. In addition, the system has strong support to SMEs, reaching billions in credit for this sector, in financing municipalities, where it represents 99% of the total credit. Lastly, institutions, these institutions have been represent 72% of the national total for this modality in the long-term financing for companies, reaching 73% participation. The presence of the national development system in the credit market reduces closes gaps in the financing of sectors and modalities that have positive externalities for development. Furthermore, the national development system is an important instrument for anti-cyclic policies, contributing to the total credit of the economy and to provide credit and resources in moments when trust is reversed. This became clear during the pandemic, when over 348 billion were provided to help in this difficult moment.
After the first moments of the crisis, the system has been a partner in the execution of the national emergency systems like PRONAMP, PEAP, FGE, and FRUJETUR, among many other initiatives involved in the state level. In the last years, the national development system has increased its engagement with the Sustainable Development Agenda. At this point, we need to take into account two features of the activity of the system, which places it in a very central position for the funding of the sustainable agenda in Brazil. Its heterogeneity and capillarity. There is a very high level of diversity. The institutions are very heterogeneous, and despite them having different rhythms and different paces of adoption of the agenda, that is crucial to promote initiatives and agendas connected to the plan. In terms of volume of resources, many different fronts and niches of the national market are present. With regards to capillarity, these institutions are capable of mobilizing resources from different sources, as they have a fundamental role of coordinating actions in different levels. These two characteristics, in addition to the cooperation history they have with multinational organizations, place the system in the center of the discussions about funding on the 2030 SDGs context. The 2030 Sustainable Development System has been putting together the associate members of to the Sustainable Development Goals are the targets agreed upon by the United Nations countries on the 2030 agenda. The 2030 agenda gained substantial visibility among the UN members and is a priority in the discussions about the roles, strategies, and mandates of different institutions. The ABD 2030 plan is ABDE's contribution to show how the system can promote the funding of the Sustainable Development Agenda by placing these institutions that are capable and they have excellent reputation in the funding of the Brazilian system for over 50 years to sustainable development, inclusive and innovative system in Brazil. The ABD 2030 Plan for Sustainable Development represents the first step of this in this direction. For the elaboration of the plan, we should highlight the fundamental support of our partners for the accomplishment of this work. The IDB had a fundamental role in this project. The UN system has contributed immensely to the discussions as well. The ABD plan for 2030 is divided in two parts. The first represents a diagnostic of the national development system in the 2030 agenda for sustainable development, and the second shows how the national development system can accelerate and provide scale to the implementations of the SDGs, guided by 5 missions in Brazil. And to complement part 2, we address the strengthening of the national development system to comply and to fulfill this mission and others. The diagnostic of the ABDE 2030 plan is divided in 4 axes: social, economic, environmental, and institutional. The document shows how the national development system has been acting to leverage investment in projects that are related to the 2030 agenda, and it contains many examples of activities for funding SDGs, and all of those can be reinforced and adjusted for the different agendas. It really shows the decisive role of the national development system to trigger virtuous dynamics in the work towards the SDGs. In a novel study for Brazil conducted by ABD and Percucci, it was possible to verify which SDGs were the most funded by the national development system. These data show how the national development system has been positioning itself as a relevant stakeholder for the accomplishment of SDGs in Brazil, and it can still be leveraged for this agenda. Why I should highlight SDG 8 for economic growth, SDG 9 for industry and innovation and infrastructure, and SDG 7 for clean, accessible energy, and SDG 2 for zero hunger and sustainable agriculture, and number 10 for the reduction of inequalities. We need to advance and act upon the internationalization of the 2030 agenda. However, we still have a lot to do so that the national development system can contribute even more for the 2030 agenda. With the diagnostic, we have noted that despite the advances, we still need to advance in actions that might contribute with the institutional capacity building of the system at large. I should close my participation by reinforcing this huge cooperation space of development institutions with international and national stakeholders, all of whom are very strategic to turn the ABD 2030 plan into a tool for a sustainable future, protecting the environment and human beings. We are starting this journey with the ABD 2030 plan, which will be guided by the National Development System. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Janetti. I now give the floor to Sergio Szoldowski, who will present the second part of this panel. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to greet my fellow panelists, our President, Janete Londra, Walter Sintosa, Vice President of ABDE, dear friends and colleagues that we have worked with in this battle for development in Brazil. It is a great pleasure to be here in this day. After 1 year of work, we started to propose in our mandate in ABDE the preparation of this plan for a new cycle of public policy in Brazil. I'd also like to thank our friend, a very talented Professor Kai Vasquez, who is participating from China, where she resides, Dr. Karen Vasquez. She develops a very important role in studying financial institutions and public policy of development in developing countries, and which makes her a very good reference for so she has coordinated this study for the ABD 2030, and it is also a great satisfaction to see such an ambitious and sophisticated initiative that was readily received and approved by the General Assembly of the ABDE. Recently, this association that gathers 32 financial institutions of development in Brazil, plus SEBRAE and FINEP, maybe Brazil might be one of the most robust, one of the countries with the most robust development systems in Brazil, in the world. We have developed multilateral, national, subnational institutions, many of which are present here, and this represents an institutional evolution of governance, as it was very well reported. in the previous section, but above all, this is guided by the challenges that we face today in the world. These are challenges that we can find in many different regions in Brazil and Latin America, from all different continents in Africa and Asia, and there is a huge opportunity for us to share experiences, mobilize resources, not only financial resources but also technical resources and knowledge to address the challenges that we have ahead. The 2030 agenda for the United Nations and the commitment Brazil has taken up and it helped to design in 2015. In this last decade of action, there is a fundamental role to be played by the ABDE members, whether they are national banks or national partners, regional partners, and or state partners. In the drafting of the 2030 plan, we used an approach that is guided by visions and missions. The approach by the Italian institution Mazzucato has this logic, this rationale of missions. This is a strategy being adopted by many countries and institutions around the world, and we chose to adopt in our plan as well. This is the part I have to talk about with you today, to make reference to the main topics of the plan with regards to the missions. We are renewing our cycle of public policies in our upcoming elections for representatives, senators, and especially President of the Republic in Brazil. We'll have the opportunity of hearing from the main economists that advise and coordinate the economic plans of the presidential candidates, and it's a great satisfaction for us to present the document to them. They are actually already familiar with the plan. We have countless challenges, but I understand that we are equipped in Brazil to address the challenges in each of our regions and municipalities by funding enterprises of all sizes all over the country, and I'll address some of the topics in our plan. We have 5 missions with a transformative potential. I'll start with the first of them, which is the digital future, intelligent and creative future. This is a very sophisticated mission. It requires a high degree of engagement of the national development system, and it's all about bringing added value to the economy. They're generating decent jobs and inclusive bases which connect directly to SDG number 8. The contribution of the national development system is connected to its central role in fostering digitization of medium and small-sized enterprises, a challenge that became more urgent in the pandemic, and the funding of the digital infrastructure and investment in innovation as well. Also considering the support to the development of sustainable and smart cities and agribusiness. Also fostering the equality of opportunities and gender equality. And the pandemic of 2019 made it very clear that there is no future without technology. The restrictions imposed by sanitary conditions has accelerated the development of new technological solutions, which shows the reach of technology, and it goes through all aspects of life in society. This movement was crucial for individual cities, regions, and countries to maintain their activities while limiting the disruptive impact that the restriction of the movement of people, goods, and services would have in society. So another important and relevant aspect that was already considered a challenge, but which became more urgent during the pandemic, is how the inequality of access to technology worsens social inequalities, and in this case the reverse is also true. Expanding access to technology can generate a disruptive impact and the reduction of inequalities, of social inequalities among individuals, and unbalanced relationships among countries as well. And in this sense, we have an option, and it is contained in the Abd2030 plan in what regards the digital, intelligent, or smart and inclusive future. Considering the operationalization of the mission, the ABD plan brings examples of plans and projects to be unfolded into proposals. For example, access to information technologies towards the digitization of the 5G generation. In the city and rural areas, the expansion of digital opportunities for businesses, research led by women, and the preparedness of small and medium-sized enterprises and workers for digitized productive chains. We also have a second mission that addresses the ecosystem of innovation and bioeconomy, as well as our Amazon region.
This is a mission that provides interesting opportunities for the promotion of economic growth and generation of employment on a sustainable basis, in addition to contributing to improve the quality of life of society as well as protect the environment. Therefore, it contains all the ingredients to for a transformation and alignment with the present and the future. We also have another an engaged agribusiness topic. We are one of the greatest agricultural powers in the world, with a network of producers ranging from family farmers, small, medium, and large companies, with a direct connection with the topic of climate change, responsible patterns of consumption and production, in addition to catering to each one of the elements of the production chain, and also taking into account that it accounts for 75% of the rural credit in Brazil. Therefore, we address this item and this sector in our 2030 ABD plan. And so I'd like to move on to the fourth element or mission of the 2030 ABD plan on infrastructure and sustainable cities. People live in cities. Citizens live in cities, as already mentioned by Franco Montoro, former governor of São Paulo. One of the SDGs, SDG 11, is on sustainable cities, in urban infrastructure, smart cities. And it's important to highlight that in Brazil, 76% of the population lives in urban centers. In the case of the National Development System, there is a project financing rate of approximately 99%. Therefore, the transformative power of ABD members in the type of financing and structuring of projects and in the preparation of cities of the future is very important. Therefore, we have a chapter dedicated to the mission linked to cities and municipalities. Lastly, I get to the fifth item, which is health as a driver of development. So we've seen internationally in the pandemic, and even in Brazil, some states that have achieved appropriate vaccination rates and starting to open up the economy, and so we are aware of the importance of the health sectors which with a very important role for the financing of ABD members and all its international partners. And so it's already mentioned here some of the emergency programs that our members were able to implement in 2020, 2021, and 2022, including with international partners, some of whom are present here. So these emergency programs were able to mitigate the effects of COVID, and also in the innovative financing of vaccine development. We have the representative of the BEI, one of the pioneering investors in vaccines. And so we have the unified health system in Brazil based on universality and full access, and universal and full access guaranteeing health services to over 3/4 of the Brazilian population, acting very strongly during the pandemic. And so this is another mission with very concrete deliverables for the next generation of public policies in Brazil. I conclude my contribution referencing the work that was done, and I'd like to invite you all to examine this document, which is from now on public, is hereby made public, and that will be discussed in further sessions here at our Development Forum, reminding you that Brazil is equipped and participates actively in many multilateral development banks in dialogue with international development agencies such as the French Development Agency and the GIZ, the German Development Agency, and CAF, as well as the UN and the IDB, and with whom we have we participate in the 2030 agenda, and so we have huge challenges ahead of us. But I am sure that each one of our members will have the technical capacity to mobilize resources, both financial and human and partners, and so we will be able to achieve the goals. And so it is a tradition that from now on is established at ABD, and our peers and partners and all who will succeed us will surely continue promoting informed debate, and we will achieve the biggest and most positive impact, development impact, through our actions. Thank you very much. And I'd give the floor back for the next. I'd like to give the floor back to our Master of Ceremony. Thank you, Mr. Sergio Sushodolski, for your contribution. I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Valdeci Tosi, who will present the last block of this round table. So, the plan refers to our Amazon region, which is so important for the whole world, and I'd like to congratulate Sergio for the work he did as president of ABDE, and he was the coordinator of this work. I'd like to thank Professor Karin for the quality work that she conducted, as well as our current ABDE president, Janete. So I am going to talk about the plan and its impact on the actions of development agencies and that work in the Amazon region. So entities in the Amazon region are very heterogeneous, and so in Roraima we have the Desenvolve Roraima, and we have the Development Agency of the State of Amazonas. In Amapá, we have the Amapá Development Agency. In Pará, we have the BAN Pará. In Tocantins, we have the Fomento Tocantins. In Mato Grosso, the Desenvolve MT, as well as the work done by the Bank of Brazil, BNDES, and the cooperative banks, all members of ABDE, as well as FINEP and SEBRAE, working in the region in pursuit of development. And so there is a very close connection. It's very important for development agencies and banks to address this aspect, given the pragmatic view that these agencies and banks have. When they look at the Amazon, they're not seeing just a forest that needs to be preserved, but also the 25 million inhabitants that reside there and the business opportunities that the country needs and that can come out of the Amazon. So there is wealth in the Amazon, wealth that needs to be explored in a sustainable and appropriate manner to help the country and help the Amazon population to be lifted from very low HDIs to developed HDIs. And so all the agencies and banks, such as the Amazon Bank, with a focus, with a strong focus on infrastructure, especially logistics, communication, energy, water, sewage, waste treatment, because one cannot talk about the Amazon and competitiveness of Amazonian products without mentioning the infrastructure that the Amazon needs in order to produce in a sustainable manner and being able to produce competitive products in the world, for the world. And so this is the focus of all these development agencies and banks. And another point, which is the microcredit, both the urban and rural microcredit, which is so necessary in order to bring the Amazon population into the banking system. This is a population that has little access to banking and technological services and digital services, which allow for options in development. And so talking about Amazon entails talking about bioeconomy, but in a much broader sense, looking at agro, which already exists in sustainable manner. Agribusiness in the Amazon is and should be sustainable and should be considered in development projects, but providing a transition from a more traditional extensive model with poor use of areas to a more intensive use, which is the focus of not only of the Amazon Bank but all entities that operate in the region. Other targets related to the SDGs are related to education and health. We work in a region that has scarce opportunities in these two areas, and so this focus of credit lines and subsidized credit lines for education and health, even though they might be directed to private institutions, this generates better conditions and opportunities for the population to increase capacity with multiplying effects for the whole region. Tourism and ecotourism, for which the region has a huge potential, also part of the operations focus or targeted by the agencies. And so taking into account the 17 SDGs with a concern of all the agencies and banks is when you operate in the Amazon, you increase social and environmental risks. So when talking about development, it is not possible to work alone. That's why we launched the Alliance for the Development of the Amazon with all these entities, with a pragmatic view, a more objective view geared towards the 2030 SDGs. And so in this context, these development banks and agencies are operating in alignment with the SDGs and in this important region. Thank you, Mr. Valdeci Tosi, for your contribution. I'd like to give the floor now to Karen Vasquez for her comments on the process of construction of the 2030 plan. Good morning. First, I'd like to greet Mrs. Janete Lontra and Mr. Tosi and my friends Shoshodowski, as well as thank ABDE to trust me and my team to build for the technical construction of the plan. I'd also like to thank the members of my team, acknowledge their dedication and partnership of each one of them in the process of development of the 2030 BDE plan, as well as the 50 directors, members, partners of a BDE who were consulted during the development of the plan, our colleagues from the UN and IDB also for their support. Thank you very much. I want quickly to comment on 3 aspects that in my view are essential for the development of the plan and that will also define the successful implementation of the strategies and proposals contained in the document, namely transformation, integration, and people. First, the idea of transformation is present at the core of the development strategies proposed in the plan, such strategies that go beyond promotion of structural changes and sustainable growth of income, productivity, and competitiveness of the Brazilian economy. They depend on the acknowledgement that these structural changes are only possible through a path that will promote social inclusion and preserving the environment. So for each mission, the study that gave origin to the plan identified the transformative potential of the different productive activities and how the institutions of the national development systems should position themselves.
We understand that there is a larger gain of economic complexity, larger income and employment generation and contribution for the SDGs. These have been 3 strategies. The first is for productive activities in sectors with low transformative potential but high participation in the national development system, and we should prioritize the intra-sectorial or disinvestment when necessary. A second strategy is the case of productive activities in sectors with a high transformative potential and high participation of the system. These can be maintained. And the third strategy for the productive activities in sectors with high transformative potential but which currently do not receive funding from the development system, they should be fostered. These open new markets and change the intersectorial composition of the economy and generate employment in productive and sustainable sectors. So the national development system needs to be strategically positioned to mitigate or prevent risks, as well as to leverage the necessary transformations that we need for a more sustainable, inclusive, and more resilient economy. And every institution in the system needs to develop a plan of transition towards a sustainable economy, as it was proposed in the plan based on the transformation scenarios, and also for maintenance and commitment towards the future. A public commitment based on evidence show the commitment of the system not only to investors but also to society at large. The second important aspect in the development of the plan is the integration of investments of the system with planning, budget and management of public policies in line with the 2030 agenda. We also need to integrate the funding decisions with the expected contribution for SDGs. So this would provide more capacity for the system to act in a coordinated manner to support public policy in the 2030 agenda. This has been done abroad. I am currently in China. In Germany, we have the experience of KfW, which has aligned the Sustainable Development Agenda and the 2030 agenda. The bank has also created impact indicators, impact markers for strategic targets for every SDGs. These are common to all institutions of the group. In Indonesia, while Indonesia was the first country to develop a national integrated funding institution, the strategies of funding and mechanisms have been created to implement the development plan and the action plan of the SDGs, as well as to follow the commitments of sustainable development in the country. In Brazil, the first step towards a better integration among public policy and the funding of the SDGs would be the institution of a policy of promotion of the 2030 agenda for sustainable development, role for the national development system. The third and last aspect I would like to highlight in my participation is actually people. The study that gave origin to the plan identified gender inequality and the eradication of gender equality and zero hunger as the main challenges. Gender equality is not an isolated topic. Most of the problems that affect women affect the black population. We need to foster the participation of women, black, LGBTQ, indigenous and quilombolas, and people with disabilities who make our country be so diverse in all of the societal aspects. Diversity should be around the productive process and it needs to be addressed as a priority by the national development system. Attention to people is also fundamental for the social legitimation of the plan. The challenges of the plan should be built by the different stakeholders as the mission approach provides for. Public and private stakeholders should be mobilized for the implementation of 2030 agenda in Brazil. I should conclude by saying that we need to accelerate and give scale to the implementation of the SDGs in Brazil and to provide the necessary funding to a more inclusive and sustainable work to 2030 and beyond. And I'm certain that the plan of ABDE and the forum of ABDE is the beginning of this transformation. Thank you very much for the participants of this round table that has presented the plan 2030 of the ABDE for sustainable development. You can now follow the news about the ABDE and about the National Development System in our social networks. You can find us on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Twitter. ABDE is also on YouTube. Our channel is youtube.com/ABDEofficial. The videos with the full content of these debates will be made available in our channel. Subscribe and follow us. Moving on with our program, we have our first panel, Reflections about the ABDE 2030 Plan with economists.
O objetivo do painel é estimular
The objective of the panel is to stimulate reflections about the proposals brought forward in the ABDE 2030 plan, based on the perspectives of economists about the topic of development. This discussion will count on representatives of the technical teams connected to the main presidential candidates for the elections of 2022. We have Germano Rigoto, an attorney, a former governor of Rio Grande do Sul, former state representative and federal representative. Guilherme Melo, professor of the Department of Political and Economical History of the University of Campinas and member of the Nucleus for Public Policy of Perseu Abramo Foundation. Nelson Marconi, professor of the Getúlio Vargas Foundation, FGV, coordinator of the Executive Center of Studies. Zena Latif, founder and consultant of Gibraltar Consultoria and former chief economist of XP Investimentos. We also have Jair Marques, president of Desenvolve GBT, and Paulo Costa, president of Bahia and director of ABDE. This panel will be moderated by José Luis Gordon, executive secretary of ABDE. Welcome. You have the floor, dear executive secretary of Mr. Gordon. He will explain the dynamics of the panel. Thank you. Good morning to all of the members of the panel. I would like to greet our directors, Jair and Paulo. It is a pleasure to ABDE to hold this debate based on the ABDE 2030 plan. It was presented in the previous panel, and it places the national development system as a relevant stakeholder for the Sustainable Development Agenda and promoting this debate for the future of the country and a contribution of ABDE to the country. So we've brought the best of the best to debate this plan, to hear from them, to see what they think about the plan. We have economists and advisors to presidential candidates, and it's very important for us to have this event so that we can take this agenda to the campaigns, which are so important. I thank you very much for your presence. Dynamics will be very simple and straightforward. We'll have some questions to you. These questions will be asked by our directors here representing the members of the ABDE, and to each question you will have 3 minutes to reply. I will be very strict with time so that we can all have the same time to answer. So when we are 20 or 30 seconds from the end, I'll let you know. So we'll start in an alphabetic order, and then in the second question is the opposite of the alphabetic order, and then alphabetic order again, and at the end we'll have some time for your considerations. So I would like to thank you once again. This is the beginning of a debate. This plan is just the beginning of a whole journey ABDE is proposing. And without further ado, I would like to give the floor to our director, who is the chairman of Desenvolve MT, Mr. Jair, to ask you a first question. This microphone seems to have a problem. It is a great pleasure to be here representing our members. We have our institution here represented, ABDE. So for us, it's a very unique moment because we are having this important discussion. We have been seeing this subject develop for many years, and we in ABDE are presenting a great results in this. In Mato Grosso, we are starting to advance a lot in this discussion as well. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Dr. Janete, our friend Luis, and our team in Cuiabá was watching us over the internet. My question for our guests is, the ABD Plan 2030 brings a number of proposals so that we can think about a more sustainable and inclusive result. In the document, the National Development System has a central role for the fulfilling of the SDGs, and there are 5 proposed missions. Considering the ABD 2030 plan, which measures do you propose for the financial agenda, the agenda for funding sustainability, and what is the role we should have in the implementation? So first to answer will be the governor, and then Professor Agela, and then Nelson, and lastly Professor Zenai. First of all, I'd like to thank the invitation made by the ABD to participate in this meeting. I'm here as a coordinator of the government plan of Senator Rosalyn Tabich. I represent what we are considering regarding the development banks and agencies, as well as the work of ABDE. I would like to thank for the invitation and agree to President Janete Lontra. I'm very happy to come in contact with Janete's work in Badesul. Since when I was a governor, I am familiar with her work, and on her behalf I'd like to greet the board, the members, and everyone who is watching this event here at live and remotely as well. We have on YouTube also a very substantial participation. Jair, Paulo, greetings to you too, and my fellow panelists, Guilherme Melo, Nelson Marconi, and Zenia Latif. Thank you all. I have studied a lot about the work conducted by ABDE, and this question of how the development banks can effectively enter strongly this plan and the Sustainable Development Plan. I have read it thoroughly, and it will be very useful for the work we are conducting in the government plan. Senator Simone Tecce has a very serious concern with sustainability. She is from Mato Grosso do Sul, and she has a very strong connection with agribusiness, but a huge concern with sustainable development. And sustainable development should mean to tackle the problems that ABDE presents in this plan.
We have 5 targets. 5 targets that include effectively the intelligent and inclusive digital future. This digital future that is inclusive and smart is completely related to sustainable development. So digitization, especially of micro and small companies, the digitization of cities that need to become increasingly smart cities, where the population will have, with transparency and digitization, more efficient services and greater control over public authorities. And so this point of digitization that goes through companies and public authorities, I have no doubt that development institutions have a role that private banks don't. When I see development institutions playing a key role in the modernization of public management, we see that it is development agencies and banks that have, along the past years, been financing the modernization of public management. Around 90% of resources channeled towards modernization of public management comes from development agencies. Now, 30 seconds is not enough. So the innovation and ecosystem and bioeconomy for the Amazon is completely related to what we seek in terms of sustainable development. Now, talking about infrastructure and sustainable cities, in infrastructure today, when we talk about PPs, PP partnerships, PPPs, and privatizations, we know that today it is development banks, and BNDES plays a key role. They're helping in the modeling for privatizations and PPPs. And so it's an important role in any government, and this is has been our focus. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation to be here with you, representing the debate we've been having at my institution, where I coordinate the economics department. I was very pleased with the invitation because the discussion around the model and style of development and how to equip the state in order to implement this model. This is precisely the discussion we're having at the Perseu Abramo institution. And so the idea of organizing the SDGs based on 5 missions, mission economics, as contained in the document already present. This is part of the plan launched in 2020, aligned with the discussion of development plans based on missions. So obviously, with the 17 SDGs and all the targets, of course, that's a starting point for organizing instruments and state instruments and organizations in order to achieve this mission and conclude these missions and advance on the goals established in international agreements. And a central element, a key element of this model is financing. Of course, the topic of financing entails both the public sector and the private sector. And we cannot think that, we should not think that the size of the challenge ahead of us can exclude the private or the public. There needs to be complementation and synergy between or among the instruments available. As stated in your document, synergy needs to be built not only among national players but also international players, because the topic of sustainable development is a topic that unifies global economic debate nowadays. So it is present in the American discussion, in the Biden plan, in the Green New Deal, in the European discussion, in the Next Generation EU, and also in the investment packages of countries such as China, which today leads the topic of energy transition. It's going to produce around 50% of solar energy in the future, and we have a huge domestic potential to make the best of our economic, social, and environmental characteristics, to build this agenda and make it into an engine, a driver of national development. It's not only about reducing costs, reducing damage reduction, which is necessary for the planet to survive, but it's actually one of the central pillars of development. And my last 30 seconds now on financing. I believe that it is a priority to strengthen national banks, state banks, regional development agencies, and build synergy around these objectives, both institutionally inside the banks and institutions, but also the instruments, the financing instruments, the shared financing instruments that they can build in order to facilitate private investment and enable well-structured projects in the public sector. Professor Nelson, you have the floor. It is a pleasure to be here. Thank you for BDE for the invitation. Greeting all my colleagues I am participating as coordinator of the government plan of pre-candidate Ciro Gomes, and I'm very pleased. I was very pleased when I received the plan and saw that it is actually structured on development axes linked to sustainability, and more than that, defining sectors that are important for development. So this is a characteristic that was present in our 2018 government plan, and sectors defined here are entirely compatible with the sectors that we had identified back then. Before addressing financing, I'd like to say that we need to understand, and here I'd like to pause and congratulate ABDE for its plan. We need to understand that development and sustainability are complementary. They are not competing objectives, and this is increasingly clear, and it's quite clear in your project when you mention innovation, bioeconomy, engaged agribusiness, etc., health, and also inclusion and digital inclusion. So it is very important to have all these, to contemplate all these sectors in the process of development. I'm very pleased with this, and I agree entirely. This matches all the axes that we have defined in our, and priorities we defined in our plan, with few differences. Now, specifically on financing, we have a national development system, as you mentioned, and it is important for all agencies to work together, and together with the plan, with BNDES. So these major initiatives, BNDES in the last few years has been weakened in its financing capacity, and so this needs to be strengthened. So the agencies and BNDES. So the projects that are going to be financed, and if you allow me to make a suggestion, they need to be compatible with a broader strategy for development. So I understand that the idea, well, my suggestion actually, in order to enable this financing, is the construction of a network, a kind of project office that would integrate BNDES and other development agencies, and this project office would approve the most important projects linked to a national development strategy with these characteristics that you mentioned. And so the projects that would compete for funding would be linked to this more general financing strategy. So it would be very important to work along these lines, and of course with monitoring of the budget, because there is, in Brazil, very often the budget is not linked to the physical execution of the projects, and so it would be very important to set up such an office. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Nelson. Dr. Zena. Good morning. It's a pleasure to join you. Thank you for the invitation. I'd like to mention that I am part of the economic team of the campaign of João Doria. So not all that I say here is the consensus vision of the group. And so it's important. It's an important effort to connect agendas of development banks and agencies to the world discussion of the SDGs, as Guilherme mentioned. So this insertion is important also to reduce the isolation that Brazil experiences from the global agenda. So first, congratulations on this effort. I will agree with Nelson that it is very important to coordinate and explore synergies, and in order to prevent overlapping of programs, and also make the best of the experience and expertise of each bank and agency. Now I'd like to bring up other aspects related to the role of development banks. In short, we are talking about operations or action where in segments and where the private sector will not be interested at all, or perhaps just very little, and so identifying market gaps. It's not easy, especially in Brazil, where many market gaps have been created by ourselves with mistaken regulation, mistaken state action. When we create a business environment that is difficult with a lot of legal uncertainty, this of course will affect investment decisions and overburden the public banks and development banks. And so the best would be for us to advance on an agenda that is moving very, very slowly. Secondly, no doubt, this state action is important when we identify that certain investment or action will bring returns for society greater than private returns. So it's not about profit, it's about introducing social well-being. This, of course, will justify state intervention. Now, having said this, in this compliance with pursuit of SDGs, it's very important to define where it is actually worthwhile for development banks and agencies to act, and also based on more precise diagnoses. And so a first possibility, an initial possibility, is for all the initiatives and public policies. It's very important to have studies on the return to society. We are talking about public funds that are fed by public financing. It is key to have cost-benefit analyses on the return of each action, each development institution, in a very transparent manner, conveying this to society. So for each public policy, whatever it is, in the executive or in the... So conducting such a study, especially through independent commissions,
with the academia, and to identify which should move on, which should be discontinued, what needs to be rearranged, and which experiences can be replicated. So successful experiences can be replicated. Time's up. Thank you. Moving on with our questions, I'd like to give the floor to the chairman of Zim Bahia and director of ABD, Dr. Paulo Costa. We in ABDE, Gordon and his team, has translated the points of ABDE in missions, so it's easier to understand and easier to contemplate the targets. It was a very nice approach. I would like to understand, well, Nelson addressed it a little bit, and Zenia as well, what we are developing in this plan, and the 2030 plan. How does this dialogue with your planning? What are we missing and you're not? What do we have to contribute to your plans? And I'd like to see to learn from you how related your work, your current work, is to our 2030 plan. So I believe that planning is a broader concept, and you might have things in mind that we have not added to the plan, so we would like to know what we have. We start now with Dr. Zenia. I confess that I'm having some trouble in organizing my answer. Can you make a more objective question? How is our plan, which is a planning tool, interacts with your planning, the planning you're making for a future government if your candidate ends up winning the election? Do your plans and our plan relate somehow? Are they convergent? Are they divergent? Almost like a continuation of the previous question. Yes, the sound was cut, so I didn't get the first part of the question, but now I understand it. Thank you. Well, today in the private sector, in the public sector as well, we have both sectors embracing the SDGs principles, which guarantees the insertion of the topics in the global agenda. I'm sorry for the digression, but for example, after the Mercosur and European Union, that depends a lot on advancing in these matters, environmental matters. We have to, we cannot be alienated to that because of our reality and because of the agenda that imposed. I believe that the sustainable development goals are being embraced by the private sector, but very possibly we'll need some public policy to make it feasible, especially when we consider the social aspect. The environmental aspect, I believe that there are many challenges involved, but the pathways seem to be clearer in terms of financial instruments. But in terms of the social area, it's more complex. I believe that there is a need for a state action, not necessarily in terms of funding, but in terms of legislation, in terms of improving legal safety and facilitating the participation of enterprises. And there's also some space for the design of public policies. Oftentimes we see public policies being designed, but with very little concern for environmental topics. Maybe this is yet another digression, but just to give you an example. For example, we have a housing program. Previously it was called My Life, My House, and the environmental concern was basically inexistent, and the social aspect was inexistent as well. So you're building housing far away from the center without transportation infrastructure, so people are marginalized because of that, and also without any concern for the environment. And I understand that in the perspective of financing, this mapping of where we need some type of funding design. For example, we have the idea of making something blended jointly with the private sector. So one thing that is in the plan is a partnership with international mechanisms is fundamental, partnerships with the private sector, and I would add, well, not necessarily in terms of funding, but provision of guarantees and safeguards. I believe that we have a broad range, a whole range of activities, but absolutely we have a lot of points of contacts, and these concerns of the plan are in our discussions as well, and how we can potentialize the development of the country while paying attention to the SDG principles. Give the floor to Professor Nelson. Professor Nelson, you have the floor. Thank you. Well, first, I believe that there is a coincidence here with our program, which is the fact that you have defined a plan or the program or a national development system. And this is within the context of development, a more general development plan, which you have presented today, the general lines of the major concerns, and this is absolutely compatible with what we have. Since 2018, we are calling our program a National Development Plan. And in our program of government, we have always had targets, development targets connected to the SDGs. It is yet another feature, another point of contact, and very compatible between two instances. And we are establishing these targets based on the general growth target and other indicators as well. So this is a suggestion, maybe to add in your general plan some growth targets. One other thing that is very important, and I would say that is compatible as well, is what I said in my first response. This synchronization between sustainability and development. And the analysis of all of the projects based on the return to the society. So it's a cost-benefit analysis not only for the private sector, but for public sector as well. Is one thing that you have added to your plan. And I would also suggest that in terms of the growth targets, it would be important, if we are talking about a national development system, it would be important to discuss funding, sources of funding, and sources of resources to feed the system. And I believe this is included in a more general problem of funding of the public sector. And this is something I would suggest to go through in the plan, otherwise the system will continue to be weakened, will not be as strong in terms of resources. And the other thing I had to say, which is interesting, is to have a discussion about the expenditure in technology. So we are talking about innovation, so in the other end we need to have an innovation policy, a national policy for science and technology, including relationships with startups, universities and businesses, research institutions of the private sector. So I would emphasize what we call the policy for development and innovation, so that it's made compatible with your national development system. Thank you, Nelson. Guilherme? Thank you for your question. My first response, I already talked about one similarity, which is the organization of the idea of the style of development, referenced by Aníbal Pinto, which is the style of development is guided by missions. And this is present in our plan, and is present in the ABDE's plan. So these are social environmental missions. It's not social or environmental. Two aspects complement each other. And a second key feature is a discussion about the centrality of financial mechanisms available in the public sector to coordinate this process, where I think that there can be complementary aspects, not so clearly in the document, but it will be developed in our program as well. But I also think that in future discussions as well. What is the role of the state? This is one question. The activity of the state, which is capable of coordinating and influencing in a partnership with the private sector, is a fundamental topic for us to discuss this huge challenge that we have ahead. Because if you look at the TCC panel days ago, the climate emergency is something that we can't postpone. And in the case of Brazil, the social emergency is also very prominent. So poverty, hunger, the quality of nutrition. So we have to discuss a concept that will make possible for us to have a package of investments that is capable of facing these emergencies. And I agree with Nelson, we need to discuss the mechanisms for funding the state. Our current fiscal or tax framework has reduced investment to the lowest levels in history. It provides for the depreciation of capitals. It is one of the smallest levels of lowest levels of public investment in Latin America. It's a tax framework that is not compatible with the investments that we need. We need high quality investments. So these projects need to be very well structured in terms of their impacts, and they have to be followed as well in the implementation and results. To provide meaning to the activity of the state, one other fundamental aspect present in the document is the role of the national funds for development, and these funds have been criminalized in Brazil, stating that we need to end the funds, but they are actually fundamental not only for funding from banks and funding agencies, but also for funding the themes of science and technology. Let's see if in the third question I can go back to address other topics. To our plan of government, this is still being developed, many hands and many brains, not only with the Getúlio Vargas Foundation, but the many different sectors of society that can contribute. It's not something for a specific political party, but rather a debate with society. So the baseline of our government plan is education. The main pillar for sustainable development is educational policy, first childhood and higher education. So when we receive this plan of sustainable development that has everything to do with the 2030 development agenda, of course this work will serve as a basis for what we are doing. But I'm sure that what Guilherme said, we're living two very important moments, which is development, which is actually the moment to tackle environmental problems and climatic problems that have been seriously aggravated. This is why development has to be sustainable and has to be wary of the environment. This is all involved, but there is also an aggravation of the social crisis post-pandemic, which is a huge challenge for the future government. They need to look at the social aspect as well, future governments. And I'm certain that development institutions will have a fundamental role in policy making. And Nelson also mentioned innovation with employment generation and income generation. So they will have a fundamental role for us to face these two issues that challenge us: the climate and the issue of the social crisis, the aggravation of poverty.
When we look at the whole set of actions included in the project, this is related to what we think and what we are producing. Decent work, economic growth, which requires the work of development institutions, and also our fourth industrial revolution, which require heavy investment in technology, innovation, related to sustainable growth, generation of income and employment, battling poverty, as well as infrastructure. The state cannot do everything. So whatever the state is not able to do through PPPs and privatizations, today the banks, the development banks and institutions play a key role in supporting the state, helping the state conduct processes, especially in clear definitions. Xenia mentioned this. We have beautiful projects. We will have even better projects by following this program. But we need a lot of monitoring to know what is really happening on the ground, whether the resources are being used correctly, and so it's important to monitor. Thank you. Now, the last question, and both Xenia and Nelson have already addressed this important point. So, how do you see the role of the national development system in the SDGs in attracting resources? So through multilateral institutions such as the French Development Agency, the FONPLATA, KfW, other institutions represented here, IDB, a major partner. How do you see in your government plans, how do you see this in attracting resources through multilateral resources, but also through innovative instruments such as green bonds, social bonds, other instruments such as sustainable development instruments and for raising resources? And so how do you see the role of the system and how to strengthen the system in order to attract resources? Governor, you're the first. So I start and I finish, right? So well, there's the fact that today there's the possibility of international financing. When we talk about environment and sustainability, when we require from Brazil sustainable development and care with the Amazon, I have no doubt that there are international resources available, and we need to know how to attract these resources. Who will be the next president of Brazil needs to be on the side of those at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Development Ministry, as well as development institutions that will be responsible for distributing and managing these resources. And so I have no doubt that there are resources available. And when we talk about financing, we need to look at what happened during the pandemic. During the pandemic, we had to help especially micro and small companies. And who extended the arm of the state to these companies? Development institutions. Where did funds come from? From the public sector, public budgets. And so we need to combine the use of public resources appropriately and also the raising of international resources. And so it's a key role for development institutions, especially when we want to look at those who need it most, the micro and small companies, and taking into account the fact that the use of resources today is much more controlled and needs to be more transparent. That's why development institutions need to prepare to provide effective responses, and so that we can all be sure that funds from public budgets or international resources will render the results that we expect. So thank you once again for the opportunity to come here and join you, and I'm at your service. Both Senator Simone Tebet and Helena Landau, which is responsible for the economic part, our whole team is available to receive all types of suggestions. No doubt this document will provide the basis of what we want in order to strengthen the role of development institutions for the future. Professor Guilherme, I believe that the issue of sustainability, as I said, has already mobilized the whole world. Brazil, in the past few years, has been left out not only from the agenda and debate, but also from the capital flow that could help us build infrastructure and institutionality in order to tackle the problem. Obviously, building a model and a style of development focused on social and environmental issues. Zina mentioned this, and I agree fully. We have an increasing possibility of raising resources from multilateral institutions, international public banks, that we very often are partners with. And this, not only at the national level, but the relationships with these banks occurs directly with governors. We have a former governor who can testify, and with mayors, and obviously in order for this synergy to happen, we need good projects and institutionality that will enable, will facilitate the raising of such resources within the rules established by international organizations. And so this greater synergy of agencies, banks, and funds can also facilitate the raising of such resources for good projects, and also the internalization of the missions, the SDGs, the targets in the institutionality of banks and agencies. I'd like to complement this, saying that I believe this is valid for the public sector, whether federal, state, or municipal level, but it also applies to state-owned companies. This is very important. Let's take a classic case. In our program, we're talking about three transitions: the ecological, the energetic, and the energy and the digital transitions towards the economy of the future. Any society in the future will need to address and find ways to tackle these challenges. And so we have instruments for this. One of them, what we have, many countries have, an energy company such as Petrobras. It's a company that should be thinking about the future of energy transition in dialogue with sustainability, but it gradually, actually very quickly, it became a company that exports crude oil with short-term profits but no long-term future, because the long-term future does not reside with fossil fuels. The same for Eletrobras. So that's about coordination. If you have an instrument that is powerful and capable of inducing and coordinating a transition process, an investment process towards what you want, this is what you need to do. Thank you. Professor Nelson. I understand that the role of agencies, multilateral agencies, international agencies, and that their role in the national system, national development system, is very important, and I believe they will be interested in participating in our program. We leave room for these organizations because we can see clearly in the actions of such organizations that they are concerned with financing precisely activities that are sustainable, that generate sustainability and social inclusion, also digital inclusion, with a view to social inclusion, obviously. And so all these actions are compatible with the priorities of such agencies. And for us, since the priorities of this plan are also the priorities of our plan, and there's this interest on the part of our agencies, there is complete alignment, and we understand that this is a very important source of funding that we should rely on, and that states and municipalities also need to be relied on, or need to rely on it as well. And I believe that towards this end, the ABDE and the National Development System have important roles in raising the capacity of states and municipalities in order to seek these resources and structure the next requests and projects. Our diagnosis reveals that states and municipalities have difficulty designing projects and complying with requirements in order to access such funding, which is very important for development. And so I believe that it would be important to play this role. A BDE should play the role of training, increasing capacity of states and municipalities through this network of agencies, and also the BNDES and state agencies, in order to help and support them in this endeavor. Of course, innovative instruments, as already mentioned here, and also specific instruments such as credit lines and special interest rates for sustainable development. And lastly, we should be able to raise the funds for sustainable development, and well, that's it. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Nelson. Then, I will repeat some of the points that have already been raised. There is no recipe in terms of financial engineering and financial instruments to be used. There is no recipe, ready-made recipe, but there is a lot on the table, and so this is the least of our challenges. As already mentioned, good projects that are actually designed based on appropriate diagnosis with cost-benefit analyses and capacity, effective delivery capacity and effective programs will find financing. It will be possible to cooperate, to have cooperation between the private sector and multilateral banks, and so this is very important. When we talk with investors abroad, we see that there is interest in Brazil, if not now, but in general. The issue is we don't have good projects. And added to this, the legal uncertainty in the country makes things very difficult. And we talk about the entry of resources in the country and partnerships with foreign investors. We need to remember also pension funds. In order for them to come to Brazil, we need to sort out our fiscal issues. Otherwise, we will not be able to attract such resources. And we mustn't forget that Brazilian resources are actually leaving the country because of a difficult business environment. And so it's about, first, these agendas need to be inserted within a broader government plan, because the issue of financing is feasible. It's feasible, and we can increase our capacity to attract resources. When we look at direct foreign investment, we have been losing participation. We have been losing our share from this world pool of foreign direct investment. And it's not only about green fields. There is some homework that we need to do, which is to design good projects and make sure that they are feasible. When we look at public works, for instance, the Court of Accounts, the Federal Court of Accounts, points out that many of these projects are not good quality.
Of course, there's no fixed recipe, so depending on the area, that is a matter of it being more of an internal effort. So it's harder to establish partnerships and designs of financial engineering that involves other agents, other economic agents. And one point put forth by Nelson is innovation. So there is also a part of innovation in our document referring to startups, research, development, and universities and other topics of innovation that needs to receive input from public policy. It's one of the classic examples in the literature because the success rate is very low. So when you innovate, the risk of it not working is very huge. So you need the state helping in this process. And when it works, that translates into a benefit to society. Zeina, your time is up. So we need higher quality of education that goes through the capacity building of professors. So each case will be different, but I don't think it's that difficult to attract partnerships with the private sector, multilateral institutions. Thank you, Zeina. I'll give you 1 minute for your final remarks. I will break protocol. Everybody's looking at me right now, but it's important for you to make some closing remarks. Well, since I went overboard in my previous participation, I will be very brief. I'm very grateful for being here. It's very important to have a debate. I think there's an important role to be played by development institutions, especially after the pandemic. There are urgent things that need to be addressed, and I would highlight that, stress that point. But we should be very careful with the use of public resources, and we need, in general terms, to be very careful with the design of state interventions in society. Thank you. Thank you, Zeina, Professor Nelson. I would also like to thank my colleagues for the debate, and thank you for organizing this event. It's been a great opportunity to exchange some ideas. This topic is very important, so I'd like to say that development programs are essential for any country. A well-structured program that puts the public and the private sector in line with the actions and with a well-structured development system is fundamental. So your work is fundamental. I've made a few suggestions in terms of innovation, in terms of adoption of the Office of Projects, and like Zeina was saying, and Guilherme as well, we have the observation of the rigor with public funds. The usage of public funds is very important. So the role of the agencies is fundamental for us to have development in the country, and this system is to be congratulated, and congratulations for this initiative. It is a well-structured system, so you need a strategy, and this is what you're trying to put together. Congratulations on your initiative, and this is my final message to you. Thank you for your participation. Thank you, Professor Nelson. Guilherme? I would also like to thank for the invitation, the ABDE, on behalf of José Gordon, who invited me to be here. I'd like to thank all of the all of my fellow panelists, debaters. Very good debates always, and I'd like to point towards the synergy that we managed to build in this debate. So the importance of this document was made clear to everyone, even though we have our differences in perspectives about the development model or whatever it is. We've identified many aspects of the program that will match and contribute with the debates that we'll have a few months from now. I'd like this debate to continue. I'm very much interested in participating in these debates because the environmental and the social themes are the two big topics that we have had that might lead the country to rebuild its productive structure, and with that we can resume the debates based on the points that have been presented. Governor, thank you once again. Actually, I had the opportunity throughout my public life to follow the role of development banks. In my state, BRDE is a bank that develops 4 states, Rio Grande do Sul, Santa Catarina, and Paraná, and then Mato Grosso do Sul came. In my state there is Badesul, there is Banrisul, a commercial bank, so I know of the importance of development banks and public banks and development institutions. I know that they have a very different role than the private sector has. The financial private institutions. And this role has to do with what we need at this moment: sustainable development, social inclusion. We have not addressed as much what represents within the sustainable development the need to have heavier investment in clean energy. We are still very incipient in PV and solar, and our country is very solar rich, and we addressed very little of one of the points of the document, which is this digitization. When we see the expansion of distance education, when we see the changes in medicine that were made very clear in the pandemic, the digitization of the public and the private sector are very important and have everything to do with the work of development institutions. So thank you very much. This document will serve as a baseline for the work we are developing, and I am at your disposal for anything I can help you with in our team and everyone that's working in a government program, and which will not sell any illusions but will aim to show a new pathway ahead. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank on behalf of the members of the ABD for this debate, and this plan is just the beginning. It's not an end in itself. It's just the beginning of the of our contribution to a development agenda. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a great event. Thank you very much to all of the participants of our first panel. With that, we can close the first morning of our Development Forum, ABD 2022. We'll now break for lunch and we'll return at 2 p.m. Brasilia time with the second panel, which will address the role of financial development institutions for the funding of sustainable development. We'll leave you with the institutional video of ABDE. See you soon.
Boa tarde, senhor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to continue the program of the 7th Development Forum of ABD. We launched today the 2030 Plan for Sustainable Development with proposals to drive forward the achievement of SDGs for the construction of sustainable and inclusive development in Brazil. The 2030 ABD plan defines 5 strategic missions to guide the design of policies, development policies towards the SDGs, namely digital future that is intelligent and inclusive, innovation ecosystem in bioeconomy for the Amazon, and engaged agribusiness, infrastructure and sustainable cities and health as a driver of development. You can access the document on the forum site and ABD site. You can also follow news, ABD News, on our social media, LinkedIn, Facebook and Twitter. And remember our official hashtag Forum do Desenvolvimento. Use this in your posts on social media. In addition, ABD is also present on YouTube, and the videos will be posted on YouTube. And we will discuss now the role of financial development institutions for the financing of sustainable development. The panel that we're going to have now is aimed at promoting debate on the role of development financial institutions, the IFDSs, in the advancement of the Sustainable Development Agenda. A panel with 60 minutes comprising the team of experts to debate this topic. We'd like to invite Luiz Awazi Pereira da Silva, Vice Director General of the Bank for International Settlements, also Alexandre Varela, Head of the Regional Office for Latin America of the European Bank of Investment, Paloma Caseiro, Director of the World Bank for Brazil, also online, and Adama Marico, Executive Vice Director of Strategy, Partnerships, Communication of AFD, and Secretary General of Finance in Common, moderated by Sergio Shushodolski. Please come to the stage so that we can start our activities. As you take your seats, please remember that your participation through our chat is very important. Please feel free to send comments and questions related to the topics that are going to be discussed. With the floor to conduct this panel, our moderator. Thank you. Good afternoon. I hope you are all enjoying our program and high-level debates that the ABDE is promoting today. For me, it is a pleasure to moderate this panel with such renowned guests. And the importance of this panel is increased as we hope to demonstrate how rich this family of development banks and institutions and development financing institutions are, and how diverse they are. So we've seen the 32 members of ABD participating, and we've seen the credit cooperatives, public banks, SEBRAE, FINEP, and we have some participants who play a key role in their institutions, especially given the characteristics of their operations. Our first speaker is Luis Pereira da Silva, Azul Pereira da Silva, who also worked at the bank in Basel and in the area of financing of climate financing and green financing, a person who has been participating in major international debates. We have Paloma, who represents the World Bank, and perhaps a greatest reference of an institution that emerged at the end of the World War, and perhaps the father of development banks. So we have also our representative from the European Bank of Investment, Alexandre, who is now heading the regional office, reminding you that this is the biggest multilateral bank in the world in terms of disbursements and assets. Lastly, Adama Marico, who is a personal friend and from the French Development Agency, and he has served in several regional positions in different countries representing the French Development Agency. And Adama is the General Secretary of the Finance in Common Summit. This forum is part of the Finance in Common Summit, so it's a joy to have the participation of the Secretary General. This is one of the major meetings of development banks that take place in the world, and so ABDE participated in the first edition in Paris and also in the second edition in Rome, and the host was FAO together with the Italian Development Bank, CDP, and this year we are going to have a very relevant meeting where the European Investment Bank together with the African Development Bank will be our hosts in a meeting on the Ivory Coast. And so this is a major meeting with over 450 public development banks where they will meet to exchange experiences and establish partnerships to design the future of development. And so I'd like to begin today's discussion giving the floor to Luis Azul Pereira da Silva for his views on the main topics of development financing. Hopefully at the end of the pandemic, at a time of relaunching of economies on a new basis, but still a challenging moment, especially for Europe, with the armed conflict in Ukraine and resulting shocks in world economy, starting with energy and fertilizers that we are all experiencing in Brazil and the world. Mr. Awazu, I would like to give you the floor, and it's a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you, Sergio. Good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon, Alexandre, Paloma, Anama, and all the participants of the panel. It's an honor to be here with you and to start our discussion on the importance of financial institution and development banks in an agenda of transition towards carbon neutrality. Of course, we are facing a very difficult moment. We had an agenda for the global threats, which require a global response involving multiple players and several instruments that need to complement the effort for transformation of our economies towards carbon neutrality, the regulatory effort, the financial effort, the funding effort that this entails. And of course, we face a tragic situation with the conflict in Europe that, in addition to the urgency of transformation towards carbon neutrality, there are additional issues linked to the conflict itself and the drama experienced by millions of people that deserve our solidarity, but also the fact that this has caused a shock, an energy shock. So this is the context that is of great concern. How to agenda our transformation agenda, our agenda for transformation of our economies and societies towards carbon neutrality amidst all these additional difficulties. Difficulty coordinating in an environment of international dissent, and the difficulty of having to deal with this relative price shock. So I'm going to try to develop a line of reasoning here. We are saying that the important role of development banks in macroeconomy, in the climate macroeconomy. Climate macroeconomy is obviously something that encompasses changes of relative prices through taxation, appropriate taxation of carbon. But this appropriate carbon taxation and the way changes in relative prices can affect our production system, our consumption system, our individual preferences. This takes time and will take time. And obviously we know that in terms of urgency and climate risk, time is limited. First, because given the rate of emission of GHGs, we have 8 to 9 years before we reach a point of non-return with an average temperature increase above 1.5 degrees centigrade in relation to the industrial era. So this is in conflict with, could be in conflict with the instrument for taxation of carbon, which will take some time in order to transmit or distribute its effects over the whole of the global economy. So we need to think of additional instruments to help in this process of transformation. This is where the important role of development banks comes in the way they can contribute through their investments and through a longer-term view of the profitability for the transformation of the capital stock in our economies and capital stock, a change towards a greener capital stock and less polluting capital stock, and inversion of investments and use of alternative energies that are less carbon intensive, and also the financing of important innovations, ecology research, the need to develop carbon capture that is not only about preserving forests, but also about industrial methods to capture carbon. And this obviously is a very important role of development banks with a longer planning horizon. On their own, are they going to be able to carry out this task? I don't believe so. You must have seen the quantifications of the investment needs for our transformation into a carbon neutral economy. The G7 report, the reports of the McKinsey consultancy, they mention trillions of dollars and large share of world GDP, and so obviously public development banks play a role, but this should be done in partnership and a financial mobilization that is taking place also in the private sector. You must have seen after Glasgow the alliance of the private sector that was formed and the goodwill that exists in the way the private sector is itself concerned with the carbon neutrality of their balances and the paths to get their private investments to coincide and converge towards carbon neutrality. And so we need to bet on this partnership and public-private partnership and the capacity to coordinate changes in relative prices.
Even taking advantage of the opportunity due to the current conflict in Europe to accelerate the transformation process and to a low carbon economy, and cooperation with the private sector, the public sector, academia, economists, people in societies get mobilized by this urgency, which is the climate emergency, and at the same time people can get together in conferences like this one, in which we can define concrete directions so that each of us in our specific roles, like regulators, monetary authorities, Ministry of Economy, in the Treasury, Finance, and tax regulators, so the public financial system, the private financial system, the banks, everyone can contribute in their own roles to a coordinated plan of transition, which will be sustainable and fair, because this process has redistributive effects, severe and important redistributive effects, and they are important to be considered. They are fundamental, I would say, so that we can all work in the same direction. Thank you, Sergio, and the organizers of this event. Thank you, Luis. We'll bring you up again in the debates, but thank you for your initial remarks. I would like to give the floor to Alexandre. Alexandre, you work in the European Development Bank, and the headquarters is in Luxembourg, but it is the development bank in Europe. It is the largest multinational bank in the world. I'd like you to tell us a little bit about the strategy of the bank in general, the priorities for our region in Latin America, and maybe to address the emergency programs, even including the conflict in Ukraine. Thank you, Sergio. Thank you, all dear colleagues, fellow panelists, and dear audience. BEID has launched, Sergio, in the beginning of the year, a strategy of getting closer to partners from outside of the European Union. We have created an institution within the group which is called Epiclobo. The objective with the creation of this agency is especially to mobilize, and alongside with the European Commission and other bilateral committees in Europe, like FW, in the spirit that we are calling Team Europe. So in the spirit of the Team Europe, we are mobilizing resources that the European Union and its several partners have and agents have to sponsor and promote sustainable development in the region, not only in Latin America, but also in Africa, in the Caribbean region, in Asia, and in the Pacific region. Within this strategy, we have to bring together the teams of the bank. As you mentioned, they are in Luxembourg, but bring them closer to local needs. So there will be a redesign and redistribution of teams, especially in terms of regional hubs for all of the regions that I've mentioned, and this will bring the bank closer to its customers so that the bank can understand its customers and better cooperate with our stakeholders in the regions. The priority of the bank will continue to have its priority in the climate action. So in European Union, this is considered the common asset we should all be working on. As Luis said, this will contribute so that projects that promote this energy transition can be implemented in an accelerated pace, because we are getting closer and closer to the limit of 1.5 degree Celsius, because we don't want that, because we cannot fathom the consequences ahead. So there are projects that promote energy efficiency and renewable energy. These will be projects that will be in the bank's strategy. We continue with water sanitation projects here in Brazil and other countries of Latin America. We have been funded water projects as well. One other part that the bank has a lot of expertise in is urban transportation. We have funded subway systems in all Latin America capitals, or urban trains. This is one line of financing that should remain, and also multilateral financing with regional development banks that utilize our bank's resources to take them to medium and small sized enterprises that work with the climate somehow. And one other part, and we've had a very interesting operation 2 years ago when the pandemic started, was an operation with the Bank of the Northeast in Brazil, which has a project which is gender focused. A very important project that helped provide liquidity to small and medium sized enterprises, micro and small enterprises. And many of the companies were struck by the pandemic restrictions, and the bank supported their operations. So from our perspective, this is the main contribution of the European Union that we can offer to the region. So as I said, in cooperation with the European Commission and with the European development institutions. This will be the strategy for the bank in the next 7 years. Thank you, Alexandre. Very interesting to note that the European Investment Bank is a bank whose members are the European Union countries. Brazil is not an associate country, but we act in the region. So neighboring countries have mandates of partnerships, which is very important. I'd like to give the floor to Paloma Casero. She's the director of the World Bank to Brazil. She represents the World Bank Group in Brazil. Paloma, it's always important to revisit the name of the World Bank. The Bank for Reconstruction and Development is a very symbolic name, and it refers back to the origins of the bank in the Bretton Woods agreements at the end of the Second World War to create a new financial and economic system. The IMF is one of the other pillars created at the time. GATT, the International Organization of Trade, and then the World Trade Organization in the more recent decades. I'm mentioning all of that because the World Bank was created in a moment in which the world was destroyed by World War II. And if I'm not mistaken, the first operation of the World Bank was dedicated to France. France was destroyed in World War II, and it was the first credit operation for the reconstruction of a destroyed Europe. We live in a world of major climate emergencies, sustainable development challenges, and we are getting closer to the 2030 agenda, and there's also this conflict right now. I'd like you to tell us a little bit about the activities of the World Bank in Brazil, but also the global agenda, given the challenges we currently face. Thank you, and you have the floor, Paloma. Thank you, Sergio. It is my honor to be here with you. And greetings to Alexandre, Adama, and Luis. And thank you also to the presidency of the ABDE and the organizers. I'd like to start with the last point you mentioned about the risks and the relevance of the World Bank Group in Brazil currently. Given the Forum of Development and the ABDE report, I would like to emphasize the climatic risks and the impact not only over our economies but also on the most vulnerable populations. I'll start with the climatic risks that are aggravated by the complicated external situation in the macroeconomic level, but also, as you commented, in terms of the conflict, in the context of the conflict in Ukraine, that are impacting the whole world. In terms of climatic risks, we are concerned, as Luis explained, with several dimensions, because we can see that there is a discussion that's not specific to Brazil. It's happening all over the world, and the World Bank Group is committed to working with the partner countries in trying to mitigate those risks. And in the specific case of Brazil, we are concerned with the deforestation in the Amazon region. And first, there's a local impact. It really overloads the system in a forest area, which is one of the largest in the world, but it's also sensitive at a global level and regional levels as well. And the last studies point out to a reduction of the green area of the Amazon. That indicates that we should be very concerned with expanding actions to support reforestation, natural forests, but also to control deforestation. In addition to that, it's not just an environment problem. It actually affects the life conditions in the Amazon region, and it has an impact on biodiversity and agriculture. Another risk we're very much concerned with has to do with the natural disasters, which affect the whole world, including Brazil. And there's a number of risks. We have seeing an increased frequency of natural disasters, and these events have to do with very strong rains in many parts of the country, and the worst dry spells in the last 20 years. It really has affected the prices. And about the current conflict, this is another point of pressure on the price of food, and at the end this is translated in an impact on inflation and consumption products for populations, and the most vulnerable populations will suffer more. And in this sense, we have some challenges. Well, Brazil has a lot of opportunities to resume or to recover in a more resilient and green manner. So there are key sectors in the economy that can help us recover from the very harsh pandemic. So from the perspective of the role of financial institutions in the world and the World Bank, we consider important to look at this role of the World Bank in several different ways. First, we have a direct partnership with key sectors that can help green growth. The examples are similar to what Alexandre mentioned. For us, it's also very important to support the agricultural sector and the transition of the agricultural sector, especially in terms of low carbon. And we also have many projects that are guided to the strengthening of urban mobility, less dependency on traditional methods of transportation, which are very carbon intensive. And we also have key projects in the sectors of water and sanitation and everything that has to do with the infrastructure of the cities. First, this is very important because it accounts for many different disasters, and it has a lot to do with populational density. We can see also a lot of opportunities in green financing, and the financial sector in Brazil has a key role, and the bank has been a pioneer in this area. There's so many opportunities in the financial market to really support this climate transition, and opportunities such as opening carbon markets. So we can either have direct funding with projects and impact, and the second role is in that financial institutions have is to mobilize private capital, because in the case of Brazil, one additional challenge to climatic risks are fiscal or tax challenges. The pandemic was very harsh, so the fiscal situation is very delicate, and the federal governments and many of the subnational governments don't have enough tax space to deal with the growth that is needed for this climatic agenda of development.
And so part of the World Bank group, and also we are a group with financial and friendly cooperation. We can help mobilize this private capital for these important sectors and also leverage long-term financing. Many of the climate financing areas entail several challenges. One of them is insufficient long-term financing for investments in this area. Another important work that we are going to conduct in partnership with other multilateral, bilateral partners and the government of Brazil is to catalyze actions and confer credibility and transparency to criteria that investors need. For instance, in the area of green investment, we think that there are opportunities, but many of them lack harmonization of criteria in order to distinguish the carbon credit qualities and those that are really green, and many efforts require credibility of the taxonomy, green taxonomy criteria, but fundamentally the changes in business models of many companies, and so supporting, mobilizing and coordinating so many sectors that are going to improve credibility and transparency, because ultimately we know that there's huge potential. I'd like to end by mentioning all the potential of the energy sector, renewable energies, and Brazil in some areas of the north is leading together with Chile, and the development of the hydrogen potential, and also potential in area of renewable energies, both solar and wind energies. This is important because, well, I want to conclude by saying that there are many risks. It's important to have this coordination, as Luis said, the coordination of partnership, PPPs, and also involving international and domestic partners, and keeping in mind that there is potential. So this is very much related to coordination, a focus that is not only macro but also micro, because ultimately, yes, local populations, if local populations don't see a benefit, it will be difficult to sustain efforts. And so thank you, and I'd like to give the floor back to you. Thank you, Paloma. We will revisit some of the points you brought up. Before I give the floor to Ademar Marico, just to provide some more context, Ademar, Ademar is a career officer of the French Development Agency led by Hemiu. Hemiu is also president of the International Development Finance Club. It's a club that gathers the main development banks, national development banks of the world, and even some regional and multilateral development banks such as CAF, which was founded 10 years ago by the then president of BNDES, Luciano Coutinho, and president of the CAF at the time, and of KfW. And so this group evolved. There are elections, and in the scope of the presidency of the French Development Agency, they created the Finance in Common Summit, which is a milestone in the calendar of development finance institutions. And so within the ABDA has been participating in the editions and also with a section dedicated to subnational development banks. I had the opportunity to lead one of the high-level panels in 2020, 2021. I hope we will be present also in 2022, and also the Alliance of Subnational Development Banks of Latin America and Caribbean, gathering more than 200 professionals in the area, from the area, and also about sharing solutions, programs, successful programs in the financing of development of cities, micro, small companies, infrastructure projects, and the whole 2030 agenda. So with this context, I'd like to give the floor to Adama Marico, who has come directly from Paris to join us. You have the floor.
I'm sorry, I'm going to do it in English. Next time, maybe I will try a bit more of Portuguese. I'm really glad to be here, and thank you for that perspective you have given us. Finance in Common is the new kid in the block, I would say. It was founded 2 or 3 years ago, but it was founded by public development banks. Public development banks are here since longer ago. We have you have mentioned the fact that World Bank funded to France after the war, and the war was 70 years ago. French Development Agency just celebrated the 80 years anniversary, and of course, public development banks has been here since a while to finance the public policies and to help states to build better for their citizens. So, what is finance in common? Finance in common is a bold idea, I would say. It was the fact that public development banks has looked at themselves and say we should join forces and commit ourselves to solve one big problem, which is how we align ourselves and our activities, all our investments toward SDGs and Paris alignment and the 2030 agenda. This might seem utopic, but of course, the crisis and the COVID showed to everybody that it was about time that public development banks join their forces. Whether they are big, small, that is not the problem. And of course, if you look at my that thing I have on my suit, you see different colors, different size. All of them mean that public development banks can be in different regions, can be $1 billion or $1 million company, but they all move in the same direction, no matter their size. This is really the fact that we have to face challenges and to bring solutions for our governments. So how do we do it? Public development banks, as I said, we not just do summits for summits. We have to put some work and show what we do. It's not just to have advocacy and to make influence. Of course, it's important to give access to the small banks and the national development banks to the international fora. the international discussion. That was the first step we had brought. Finance in Common is like 530 banks around the world. This is quite huge. And of course, there are different modalities with those banks. You have some of them are just focused on working on their own ground countries, and you have some of them which have international activities. But if you look at some numbers, 90% of those financial institutions I've mentioned work in their national ground, 90%. And only 10% have international broad activity. So this is really important that we have key numbers in mind, because while we speak about development, some of us work in those international organizations, we usually think of north-south relation. It's not just that. It's, first of all, development banks created by the states in their own country for their own development. And that is the main point I wanted to mention here. And having banks collaborating among themselves give the opportunity sometime to some banks in Africa or Asia. They have not access to the international fora by themselves, but through Finance in Common, they had the access to go to the COP and speak out their problems. And they have access to go to the G20 or UN, in the UN agency to speak out their problem through Finance in Common. So, what was the commitment on Finance in Common? The first year, we have organized the first summit in Paris. At the time, we thought we was 450 banks. This number is not just something we have created. It is based on research, and I will tell you about that later. But by the time we have signed a joint declaration, which was signed by all the regional networks, including ALIDE from South America, and regional networks from Africa, Europe, Asia, and also several multilateral development banks. I've signed those declaration. We have in the joint declaration 50 commitments which has been taken by public development banks, and my job is daily basis to see how we implement this and how we report on that matter. The second year and the second edition has taken place in Rome, and there we have demonstrated actually that we could have a strong voice because and thanks to the Italian G20 presidency, the Finance in Common has been recognized as some movement by public development banks for SDGs and for the Paris Agreement, and that was a big achievement actually to have this G20 recognition. But not just that, Finance in Common is also a key milestone in the international debate, because at the COP26, and some of our panelists have mentioned it, it was really something obvious that public development banks and multilateral development banks have been mostly called to act more and to gather and to bring private finance, etc. But this message is not just for multilateral development banks, it's for all the public development banks, including those who work in their own countries. So it is important. At this point, we keep that in mind. I'm not going back to say what everybody have said. The time is critical. We have some social challenges. We have some security challenges linked sometimes with those social challenges. And we have these climate challenges. So the fact that the Public Development Bank can go to those international forums, influence on the policymakers, is not for themselves. It's actually to think themselves as part of the solution, how we can use that international money flows to concentrate it through the balance sheet we have and to leverage private finance and to bring solution at the proximity we have with customers for our projects. A few numbers. those 530 banks represent more than 20 trillion of balance sheet. This is huge. And every year, they bring 2.5 trillion of new investment in the world. So, if we see those numbers, we're like, why there is still poverty? Of course, this number can seem huge, but somehow it's not that big, because it's just between 12 to 15% of the international investment around the world. The rest of it comes from private sector and the state budgets. But what we have noticed is that during the COVID, the fiscal surface of states have been narrowed, and public development banks have stepped up to bring financement, and they pushed their capacity at more than 20% to bring solution and to bring quick responses and as the countercyclical role for their governments. That shows that we can do it. So let's not stop there. We have solutions, and time by time we are also discussing with our own states, and including that. I just want to congratulate ABDE and the Brazilian public development banks. The fact that you have, put on the table a program and to show to political candidates that you can be part of the solution is the matter. Now we're talking about this, because if you look at the governance of those public development banks, it's states. So we are here to bring solution for our governments, whether we are national development banks, sub-regional development banks, or international development banks. So those solutions, it's really important that we focus on what matters to people. Just to finish, when I speak about those big numbers, let's not fool ourselves. We are, first of all, each of us, while we are public development banks, we work on the ground. We have bits on the ground. This financing common is not just to make summits. It's, first of all, to find solutions and to share knowledge among public development banks. Because, as I said, we are all different. But having a research pillar within financing common, it is a way to bring the masterminds of research within the academia, within the economists, within the public development banks, to think about new solutions and share it among public development banks. That is a quite huge challenge, and within 2 years we have published 15 research papers so far. And also there is the last mile, which has to be something really important, and that is where the regional networks has their part of the burden by also transforming their own ecosystem locally. And that's what I've seen so far with ABDE. And I'm really glad to see that you have think about capacity building processes and have public development banks among themselves share also that burden of capacity building. That's why I'm glad to see that AFD, for example, have bring financement to ABDE to help of those capacity building. And I'm sure all our colleagues here also from European institutions think about those processes. So we have also to share that burden of building a local a strong ecosystem of public development banks that can take into account what really matters to people. I have a lot of things to say, but maybe we will share it later on. Thank you.
Obrigado, Adama.
Thank you, Adama. We will now move to the part of the debates, but it's important to highlight one point that Adama made. First, giving voice to development institutions, financial institutions of many countries and regions, and this is the exercise we are doing today and tomorrow with the presence of the 32 members of ABDE and the national presence of different agencies we have from the northern region, Roraima, Amapá, and development agencies, credit cooperatives and public banks all over Brazil. And BDE gives a voice but also brings the lessons learned to the ground level. Microcredit, SMEs, big companies, big infrastructure projects, small infrastructure projects as well, funding in innovation, funding to cities and municipalities in a very innovative manner. So indeed, Adama, as you said very well, these institutions are not only for credit and projects, but these are knowledge building institutions. Knowledge and capacity building is what we look for. With the joint effort of the members, we try to consolidate in our proposals, in our diagnostic and our missions. Our ABDE 2030 plan has over 40 pages of knowledge. So I'd like to go back with Luis Azu. The Basileia Bank and the central banks with many different stakeholders. I have followed your activities for quite some time, and even in the foray related to changes in the regulation, we've seen recently in Brazil the advances of the agenda of governance, social environmental governance, green funding, open banking, bringing this topic of transparency and competitiveness, the advances of fintechs, payment methods. I'd like you to tell us a little bit how this agenda goes through the Basileia Bank and how is the discussion with the main policymakers and regulators is going on right now, and how that distills into the small development agencies that are also regulated by central banks. At least it is in Brazil. I'll give you the floor, Luis. Thank you, Sergio. The regulation in the financial sector has a very important role to improve the instruments of credit risk assessment and also to strengthen financing. The two things go together. With the new technologies, with the digital ID document, with the digitization of common platforms, it will be much easier to grant credit in a more specific manner, in a more dedicated manner, while assessing better the content, the green content of the financial instruments, improving taxonomy, making the investors much clearer about what they are investing on. So this is one of the activities we have been promoting with the creation of our innovation fund. So we have several projects that will develop new technologies in the Basel Committee, and which will strengthen microcredit and the improvement of risk assessment, as well as green funding and green financing. We have also some work for central banks that aim to invest in greener instruments, if you will, products to fulfill their needs. But let me just go back quickly to one of the topics you have mentioned in the beginning, which is the effect of the European conflict on what we all do. It's very sad to talk about the term war. In any circumstance, it's always a tragedy. But we need to have a consensus that this might lead to two types of scenarios, extreme scenarios. One of the extreme scenarios, some of you have touched upon the consequences of that in terms of inflation, food prices, volatility, instability, and high prices of oil, the fossil fuels. And it may be the case that each country will protect itself better, so a protectionism because of the energy conflict. The conflict in Europe made energy become matter of social security, and this can develop in such a way in that this protectionism, this format of solving problems in an emergency manner, might lead to decisions in which you place as a secondary objective the fight against climate change and global warming. These could become secondary concerns, and it's an understandable scenario. We need to understand how the national security agenda will get mixed up with the energy independence agenda and the sustainability agenda and climate change agenda will have to be fit into to this system. And there can be another scenario, because there is an awareness to the fact that we cannot depend on fossil fuels, whatever they are. We should start to develop, and we should accelerate a plan to reach carbon neutrality. Europe has begun that, and many countries have claimed that need as well, and many countries have committed with this agenda of carbon neutrality. So maybe this brutal situation of energy emergency in Europe can serve as a warning, so that we can associate that need to the acceleration of the transition of our society's productive systems to depend less and less on fossil fuels. Not only because we know that they are directly or indirectly reason for conflict, but also because we know, well, the last report of the IPCC, several academics, we know that this dependence on, in general terms, is something that leads us to lose another war, which is a war against climate change and global warming, which is being lost today. Our emission levels of greenhouse effect gases are not being reduced, they are increasing actually. This is a crucial matter for us to reflect upon how we should work to solve the very serious conflicts that are going on in the world, but also that we should put together an agenda that is being developed, well, among all of us, but especially by you, development banks, which is the transformation of our societies to a productive system for carbon neutrality. And at the same time, we should have environmental sustainability and social justice. This is what I had to say. Thank you. Thank you, Luis. Well, talking about emergencies, Alexandre, the European Investment Bank, well, you gave us a general overview of the strategy and priorities in our region. So you touched upon some of the aspects mentioned by Luis as well in Glasgow, in the pavilion of investment. We were at the site of the hub of civil society, where I had the opportunity to attend to some of the activities. So Alexandre, I'd like you to talk about two emerging topics which are quite relevant as examples, which is the activity of the development of the vaccine for COVID-19 and the crisis in Ukraine. It is true, the bank, in addition to, well, despite our activities are focused on climate, in 2012 we decided to become the climate bank in European Union. So half the funding we offer to all regions in Europe are dedicated to climate topics, and this represents 60 billion euros a year. When the pandemic came up, the bank understood the emergency and started to cooperate with vaccine manufacturers from several companies that were investing in this investigation, and some companies have achieved good results. Pfizer Biotech is one of the companies that managed to participate, and it's also important to see that in terms of the engagement of the bank in the production of vaccines didn't stop there. We have a very strong activity in decentralizing the production of vaccines, because we realized, of course, this was something that caught us all by surprise, but there was a mismatch or an unbalanced situation in terms of where the vaccines were being produced, and terrible delays of distribution to certain areas of the planet. So we are now engaged in creating satellites, regional satellites of production that can provide service to several countries. I participated in a seminar 2 weeks ago organized by the Mexican government, and so OFC, the World Bank was there. Paloma is here as well. So they share this perspective, is that it's not possible, it's not acceptable that each country should have a lab to produce vaccines to their countries, because that generates deficiency. But when we have satellites that can provide for a micro region, a group of countries is already a solution that can meet the need to distribute vaccines in a faster and more equitable manner among all countries. So the Ukraine conflict, Luis commented on that, and we are all very sad to see this aggression. This is something that in Europe it was expected for it to be left in the past, but in the 21st century we have yet another conflict.
So the energy part for the European Union, the energy issue and dependence on Russian gas, is something that led all member states to a meeting in Paris to rediscuss how to make a transition to decrease this dependence. So this is already underway, with discussion groups seeking solutions to reduce dependence. And the European Investment Bank, which was created also after the Second War with the idea of unifying Europe and providing interconnection of sectors such as energy, transport, and telecommunications. So the bank will certainly participate in this energy transition that we all hope will be a clean transition with no emissions. Europe is committed to becoming a neutral continent in upcoming years, and so let us all hope that this violence will end as soon as possible and peace be re-established. Thank you, Alexandre. These are very relevant topics and of concern for all of us. Of course, we are concerned with the world in general, situation of the world in general, and these emergencies. I'd like to give the floor very quickly towards the end of our session. I'd like to give the floor first to Paloma. Paloma, can you provide the view of the World Bank from now on? We see the wealth and diversity of financial institutions in each of the stages, from subnational to national to regional. And so you, as a global bank, at a time when there's the entry of new players and recent creation of two multilateral development banks, the New Development Bank and the BRICS Bank in Shanghai, and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, the OAID. So these are two members of the family of major multilateral banks. And they coordinate, and the group this year, if I'm not mistaken, is chaired by the European Investment Bank. Last year it was the Islamic Development Bank, and so the coordination of financing policies at a global level. And so you, as the big brother, the older brother, what kind of collaboration can we expect? First, it's important to have this diversity of partners and public banks. Adama mentioned the regional, local, national levels and multilateral level. And so it's important. Well, it's a landscape, a financial landscape that is very diversified, and that's good. Each bank will clearly have their priorities, but if we look at the messages from all the banks mentioned, the MDP, we have CAF, we have the IDB, we have several regional banks also cooperating in the region and in Brazil. So I believe there is alignment of priorities. This development that needs to be inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. And so I believe that the banks have been, or need to make an effort to coordinate, for example, together with other entities, the criteria, the importance, for instance, in the area of climate financing, the importance of harmonizing green taxonomies, for instance. And so these banks, there are several forums, and it's important to achieve international alignment about these criteria in order to help mobilize private capital. I also believe that there are many examples. In the case of Brazil, we've seen close collaboration in the COVID response. In the COVID response, all the banks present here coordinated. NDB, IDB, CAF, World Bank, FD, they coordinated, and it was a beautiful example that in partnership with the government of Brazil, that this quick, agile coordination is important in responding to the crisis posed by the pandemic. Secondly, we had several areas where private capital was needed in infrastructure financing, and we have several examples of coordination with parallel financing. We have projects with the French Development Agency, the financial side of the agency, and these are important steps. The challenges, the investment challenges, are huge, and we need more investment. As I said, there's the fiscal challenge. This fiscal space is not yet the coordination of the banks is very important in this area, and also important to support long-term financing. Another important topic. So we see a lot of short-term investment financing, but also equity financing, which is another aspect that needs support. Thank you. Thank you, Paloma. I'd like to give the floor now to Adama Arico for a conclusion on his first trip to Brazil. I hope it is the first of many. Adama, the floor is yours.
It was actually a dream to come in Brazil, so it's now fulfilled, and for sure I'll come back again. Yeah, there is you said it, there is an emergency, but I think that we are not at the fatality point, because public development banks have already shown also their capacity to bring quick responses in an emergency time. So I think that there is some step we have acquired. We have set the bar high, our public development banks, and we should continue and not lose what we have succeeded to do. If I take the Brazilian example, and it have been also mentioned by Paloma, the fact that you have all those public development banks coming together, collaborate to bring one quick response is something quite exemplary, and I think that this should be the new normal, actually. Rémi Rioux, as the president of IDFC and Finance in Common, used to take this example by saying that countries, they have their global strategy, so they do geopolitics, they compete, and sometimes, sadly, we see it right now in a bad manner. But also we know that private sector, as they have brands and private I see private opportunities, so they may also be competing, and this is also the normal way to do business. But public development banks should not compete, and what we do is we collaborate. So let's just keep that momentum, and the urgency is, I mean, as high as we don't have any choice that to keep collaborating. That's what we do in Finance in Common, and that's where also we think that we have quite a beautiful time to come, but the challenges won't be less important. So the fact that we have to mobilize private sector, of course, each one of us as public development banks has to do it in his own ground, in his own constituency, but at the international level, the fact that we have the creation of the G-Funds, Global Financial Alliance Network for Net Zero, it is important that public development banks join forces with G-Funds to keep building back better through this new time of after COVID. There is urgencies. I think the most important one is to invest in social matters. Social investment is not a cost, and we have to say it, because sometimes we think that by bringing subsidies or making long-term loans with low rates in social matters, it can be, you know, sometimes the second choice, but no, we have to make it the first choice. But because investing in social matters, it's not a cost. Actually, it's an opportunity for the long term, and that's where the banks are working on health, on education systems. So maybe two last points. The human rights and the CSOs, the civil society, it's really important at the time we are at, and all the social challenges we have, the gap we have between capital and the daily basis impact of the security matters, of climate matters, mean that we have to keep in our project, keep an eye on the human rights matters to pass it, you know, to give more peace in the space while we bring financial flows into the economics. So there will be Finance in Common in 2022. This will be in Abidjan, and it's the first time that we go out of Europe. The first edition was in Paris. Last year it was in Rome. This time it is organized, and thank you very much to our colleagues from European Investment Bank and the African Development Banks. Two major multilateral development banks took the floor and will organize the next summit, and the thematics is quite actual. We will talk about green growth, recovery, social investment. We will also talk about several thematics which will be really interesting for Brazil to come to showcase what you have achieved on that matter. I mean by that the fact that we will talk about funding cities and how to build coherent urban development, and also how to have blue economy. So it's really important that you come as ABDE and its members to showcase what you have achieved here in Brazil and the exemplarity of the work you have doing here. And I'm really thankful to Alide and Brazil, ABDE, for your involvement in the financing common process. So let's keep it up, because 20% of the public development banks on the world are actually in Latin America. 20% is quite huge, and it shows that there is a place also to demonstrate those things. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, Adama, Luiz, Paloma, Alexandre.
Thank you. Thank you to all the members of the second panel, and I conclude hoping that the Development Forum will be part of the events that in this what should become an international, will be part of the international circuit, and we hope to welcome an edition of Finance in Common in Brazil, who knows, in the upcoming years. Thank you to all the participants of this debate, and our discussions continue with panel 3, which will address the contribution of international cooperation for development, sustainable development.
Muito bem, estamos de volta.
Welcome back. We'll now have a debate about the role of international cooperation for sustainable development, highlighting the challenges and opportunities involved in the collaboration and coordination of different stakeholders on behalf of the 2030 Agenda. To address the topic, we have Lamine Sol, Joint Director of AFD in Brazil, Marcos Tadeu, Senior Professional of the New Development Bank, Jorge Moreira da Silva, Director of the Organization for the Cooperation and Development, the Economic Development, the OECD. We would like to highlight that Ms. Maria Janete Ruiz, Vice President of the Latin American Association of Financial Institutions for Development, ALIDE, had a problem and could not participate in our event today. Ms. Ruiz apologizes for the occurrence. Her contributions will be made available in the website of the ABDE. To moderate this panel, we would like to call upon Cristiano Prado, who is the coordinator of the Inclusive Socioeconomic Department in Brazil. He is in our studio. You have the floor, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon. My name is Cristiano Prado. I am the leader of the Department of Inclusive Socioeconomic Development in Brazil. It is my pleasure and my honor to moderate this panel. I'd like to thank for the invitation extended to the UNDP. We had the opportunity to get to know the ABD 2030 plan, which provides a challenging view and a number of opportunities to join actions with the SDGs. And there is a broad discussion about the role of international technical cooperation in this direction and how it can reach the necessary scale to work as a catalyzer of development agencies in the country. So to discuss this and other matters, we have the topic, and we have Mr. Jorge Moreira da Silva, Lamine Sol, Joint Director of AFD in Brazil, and Marcos Tadeu. Marcos, I'm sorry that you are alone on the stage, but please know that we are all with you. Marcos Tadeu is our Senior Professional of the New Development Bank. Each speaker will have 7 minutes, and then we will have a debate, a very brief one. And to begin, I would like to call Mr. Jorge Moreira da Silva. He is the director since November of 2016 of the Department of the Cooperation and Department of the OECD, and he also worked in Portugal as a Minister of Environment, and he occupied several different positions in the government. He has a degree from the Porto University and a post-graduation. Jorge, welcome. You have the floor. Obrigado, Cristiano. I'd like to start off by thanking the invitation of ABDE to participate in this forum. I'd like to greet my panelists and all of the participants of this important forum. We are at the moment facing crossroads at global scales. We have several crises that had been with us for a long time. Climate change, inequality, but also with other crises that attract greater attention and mobilization of resources currently, which is the case of the pandemic and the humanitarian crisis that have affected several continents and are now affecting Europe with this crisis in Ukraine. As I could see in other panels, the important is that we should be up to the challenge. So these emergency of crises that were not in the radar, but also to ensure that we maintain a renewed attention to the climatic crisis, and especially considering the agenda of the Sustainable Development Goals. In climatic terms, we have to consider that we have three major gaps at a global level. We have a gap of the fulfillment of the SDGs that the countries have presented. The level of the Paris Agreement do not correspond to the ambition which is needed. So in terms of the International Panel on Climate Change, show us an increase of 2.7 degrees and not the maximum increase of 1.5 degrees. We have another gap, which is the time gap, the inconsistency between short, medium and long term. If it's true that countries are assuming commitments with carbon neutrality, well, we lack some action in the next decade, action that is compatible with carbon neutrality in 2050. And data is also very eloquent. We would need to reduce global emissions in the next 8 years in 45%. So, but however, we have an increase of emissions of 14.5%. And the other third gap is the funding gap, the financing gap, especially climatic financing in countries that are about to crash. The Copenhagen target failed from the target. We had 80 billions, and only in 2023 we would reach 100 billion, but we know that these 100 billion per year is just a drop in the ocean of the needs that the countries face. In the area of energy, according to the data from the National Energy Agency, we would need funding of about $1 trillion a year on clean energy. So in this context of gap in financing and gap in the ambition and also in inconsistency of what we have been doing in this decade and what we need to do for carbon neutrality up to 2050, it's important that we have a narrative we move from a narrative of ambition to an ambitious fulfilling, so ambitious action. So this is translated at the financial level, and I cannot talk about the other topics, but it's important to underline the essential role of financing. And in this transition, we need not only ambition but also a fair transition. So at the same time as we decarbonize society, we should also fight inequality among countries and inside countries. In this sense, there is a financing agenda that cannot be limited to the increase of funding. The increase of funding to development, in this case to sustainable development, is a necessary condition, but not a sufficient condition. We don't need more funding. We need to improve funding and put them in line with the sustainability goals and to fight inequalities. And at the end, we need to place funding in line with the 2030 agenda and with the Paris Agreement. And there are countries that have promoted efforts, including Brazil, in that direction. In the market of green finance, and it's one of the largest markets in Latin America, with almost $6 billion in green emissions in 2017. But if the financing agenda is important, we need to create the right context for investment. We do not lack funding at a global scale. We know that there are $373 trillion in the financial markets, in pension funds, in capital markets. The problem is to ensure that this funding is made available and is in line with environmental and climate issues as well as social aspects. We have market failures can only be overcome by policy. with the creation of a more attractive environment for private investment. And in this context, the public development banks play a crucial role. The national development banks for many years have not been duly recognized in international discussions. We talk a lot about the role of the multinational banks, but the national development banks didn't have their roles recognized. And the role that IDFC has performed, not only to grant visibility to the agenda, but also to coordinate the role of the other banks, has been a very important role. And the agenda of financing common is quite important as well, because the national development banks fulfill a unique role. On one hand, these are public banks in which the shareholders are the governments, so they should have the capacity to fund projects and the design of policies. And they're also facilitators of additional funding for sustainable development, namely through the planet financing. I'm almost done, Cristiano. And this is a very important role in OECD. We are working not only with Brazil but also with other countries in blended finance, and we have approved this for the purpose of development. We've approved it for the G20, and we have to work with a better alignment between the financial market of the SGs and the SDGs, developing new metrics, standards, rules, and is a very important role for the development banks to play. And the role Brazil has been performing in this activities and partnerships with OECD and other countries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jorge, for your presentation. I think you brought forth very important points to our discussion, especially financing to exchange ambition for an ambitious execution. I really enjoyed that part. So I will give the floor to Lamini Solo. He is Joint Director of AFD in Brazil. He entered the French Agency of Development, AFD, in 2007 as a financial advisor and head of financial operations, responsible for the financial actions regulated by the group, and dialogue and external oversight. He started working with risk management, where he was responsible for credit assessment for non-sovereign operations of the AFD, and since 2018 he is Joint Director of AFD in Brazil. Lamini, good afternoon, you have the floor. Thank you, Cristiano. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank the ABD for inviting me to be here. It is my great pleasure to be here. And I would also like to congratulate the organization team. It's a great logistic and technical challenge. I'd like to greet my fellow speakers. Most of the participants are remote, are attending remotely. Jorge Tadeu, my apologies as well for leaving you there all alone. But, well, as many other countries, France supports the agenda and the priorities of the strategic plans of the ABDE. And the French Development Agency supports the stakeholders of the national development system with funding and technical assistance. At this occasion, I'll focus on some of the main challenges so that we can expand partnerships and increase the attraction of international resources to Brazil. One of the most obvious, but in the operational point of view, we have in Brazil a lot of investment to be made in infrastructure, and for that, for international banks, in terms of the AFD, we can fund and support these projects. But first we need to have projects. That means having good projects in the social and environmental perspective, the economic perspective, and also using a word used by George, alignment. They have to be aligned with sustainability. Of course, banks such as ours can provide funds for feasibility studies and also strengthen and train development banks that need us, but also those final customers that will actually execute the investment, the milestone that we addressed today as well. Another challenge that I would like to point out is the financial aspect. So there is the challenge for international development banks such as the AFD, giving you an example of a major challenge, which is the local currency and the exchange risk, because we know that in some countries this challenge is bigger than in others. In the case of Brazil, international transfers make it very difficult to implement RED and the possibility of establishing funding in reais, in foreign currency for us. So we know that the central bank is already working on that so that we can add solutions. This is a very important challenge in which we have to advance the long-term financing that infrastructure demands in Brazil.
Another challenge that I'd like to point out is the issue of the products. Many of our colleagues in international banks, many of us are working to structure and propose adapted products that are adapted to local needs. These are new products. We've been talking about guarantees and several other items such as green bonds and social bonds, etc. I'll give another precise example in the Brazilian context, which is the financing of municipalities. In Brazil, financing municipalities for development banks and agencies, this entails very low credit risk. This is well known, but there's a capital cost that is quite significant, and perhaps we might work together to find solutions, conduct pilots and tests to reduce this cost and allow leveraging more financing, specifically for the smaller municipalities that have greater difficulty accessing credit. I'd also like to point out another very important point beyond the technical operational issue and financial issue, which is the institutional issue. In order to increase the volume of international resources, this is an important point, because for public banks, from our point of view, it's very important the role played by shareholders, because there needs to be a vision and a political leadership, and the role of the development bank of that particular state in the territory. Jorge mentioned ambition, and this is a very important point for us in analyzing and conducting conversations. What is the ambition of the state that has a bank? And what is the ambition of the bank? And the bank has the role of talking to its shareholders. And so our role here in Brazil, beyond financing and loans, is the provision of technical assistance, accompanying our financing And also we are structuring now with a BDE in order to benefit all the banks and members of a BDE, even the smallest ones, through the technical cooperation that we are launching in complementing the work already started by CAF and IDB and World Bank, etc. And so my time is almost up. I'd like to conclude by saying that in these challenges, we have a lot of homework in facing these challenges, and so we are all together in this, in trying to turn these challenges into cooperation opportunities, leveraging more financing for better projects with greater impacts. Thank you. Thank you for your perspective. It's great that you have identified 4 challenges that technical cooperation faces based on the FD example. This is valid for all the AFD. This is valid for all international cooperation, and I would like to hear you more on that. I'd like to invite Marcos Tadeu, who joined the New Development Bank in June 2019. He was the first officer of the regional office in Brazil, and he works in representation, generation of projects, management of portfolios, and also in the infrastructure sector of Brazil. And before joining the New Development Bank, he worked for 13 years at the World Bank as senior specialist in water and sanitation in Brazil. Marcos is now representing all of us on the stage. Marcos, the floor is yours. Thank you, Cristiano. On behalf of NDB, I would like to thank ABD for the invitation to come and talk to you. And I will excuse Lamini for promising to be here but not being able to. But we all know cooperation requires connectivity. So connectivity is a key word, or actually cooperation, a key word, a synonym of the agenda, the development agenda. The 2030 ABD agenda launched this morning is very much aligned with local and international development banks, and this alignment is a platform for us to collaborate and for the country to grow. So thank you for the opportunity. Many who are watching us live or online might not know what the NDB is, the NDB. So we know all about the World Bank, right? But we are the startup, the NDB that was created only 6 years ago. We're the new kid on the block, and with our office in Brazil only 5 years, for 5 years. And so this was created based on the identification. Actually, it's not only the BRICS now, and we have other countries joining. In Latin America, we have Uruguay, the next member of the NDB, and we hope to shortly be working together. The challenges of the world of the 21st century, so complex, as Jorge said, and a sequence of crises, economic crisis, inequality crisis. We focus on sustainable infrastructure, so inequality of access to infrastructure, goods and services, a crisis with a huge impact on poverty. Those who lack access are generally poor, and so the development agenda, which is about overcoming crises towards sustainable development, it is necessarily inclusive, also in terms of provision of financing for infrastructure and sustainable development services. Perhaps the diagnosis lacked another restriction that we need to address, which is fiscal restriction. And so in the aftermath of all the challenges, the climate challenge, poverty challenge, inequality challenge, the pandemic brought a huge health challenge with impacts on the economy and also fiscal capacity of developing countries. So how to deal with huge demands in an agenda that requires government. Government is essential, but governments with less financial capacity to tackle challenges. And so this whole set of challenges, including the fiscal one, mobilizes us towards an ambitious agenda. In order to be ambitious, we need to be optimistic. We need to be able to see challenges, but also to create instruments and means to overcome them and build the path of overcoming towards inclusive and sustainable development. And so the banks play a key role, whether international or local banks. In the Brazilian case, the local banks, whether it's in the states or regional or national banks, what we can bring here is more than money. It's the agenda of cooperation, exchange of knowledge among countries, and the mutual learning that we can develop. An agenda for mobilizing more resources and getting the private sector to complement and so the agenda of challenges to be overcome requires cooperation. And NDB, this new kid in the block created in 2014 in Fortaleza, started its operations in 2016, opened an office in 2019, and shortly after in São Paulo, and then right after we had the pandemic. And so how can this new bank collaborate in this agenda with a focus on sustainable infrastructure? First, in our mission, in addition to focusing on these two sectors, infrastructure and sustainability, we have to look at the demands of countries. And so the bank was created by developing countries. BRICS might be the only bloc that was able to create a multi-regional bank collaborating with its development agenda, and these are countries that are located far apart, but were able to establish a financial cooperation instrument, which is the case of the NDB. And so another challenge is how to combine the demands that countries have for development and infrastructure with the increasing need for conservation of natural elements and preservation of natural resources, conservation and climate issues, a reduction of emissions, at the same time tackling this huge gap of access to infrastructure services. How can we develop? And the bank also collaborates with the climate agenda. Now, our strategy is very clear that we are here to support each country with their own targets, with NDB as a partner in support of the achievement of targets in reduction of emissions and the Paris Agreement targets, and clear that fair climate transition for all, which is compatible with the degree of development and capacities and demands of each country. So in Brazil and developing countries in general, we very often focus on mitigation and reduction of emissions when we have simultaneously, together with the deficit in access to infrastructure services, we have a huge agenda of climate adaptation and resilience, which is a very important role for development banks to look at, because climate vulnerability affects essentially the poor in our countries. So how to develop an agenda that is climatically appropriate and also fair from the point of view of transition for each of our countries, and also with resilience. And so another important issue which is important for our development partners in Brazil especially, that we support national systems. So the bank uses what we call the rules of the country, and so we comply with the rules of the country. So we have very good rules in Brazil, but the difficulty is implementing them. When the bank in its social environmental risk analysis. When we monitor the systems in the country, we collaborate for the country to improve its implementation capacity using its own rules whenever they are aligned with the policies of the bank. And in our strategy, we have a strong interaction with regional development banks. The first operation of the bank was with BNDES in sustainable energy. This operation has already been concluded, and we continue in this way. In the past few years, we had $1.8 billion of credit operations approved, 500 million to be approved this year, and next month we hope to approve several others, and together with the Bank of Brazil, a very relevant topic, infrastructure in the area of agriculture, sustainable infrastructure, something that Brazil needs to develop further with a huge global demand, and also with vis-a-vis the conflict in Europe. And so the agenda of cooperation is very important for us because it allows us, a small bank with a portfolio of over 500 billion or 2 billion the BNDES, and so to gain capillarity, reaching small cities in the operations with BNDES and the Bank of Sao Paulo operation with Conforplata, and reaching sectors that we would have been unable to reach. And also adaptation, mitigation, climate operations, so we can gain capillarity at the same time increasing our impact. And so this is a role that we need to develop between the international bank and local banks with a view to achieving the goals of the country, achieving fair and balanced development. Thank you. Thank you, Marcos.
Indeed, cooperation demands connectivity. This is another sentence I'll take forward with me. I would like to begin the part of the debates. We have some questions, and I would like to ask the friends from the panel to give brief answers so that we can have one question to each. So I'd like to begin with Jorge. Brazil is beginning a process of joining the OECD, and in an eventual success of this process, what is your opinion about the opportunities of expansion of the international technical cooperation? So the ascension of Brazil to the OECD is an opportunity of technical cooperation, and it can be more and more in line with sustainable development. Thank you, Cristiano. Indeed, the process of Brazil joining OECD is a great opportunity to both parties. So Brazil can take advantage of having exchanges with different countries of the OECD. I had this experience as a minister of Portugal. Participation of Portugal in the OECD was very important for Portugal to take advantage of the experience of other countries. So Brazil will certainly benefit from this participation, but OECD will also benefit from the presence of Brazil in a global perspective. And we are already collaborating a lot with Brazil. Despite Brazil is not an effective member of the OECD, we are still in the process, but is a key partner of the OECD. And as a key partner of the OECD, we have worked a lot with Brazil. Brazil is part of the dialogue of the OECD with Latin America and Caribbean regions. And Brazil is a global leader, is a trilateral, as you like to say, and that partner is, and this was very important with for our agenda in Buenos Aires, and it will be very important in OECD because this triangular cooperation is a method of cooperation which has a lot of merit in itself. It's not a niche within the cooperation north-south or south-south. The role of Brazil will be very important for a better alignment of the OECD agenda and the G20 agenda. And in G20, the blended financing, impact investment, and sustainable development funding will become even more evident. These topics will. And Brazil is already a national leader in green financing. So with this pioneering and leadership role, we can work with the G20 countries. And a last comment I would leave you with as an example of cooperation that can be reinforced with the presence of Brazil in OECD, which is a better connection between the SDGs and the other targets agendas. So I'm very familiar with the language. The language is the SDGs language. When we talk to the banks and with the private sector, the conversation is about the ESGs. So we need to have a narrative and a conversation which is more compatible in terms of these two dimensions, the ESGs and the SDGs. And this will happen in a phase in which we know that the UNFCCC, G20, and the Financial Stability Board will be looking at this topic of sustainable finance and investments. We have started an initiative in the OECD that connects sustainable development, sustainable investment, and sustainable financing, which involves metrics for measuring the impact of investment. We have new rules and the approval of principles of market practices for climate transition of relevant financing and investment. So a country like Brazil that has a green agenda which is so robust, we should connect better the SGs with the SDGs and creating better conditions for an alignment of the metrics at the global level. I think this is a great opportunity of cooperation at the level of the OECD, and I see this with a lot of interest, this process of the joining of Brazil in OECD. Thank you, Jorge. Marcos, Brazil is a big country. It has different needs, different capacities, and different resources for the various states and regions of the country. You know that quite well, but I would like to know, how do you consider that the new development bank can work as an inductor to make possible the capturing of resources and considering the capillarity of these resources? I know that you have been working with that, so how can you not only work but also to support other banks to expand this directioning and the strengthening of the capacities in such a manner that would meet more specifically the needs of regions and states of the country? Thank you, Cristiano. You talked about a fundamental, you touched upon a fundamental topic, because the size of Brazil, with its huge disparities, causes for funding options to be different. You cannot compare sanitation in the metropolitan area of São Paulo with 21 million inhabitants with Acre, in which many cities don't have access to road stations, or so the solutions need to be adequate to each reality. So a bank like ours have the facility of bringing resources and knowledge. This is a differential that we have. No, it's not just resources. All of us together, IDB, CAF, Fomplata, World Bank, we will all be small when facing Brazilian demands. So first, how can we maximize impact? So we have the agenda of the financial agenda, so mobilize resources, so the money that we bring in the public and private cooperation, and we work with the two types of cooperations. How can we leverage more resources, and how can we bring along the agenda of knowledge, which is so important not only for bringing knowledge but to take knowledge abroad as well. For example, we have the first 100% evidence-based, results-based agenda. So we should we have this project with reproducibility. So this is part of the financial cooperation. One of the forms we found to increase capillarity and reach places and demands that we wouldn't reach with 1 million reais, 10 million reais, is the cooperation with the regional development banks. BRDE, for example, from the states of the south, most of the demands are in municipalities for urban infrastructure, rural or social infrastructure. We could never understand those demands and impacts if not through a cooperation with the local institutions, or high complexity projects that a single agent could not cope with, that would demand a cooperation with different financial institutions. So you have a cooperation with a big bank like the BNDES. So we have to take a look at the different demands and see how can we maximize impact. One example that I find very relevant that we shouldn't lose sight of, commented by Adama and Paloma, is the COVID example. It made 6 international banks and the federal government to mobilize to leverage 4.5 billion reais to support 3 social components for the mitigation of social impacts of COVID. And then 2 global banks were brought together to mitigate the economic effects of COVID. These cooperations of social impact or economic impact illustrate how we can, in the agenda of cooperation, to bring resources as well as knowledge to maximize the impact of our actions and collaborate more effectively. So our support to the fund of credit, to every dollar we place in the treasury to reimburse investments, has been returned in $5 in credit, guaranteed credit operations. So it's a hedge fund, and it could leverage the credit to companies. So we can use this tool or this example as an instrument that the cooperation agenda would bring to maximize the impact that we can have in financial cooperation. Thank you, Marcos. I'd like to close to a last question to Lamini. Lamini, in your address you talked about the importance of having good projects while meeting social, economical and environmental requirements. Having projects is a historical challenge in Brazil. We have observed a lot of difficulty with that for years. So how do you consider that technical cooperation can act in a cooperative manner to seek out solutions, and how do you see the role ABD could have in supporting, or rather in eliminating this bottleneck that affects international technical cooperation, considering the demands of the associate institutions like development institutions? Thank you, Cristiano. It is true that it is a question and a theme very important in Brazil. I'm here since 2018, and I hear this since 2018, since I arrived in the country. I've been hearing that Brazil has liquidity, it has money. Brazilian banks, Brazilian financial system is very well known internationally for having a liquidity. So one of the questions could be, why isn't the financing reaching the projects? And it's true that in the end it's a matter of risk. Why would someone fund a project and not another? So this matter of having good projects is fundamental, because we are talking about very long-term funding, so 20-25 years of financing. So these projects need, due to the importance of these projects, they are infrastructure projects mostly, so they need to be well structured. So technical cooperation that we have with the AFE is to support through technical cooperation two main axes. One of them is to fund the initial study of the initial idea of a municipality or a state or a company that has a project of infrastructure to work with, and they have to make a study and a volume of the projects to be conducted, and cause that the fact that in the current context, it becomes very complicated to fund all of these studies. So AFD is putting available resources to fund these studies. This is a partnership with the BNDES, Caixa Econômica Federal, and some sectors that are priority for the Brazilian government, that the Brazilian government established as priorities, which is public lighting, water and sanitation, solid waste. So we are providing these resources. The values is 2.5 million euros to fund these studies. And then a technical cooperation that we could implement. This technical cooperation can also help and support both the Brazilian banks that we're providing financing to, those who are in the ABDE forum, as well as the beneficiaries of the funding. Well, our technical cooperation alongside with financing can support projects.
So the BAD clients themselves then would have training or in this topic of strategic planning and planning of infrastructure works, management monitoring, infrastructure analysis, etc. So our role is to mobilize these resources, which can be on the side of AFD, resources of the French government, of the European Union, or the Green Climate Fund, so that we can support studies for good projects and also structuring of projects, as well as capacity building of whoever is going to run this project and till the end, till its conclusion. Thank you, Lamini. Thank you to all the participants of this panel. And to conclude, I'd like to invite you all to watch two short videos of one from Sicredi and one from Zubanis. And thank you. Have a good afternoon. Hello, greetings to you all. I am João Tavares, Director President of the Sicredi Bank, the Sicredi Cooperative System. On behalf of the system, I'd like to thank you for the invitation to address such an important topic, and also congratulate the initiative and bringing this topic to the fore. Before addressing sustainability and highlighting how this works, in our company, I'd like to point out that we are a cooperative financial institution with over 5 million associates, and we have a credit portfolio of over 130 billion reais, almost 200 billion in assets. We're proud of these figures. But behind this, there are people. We are cooperatives and institutions made of people and for people, with the purpose of building together a more prosperous society. This is very much related to development, sustainable development. And so we are members of the Global Pact proposed by UN and engaged in the Sdgs. And we try to contemplate collaboration for the achievement of each of these goals in our actions. That's why we are guided by the Sicredi sustainability goals, and on the basis of these pillars we look for achievements, and we pursue sustainable development in the communities where we work and through the economic instruments that we provide. And we work strongly with some social programs with a focus on education, financial education, child education, and school cooperative programs. I'd like to highlight some projects and initiatives that are more specific. In 2021, through support to local projects, we were able to neutralize GHG gases of Sicredi, and we neutralized fully our emissions for the second year. And contributing to this topic through our products and services, we enter partnerships with international entities and multilateral entities such as the KfW and the French Development Bank. So we raised resources to finance enterprises led by women. This is one of our great contributions. And we also incentivize the use of solar energy, one of our most important portfolios, which has more than doubled in the past 12 months, reaching around 4 billion. And so we raised with the EFC 600 million reais in an operation that has already earned the CBI seal, establishing the best practices at world level in terms of integrity and environmental sustainability. In 2022, we had the first emission of a green bond, and also directed to energy efficiency projects. IDB had already conducted other operations with us, also with the JICA, Japanese Development Agency. These are just some details of how we try to work and how we engage with sustainable development. I'd like to place Sicredi at your disposal for exchange of information, and so that you can learn more about our actions. Thank you. Access our site, get in touch with us. Congratulations on your initiative. The Development Bank of the State of Espírito Santo recently held its first credit operation with an international financial institution. In this credit operation, we sought to raise $30 million, of which 20% are to be loaned to companies led by women, credit that will be allocated to working capital for small and micro companies. These funds are important in placing our bank on the radar of industry and trade in our state. These funds allowed us to reposition the development bank in the industry of the state of Espírito Santo. We are back on the radar of big entrepreneurs, medium entrepreneurs, and micro entrepreneurs. We owe a lot to IDB. This credit operation will be re-edited in the near future because we were able to increase the capacity of our team, and we will look for more now. These resources re-established our credit power, which we had lost some time ago. And with this, we are overcoming the pandemic crisis and generating employment in our state. Thank you to our guests for their participation. In a short while, we'll come back with the panel Blended Finance and Guaranteeing Instruments in the 2030 Agenda. Stay with us. See you soon.
Estamos de volta com a programação do primeiro dia de Fórum do Desenvolvimento ABDA 2022. Neste nosso próximo painel, o tema será Blended Finance e Instrumentos.
So our next panel on Blended Finance and Instruments that Guarantee the 2030 Agenda. So we are back with our program. Our guests will address the importance of mechanisms and instruments that combine the use of public resources and private resources in fulfilling the 2030 Agenda. I'd like to invite Rafael Cavazzoni, expert leader in financial markets of IDB, Martin Schroeder, director of the KfW in Brazil, and Luana Ozimela, CEO of Dima Consult. As moderator of the debate, Paulo Bolsas, director of the Bank of Brazil. Good afternoon, Paulo. Welcome. Good afternoon. It's an honor to be here, participating in this development forum, which is so important for all the institutions and groups that participate in the construction of a more sustainable community and a more egalitarian country. It's important that in today's debate we can discuss and highlight models, experiences and practices, and the use of this mechanism, blended finance, and other guaranteeing instruments and PPPs. It's important also to be able to share not only the challenges but also alternatives to drive the use of this mechanism based on sustainable development, sustainable projects. And so we will have a presentation, an 8-minute presentation for each of our panel members. And I'd like to initially invite to especially identifying alternatives to strengthen the expanded use of blended or mixed instruments. Luana Ozamela, CEO of Dima Consult, an international development company which is established in Qatar, which is also an entry door to the Arab markets. She is she is director of relations with donors of NGO in Nigeria in the area of health. She was also officer at IDB in Washington, and she has interacted with dozens of governments, donors, investors, and NGOs in the US, Latin America, Africa, and Middle East. And she writes for the Estadão. Luana, we want to hear you in this debate that will be so enriching for all of us. Good evening. It's an honor to be here sharing a little bit about this important topic. The topic of blended finance. I'd start by mentioning its importance not only for Brazil but for the world, which is the development of innovative instruments. And I'm going to highlight here that the importance of this type of instrument, especially in the context of development of historically excluded populations and marginalized populations. Just to give you an idea, according to an IDB report, there are today around $93 billion that are necessary in order to eliminate gender differences in access to financing. And among black micro-entrepreneurs, there is a demand that is blended finance could effectively be used in order to close these gaps. For example, we have resources that are more accessible and that could be established to establish guaranteeing funds or equity funds, and this would increase the supply of capital to these segments. So blended finance allows not only greater access but also scalability, what we call leverage of resources, the availability of resources in sectors that are still considered too risky and that are considered or that are unknown and where capital is more difficult to be allocated. And so to give you an idea of the importance then of this kind of instrument, a recent report by OECD on the current state or the state of the art of blended finance in 2021 reports that for every dollar of financing from donors, and the climate theme, for instance, is the example, for every dollar that is donated, $3 were catalyzed from AFC, and from 7 to 8 were mobilized from third-party capital. And so just to give you an idea of the power to catalyze other types of capital that the blended finance instrument can have and did have, and in the climate issue, and has the potential to have in the gender and race issue. And so also to demystify the impression that investing in women and in black populations and indigenous populations, that it's too risky, that it's not profitable.
So my personal experience of raising investment funds, I'll give you an example. We can see that as as a black woman in an investment industry in which there's no other black woman acting, I can see a disbelief, because not just because there isn't a track record of women in the investment industry, but because the capital industry is it concentrates as a majority of the profiles of investors and managers. So blended finance is important not only for capital to flow more easily to unattended corporate profiles, but also to be used to leverage and strengthen the credibility of managers who historically haven't been represented. So the emerging managers, so maybe first fund time managers, the first funds that come from these populations. So we can see that by improving this topic of leadership in the segments of the financial market, the companies or resource allocators, let me just add another topic related to demystifying the profitability of the undertakings in these segments. As a manager and as an associate member of new funds, which have these lenses of diversity, we can see a bias when we make a pitch to raise capital for these populations. So there is a bias, a prejudice that people think that the projects are not viable, and the projects do not show this reality very well. The reality is, for example, black women today which own businesses. This is the fastest growing segment in Brazil, and this needs to be addressed and made visible. Why am I saying this? Black women who employ people, in the last 15 years there was an increase in this segment of about 45%. Black women who employ people in their businesses. So the segment of employer black women, it increased 45%, and among white men it reduced 5%. So these are data from PNAD for the last 5 years. So business women, black business women are growing a lot, and the black corporate market is growing as well. In the last 15 years, because of affirmative action, the number of employers, black employers with higher education has increased fivefold. So all of this needs to be very visible. We should be very much aware of the fact that the black entrepreneurism is is catching up. It's growing a lot and fast. So we need to look at blended finance as a leveraging tool for the reduction of inequality, and something that can not only in climate, in terms of climate, but also in terms of the social aspects, have an impact. This is very important in the financial system, the development banks as well. Blended finance can revolutionize these types of actions. Finishing up, how can we accelerate change? Because I think we'll have a moment to discuss and talk about that. But I should emphasize that development banks, institutional investors, private equity, financial institutions in general have to co-invest. And with blended finance, they can create pools of capital so that we can leverage and provide more money flowing to unattended segments. So I believe that the innovation, financial innovation of which GIMA is a part of, can position this topic very well. There are cases of Vale, FINEP, and BNDES, Sandbox, which is very important, which are very important in the sense of creating an environment to design solutions. So we need to do more, but I think that today is an interesting turning point for us to share these solutions. Thank you, Luana. We'll move on with the presentations, and we'll have a debate, and we'll also have some online participations in our chat on the YouTube channel, and the participation is being constant. Many people are manifesting their opinions about the event, asking questions, and it's always very important to have this debate with people who are participating in this forum online, because we are broadcasting this and we are making all of this jointly. Those who are presenting, those who are attending, just watching, so that we can reach consensus for the country development. Moving on with the presentation, I'd like to give the floor to Rafael Cavazzoni, who is a leader specialist in financial markets from the Division of Connectivity, Markets and Finances for the IDB. He has a master's in international law in finance by University of Frankfurt. Rafael, you have the floor. We would like to hear from your experience and know what you can add to this debate on blended finance. Thank you, Dr. Paulo. It's my pleasure to be here and this afternoon with you. I'd like to greet Luana, Martin, our friends, fellow panelists, and dear audience. It is a great pleasure to participate in this panel on blended finance and guarantee instruments of the 2030 agenda. I'd like to thank for the opportunity to debate this agenda in the presence of the representatives from development institutions that compose the system in Brazil. ABDE has been a strategic partner of IDB, and we are very happy to have signed recently a technical cooperation agreement. And the central objective is to strengthen the associate members. And with this joint effort, we have deepened our ties, and this has been providing a lot of results by means of the ABDE IDB partnership and the project that Luana mentioned. Together we developed innovative financial solutions in line with the needs of the associates. This joint perspective is in line with the 2025 vision of the IDB that aims to provide more visibility to all in a sustainable manner, with the purpose of recovering the productive sector, promoting social equality, and strengthening the public institutions. That brings us to the topic of this conversation this afternoon, the financial investments that combine philanthropic funds and private funds and public funds on behalf of the 2030 agenda. As you may know, the investments we need to fulfill the 2030 agenda are significant, and according to the UN, that would be among $5 and $7 trillion every year. To redirect this amount of resources to fulfill the SDGs involves balancing this relationship of risk and return of investment in order to attract the interest of private capital and to leverage the impact of the initiatives. And this is a very important concept in the discussions today, which is what brings me to my first point, which is blended finance. This expression that refers to analogous concepts like subventioned resources, hybrid funding, is based on the premise of the public or philanthropic capital, resources dedicated to development, absorbing part of that associated to financing, and rebalancing the risk and return, thus allowing for private capital. So hybrid funding is using one type of capital to leverage another. So we use public or philanthropic capital to leverage market capital. By joining both, we can, allow me to use Leonardo's words, to give to each his own. So the capital, the public and philanthropic capitals have the impact with the leveraging of the first. So the use of blended finance presupposes the usage of innovative instruments, subordinated capital, guarantees, insurances, and grants that allow for the crowd financing, mobilization of private funds to public projects. It's a huge potential for national institutions in the development system to combine in their operations the usage of some of those tools. If before the pandemic we already observed a number of experiences in Brazil, the use of blended finance has been essential for the provision of quick answers in the acute phase of the pandemic. One of the most effective tools used by the government in partnership with the financial institutions in the country was the application of guarantees in its various formats. The theme of guarantees is involved with the topic of this panel, and this is my second panel. I'd like to highlight the support to the funding of SMEs in Brazil and the importance of guarantees for funding this sector. The emphasis in SMEs has a reason. They contribute 65% of the employments in the country, 45% of the working force, but it is most vulnerable productive force in credit, in terms of credit, especially in economic stress. There are two reasons for using guaranteed funds. The use of guarantees in this sector potentializes the use of catalytic financing in line with what Luana said. And here in the IDB, we have evidence of this type of funding have positive effects. An assessment conducted by our workshop of external assessment looking at support programs show that the projects supported by indirect credit had an increase of 15% in the employment, 2.4% in salaries, and significant gains in the values of exports and brand registries. The use of guarantees as a catalytic instrument allows us to maintain the decisions of resource allocation at the hands of the private parties, minimizing risks of distortions in the market, and provides for the public sector to establish parameters for certain segments. And in Brazil, the IDB has been supporting the public sector in many projects in line with the assumptions of the blended finance I just presented. During the pandemic of 2019, but of COVID-19, BID has subsidized 10 million reais to support SMEs in Brazil, including funding by granting guarantees to over 1 billion reais to the program FGBA, which we have funded with the New Development Bank. Credit had a tendency of fall, of reduction since 2019, so we took a leap in around 45% of the GDP in 2019 to almost 53% of the GDP in 2021.
And the action of development agencies and the impact of guarantees, almost 5 times the volume of capital, and so these were fundamental in order to leverage credit in the period. And this positive experience with concrete results that, in my mind, go way beyond mere financial volumes and were used in order to protect employment and production in Brazil at a very critical moment of its history, in order to replicate this and encourage in the future the maintenance of credit for segments mentioned by Luana and also productive segments and sustainable segments in the country. And another example is energy, which was developed by BNDES in partnership with LABI in order to support energy efficiency projects in the Procel. And so the clean technology instruments were used, and also reducing the high costs of storage of energy and allowing small companies in Brazil to have minimum conditions in order to conduct these investments in the country. And so if we can mention that these structures have been gaining evidence in the country, we can infer that the use of guarantees was crucial in the period that we have just experienced. And these mechanisms should be expanded, if possible, to take into account innovations, and these innovations need to be mainstreamed in the productive processes, improving competitiveness in the country, perhaps in a more pro-cyclical growth cycle. Concluding with the lessons learned, blended finance instruments were smart solutions, but there are many challenges. One of the restrictions is that in order to attract capital, external capital, a perfect example of catalytic capital, we sometimes some of these resources and processes can take time and follow their own regulation and might not be available in all cases at all times. The next topic, in the case of guaranteeing mechanisms, it's important to deepen the analysis, to design structures that are capable of combining 2 elements that are very important. So financial sustainability and scaling up and of the target audience. And so these instruments, they are supposed to be long-standing instruments, and it's important that the design of guaranteeing instruments in blended finance require public capital or international donors. The fiscal restrictions faced by Brazil can become a complex factor in order to enable the former, while reporting requirements, monitoring requirements, and the feasibility of currency exchange, and we need to improve the use of philanthropic capital or capital from international donors. I'd like to conclude saying that it's important to combine financing with technical capacity building. This is central in the efforts we are in Bio-Amazon credit with which is destined to leverage investments to mitigate impacts of climate change in the Amazon basin. And all this requires training before accessing credit. So in spite of obstacles ahead, we have a clear perception that we have an advanced regulatory framework, strong institutions and sophisticated ones that can provide sophisticated instruments such as blended finance. IDB we are qualified to support these institutions in Brazil in order to develop innovative solutions that will contribute to a more sustainable future for the country. Therefore, I would like to thank you all for your attention, and I'm at your service to continue with the debate. Thank you, Rafael. I will soon begin the questions so that we can conduct a round of discussion. But before that, we are going to hear Martin Schroeder, the director of KfW in Brazil. In Germany, KfW connects with 17 other financial public institutions and subnational institutions distributed in the German territory. KfW is geared towards financing of development projects, and one of the agents involved in the Brazil-Germany Technical Cooperation for Sustainable Development. And so we have a lot of support to move forward in sustainability projects. We will now hear Martin on this topic. Thank you, Paulo. Before sharing a few words, I would like to thank Jeanette, president of ABDE, and Angelo Luis for the invitation to come and speak to you today. I think that blended finance topic has come up in almost all the sessions we've had. I can see that it is a firm collective conviction that without strong participation of the private sector, the available financing will not be enough in order to tackle the various challenges. So another common theme that we've heard, we've addressed COVID. Now in Europe we have war knocking on our doors and all the economic impacts that this can bring about, especially, and the theme of sustainability, which is also at the core of German cooperation in Brazil. So just to create a basis for our discussion, I'd like to share a few words on what we've been doing at KfW, especially in Brazil. As an institution, as a development bank in Germany, we've seen strong growth in the last 2 years. These were exceptional years. And I'm sharing this to strengthen the conclusion that crisis moments are times when a public bank plays a special role in society in fulfilling or actually achieving the mitigation of impacts and increasing resilience. KfW last year placed 170 billion in operations and in Germany and in the world, and this was way above past levels, and this is one indicator. The changes in society and societal demands and the demands of our leading boards also has an impact on institutions internally, And generally, I'd like to share with you we are also guided by the SDGs and the goals, the Paris goals and targets. But to implement this means also this entails an institutional transformation as well. And internally, we have been paying attention to this, and also the topic of digitization, how to include digitization more and more in our products. And so the importance of taxonomy and how to convert this into or include this in our operations. And so my message, the message of the German Development Bank, is a message of transition and of facing more and more challenges. In Brazil, the financial cooperation the German cooperation is focused on natural resources, forests. That's a major part of our portfolio. And also renewable energies. Rafael, you also mentioned the guaranteeing fund, the FGE, or the GEF, and this is a very important part of our cooperation here in Brazil, as it has been in the past decades. And in order to maintain this focus area, which is urban development, with a strong focus on sanitation and mobility. All this is related to the topic of climate, our home, our starting point. So, in order to, I would like to complement that by saying that we are in the last phase of our internal evaluation, and from now on, we will contribute to an innovative guaranteeing fund. And so the two words, scale and innovation, this is very important for blended finance. How to ensure that the intelligence of concepts in a guaranteeing fund will really work. And work so as to generate impact and scale. This morning, Gustavo Montesano said that it's both. We still need scale and in order to tackle major challenges. And so the guaranteeing fund, the FGE, is a key element to insert the services that are required in order to confer more confidence in the banking sector. Technical cooperation between entities and services and banks, this needs to work, and I see that this is going to be well designed and will be an element of success for the fund. And also the lab, which was also mentioned as the incubator of ideas for blended finance in Brazil. Allow me to point out that I would like to point out that the loans are still important in financing projects and partners, in the structuring of projects, also with elements of private banks and private sector, also classify as blended finance. And so I'm thinking of the major changes that are still necessary in order to take a further step, for instance, with renewable energies. At KfW, in the past we financed many wind farms and also through BNDES. And the infrastructure themes are still important and will require scaling up and long-term loans from public development banks. So, as a second point. The third point, Rafael, you classified the options, and I would like to point out the bonds. We are proud of having launched in COP26 in Glasgow the LAC Green, which is a fund that will take investments and green bonds to Brazil and Latin America. The fund is starting with $90 million on the European side, and also the German Ministry for Development and Economic Cooperation. This is a concrete example of how to take more financing to the innovation sector in Latin America, an essential element that ensures quality of the discussion and preparation through technical assistance. Once again, it's an aspect of cooperation. And with this, I'd like to conclude. Thank you. KfW is with you in Brazil, and it's a pleasure, and I'm looking forward to great discussion. Thank you, Martin, for your participation. I took a look at the chat, at our interaction, and we have a lot of participation and praise from Carolina, Vivaldi, Gé, Roberto Faco, Silvana Cirqueira. But one question drew my attention 2 panels ago, and I'd like to bring it here for our discussion. I didn't take note of the name of the person because my chat limited. I faced some limits here. I think it was Patricia.
So the question was about the access to lost funds. When we talk about actions like foundations that provide assistentialism, we reach another level when we discuss mixed funding involving public and private mechanisms for sustainable development in terms of grant assistances. And it seems that there are still some issues to be internalized for people who are discussing this format of funding. Blended finance started 5 years ago only. So my question is to all of you. I would like to start with Luana. How can we reach this part of the convincing of all participants, beneficiaries, as well as the institutions that will be conducting this partnership, this public and private partnership, to reach dissemination until we reach the necessary resources for the availability of those who need to have access to these funds? What would be the viable or the feasible format for this approximation? Well, it's a matter of nomenclature of taxonomy, blended finance. It seemed very innovative 5 years ago, but we had been working with guaranteed funds, grant assistance funds, for a long time, actually. So I believe it's important to highlight that this concept is not a completely new concept. if we look at a recent report of Wharton, for example, we have a project called 3.0. They did a mapping of the financial instruments with a focus on the reduction of inequality, private equity, venture capital, so funds with profitability, which have adopted special lenses for diversity themes, either in their focus or in the work with the managers, or impact in the communities. So they show more than 5 billion, 130 funds which are managed with this aspect in mind. Over $5 million in only a small analysis. So we know that in Brazil this concept, it sounds very new, but what it aims to do, which is to provide capital for certain sectors, industries, business sectors, where there is more perception of risk, is not very new. But we need to be aware of the fact that despite the fact that a lot has been done in terms of climate change and energy efficiency, and the SDGs are going in a constant pace of progress, and this SDG, other SDGs are delayed. Well, we're not stagnant, but during the pandemic, the SDG 5 and 10, for example, which are dedicated to inequality, they've gotten worse. So we are further from the targets than we were. So these instruments need to be very quickly implemented, with a focus in other SDGs as well. And this feeling of urgency related to the other SDGs which we are addressing, we are talking about inequalities that can be corrected with capital, with investment and focus, with instruments like these guaranteed funds and insurance funds as well. It's a type of inequality which is very evil and very costly to Brazil. It's an inequality where we have over half the population excluded from certain development processes in terms of economic participation, and that block the social mobility, ascending mobility of those populations. So we should stop thinking and start acting with the financial institutions to implement these instruments. In the rest of the world, they are already operational. We have examples of over 150 funds that already work with social inequalities. So here maybe the main message, the main takeaway would be, we have advanced a lot in climate change because of blended finance, because of these types of tools, and because of this intentional strategy. We have to do the same for other SDGs. Great, Luana. I'll just change the question to Rafael. Rafael, I'd like to hear from you what would be the possible pathways so that we could use the blended finance mechanism in Brazil. I think there are a number of different areas that we can address, and we can address each of them in a different manner. In my previous participation, I talked about the long-term funding for SMEs. This is central topic given the importance of SMEs in Brazil, but also considering a perspective of improving productivity. We have some data here showing that SMEs in Brazil, they only contribute with 29.5% of the GDP in Brazil and almost 1.5% of the total value of exports. So when there is better integration of SMEs in the global value chains, and when the financing to this type of business is guided or directed to companies that have the possibility of taking a leap of productivity, even though they're micro businesses, if we use mechanisms like guaranteed funds to minimize perception of risk and foster the productivity gain, in a pro-cyclical perspective, it will be very important to consider how guaranteed funds, which were established to respond to COVID-19, that maybe can be maintained or redirected so that the productivity gain can be reached, acting through the national development institutions, because it has been demonstrated that they can act efficiently and they can efficiently allocate resources given their regional presence and local realities to support the chains that can provide for productivity gains and to make possible for Brazil to have a more competitive scenario. Second point would be to consider a digital perspective. Open banking in Brazil completed 1 year of existence in February. We have millions of interactions sharing data within the financial systems. So we have 821 institutions participating in this system. Banks, fintechs, and payment mechanisms. PIX was created by the central bank to transfer resources from the financial sector, has accounted for 125 million users, and the number of transactions has reached 1 billion transactions. And how can we take advantage of this context with resources of blended finance to digitize, on the one hand, the national development system, and on the other hand, the SMEs and Brazilian companies, the emergence of startups and digital inclusion, so that Brazil can implement a participation in this type of activities. For example, the United States contributes with a very important part of the productive chains in the country. So this is one other element that I will think of, and other elements of blended finance that could certainly help advance this agenda. The third is financial inclusion from the perspective of gender and diversity. I believe that this is an important topic in Brazil. 36.4% of businesses are led by women, but 58% of credit is given to SMEs who are men. So there is a distortion. If you look at the profile of credit, most of the credit offered to SMEs is $5,000. This is very low, because there are a number of evidences that 37.7% of SMEs in Brazil who are African Brazilian declare they have difficulties in getting credit. Most of them don't seek out credit, so it's larger than the proportion of whites declaring difficulty to access credit. It is another very important element to address. And the third and most important is infrastructure. In the opening, the president of the NDS said that if we want to advance a productivity agenda, of inclusion agenda, and improve sustainability, we need to plan the country with this perspective. And here we have PPPs, funding guarantees for subnational PPPs sectors that at the same time incentivize the guarantees and the conception of sustainability topics in the design of the projects. That can be an efficient way of mobilizing the capital, so for funding and also to advance in this agenda of productivity in the country.
Excelente. Obrigado, Rafael.
Thank you, Rafael. I would also like to remind us of the role of our associate, or our members of ABDE in development, with guided microcredit, making development go to their local contexts, as it was mentioned by President Montezano in the opening, talking about small funds that transform individual lives. So to close with a question to Martin, I would like to know from him what would be the main financial instruments, innovative financial instruments, which would be capable of incentivizing and fostering this partnership between the public and private financial sectors in the international level and in the national level as well, provided your participation is in Brazil and also with Germany. Thank you. The round of questions started with the outright grants or grant assistance. Let me start with that, because we have been discussing internally the green premium to generate the baseline of a grant, non-reimbursable grant. So we as banks need to convert these grants into smart incentives, and this is one of the examples. A grant element can also be more attractive to traditional lines connected to businesses, so this is why we're using blended finance. This is one of the concrete elements that we could have. I'd like to take the opportunity to touch upon the social aspect. So there are environmental topics, and in terms of energy, we have a lot of challenges, and I can only speak of the German cooperation. We will continue working with Brazil in this environmental agenda towards the transition to a Brazil and a world that is more compatible with the with the Paris objectives
and the 2030 agenda. Thank you. Thank you. We are approaching the end of our panel, and I'd like to thank Luana, Rafael, and Martin for their participation. But I need to introduce two videos of our members here, and so I invite you to watch a brief video from Age Rio and also Desenvolve Mato Grosso. Let's go. We greet all the participants of the 7th Forum of Development promoted by ABDE. I'm Jair Marques, president of Desenvolve. It's a pleasure to share with you a little bit of the experiences that we have had in the past 2 years of the pandemic. All our actions geared towards micro and small entrepreneurs to provide credit lines with facilitation and programs directed to micro companies, and we were able to conduct more than 2,000 operations during the pandemic. We are developing a program focused on young people and women, intensely working with SEBRAE. The state of Mato Grosso, understanding difficulties, also created its own fund, MT Garante, to provide opportunities for those who did not have access due to lack of guarantee, so that they can also conduct operations with development agencies. It's a unique moment, and we believe that with the resumption of the economy, we will play a very relevant role as facilitator of investments for micro and small entrepreneurs. So it's important that these actions be conducted, and To this end, we are developing partnerships with the municipalities, trade associations of all municipalities in the state of Mato Grosso, important partnerships that will provide support in all the municipalities of the state. And so we want our actions to expand through these partnerships and also consortia, and that credit can reach everyone. We are also developing partnerships in order to qualify our entrepreneurs, to monitor credit through partnerships with the municipalities. Thank you to the participants of this rich panel. We will now continue with the fifth forum, which will address the development of the carbon market with a view to sustainable transition. At this moment, our experts will discuss the development of the carbon market with a view to sustainable transition and the role of financial development institutions in this agenda. And for this debate, we have the honor of inviting Jorge Arbashi, Vice President of CAF, Maria Neto, Head of Markets and Financial Institutions, NDB, and Chandrasekhar Sinha, Senior Expert in Climate Change for the World Bank. The panel will be moderated by the Director of BNDES, Bruno Laskowski. Please take your seats so that we can continue with our panel. You are all welcome to participate, send your comments and questions to the chat, and also your questions. And so with the word, the moderator, with the floor, the moderator. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. I'd like to thank ABDE for the invitation. It's a very important panel that we are going to have with our guests that have already been announced. The topic of carbon is central in the strategies of development banks in Brazil and the world. The multilateral organizations and players in this carbon ecosystem have been discussing the formatting of the market, voluntary market, regulated market. It will be very interesting to hear Maria Jorge and Chandra on this topic. I'd like to start talking a little about, and we've already defined how we are going to conduct the panel. So the idea is for me to speak very quickly of the BNDES view on carbon, and then I'll give the floor to each of the panelists, who will have 10 minutes each, to provide their perspective on how to conduct the transition and how the organizations and the development banks, the multilateral banks, how they address the topic of carbon, the financing challenges, issues related to the voluntary market and the regulated market. And after that, we will take questions from the chat. And so let me provide the view of the bank on the carbon topic. I'd like to mention two key aspects. One is the reallocation of our risk budget. And so we even have an understanding that BNDES should run more risks, should take more risks. We have an understanding of this reallocation of portfolio. And much of this portfolio reallocation takes place through environmental assets. So I'll take a step back and tell you a little bit about this story. Today, I run BNDES SPA, which is quite relevant. The BNDES SPA with a variable income of for a net asset of the bank for around 90 million. And so we understand that this is not the best risk allocation for BNDES. It should be allocated to private credit and SMEs and infrastructure, environmental assets, innovation, productivity, impact. We are actually in the middle of our mandate, and we have already fulfilled around 90 billion, and so it's not a cash issue, it's an issue of reallocation of capital. And it's very clear for us that this asset that reflects decarboning of the economy and the commitments already undertaken by companies and countries is very much linked to this currency called carbon. This carbon currency is very much related to payment for environmental services. So these two things together are an important component in the Brazilian energy transition. Knowing that the Brazilian problem is different from the European problem. The Brazilian problem is more connected to deforestation. In Europe, it's more of an industrial problem. And it's interesting. I'm very curious to hear our panelists on how to deal with the different taxonomies that exist and how we can migrate this discussion, a balanced discussion of the issues in the voluntary market and regulated market. And so going back to the BNDES, we took a strategic decision to conduct a significant allocation to the carbon credit market. And we have just announced a purchase of carbon credits, so a small amount, as a preparation for a public call where we are going to call on developers, structurers of carbon credit projects that generate carbon credits with a special focus on the Amazon. And we are going to purchase spot market and also term market, and we are discussing governance issues, taxonomy of the purchases, and also the trading and exchange markets. And so I just wanted to provide this context just to highlight the convergence that we have in the energy transition topic, and we believe in the allocation of risk in environmental assets. Clearly, all of us have a mission, which is how to deal with the transition process. I'd like to start our panel by inviting Chandra Chandra. I hope Chandra is hearing the simultaneous translation. And so thank you, Chandra, for your participation. He is a senior expert on climate for the World Bank, and he has very interesting position. And I'd like to start with him. And then we'll move to Maria, and Jorge will conclude the first block. So you each have 10 minutes. I will try to keep track of time so that we can leave more time for interaction and debate. Chandra.
Bruno, and thank you for the opportunity to present before all of you. And I wish I was there, like Bruno, in Brasilia in front of you, but hopefully very soon. In the discussion that we had leading up to planning for this session, the idea was that perhaps I would take the lead in describing a little bit how the market looks right now and what the prospects are of the carbon market. And then that would set the stage for a little more discussion on what the role of the DFIs can be, what the role of developing financial institutions, both international, like the World Bank, IDB, or with institutions like BNDES and national development banks can be as well. So I'm going to try the challenge that we always have of trying to show the screen. And I think I should be able to, yeah, I assume that you are able to see it, and I will proceed in kind of in telling you a little bit about the voluntary market, starting with the voluntary market, because this is where much of the activity over the last 5 years has been, as the global community waited for the international negotiations through the Conference of the Parties to agree on the modalities for the compliance market or the regulated markets. Much of the activity has taken place in the voluntary market. And in the voluntary market, it is largely been due to the interest by the corporate sector and the commitments that have come from the corporate sector on net zero, trying to achieve net zero emissions in their own operations, and therefore trying to use carbon offsets or the voluntary market for meeting or compensating for their unabated emissions, unabated scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. And therefore, what we have seen since the Paris Agreement in 2016, a continuous increase in the voluntary market volumes that you see on the chart, gradually increasing, and in fact doubling in value last year to, for the first time, to go over $1 billion of total transactions in the voluntary carbon market. Compare that to what has happened over the last 20 years in the voluntary market, where estimated aggregate volume was about $6.5 billion or so. So it's a rapidly increasing or exponentially increasing market, and what you see on the right of the slide is an indication that this will accelerate further as we go towards 2030. It is expected that somewhere between 10 to 15 times growth in the voluntary carbon market between now and 2030, touching volumes or the total value exceeding $20 billion a year. This is where the promise of this market, or the interest of the corporate sector, is focused on the voluntary carbon market for this reason. Just as a context, the CDM market, the market for Clean Development Mechanism (CERs) under the Kyoto Protocol, between a period of 2005 and 2012 was an aggregate value of about $33 billion. So just to give you a sense of the relative numbers in terms of what the voluntary market will contribute. Now, let's turn to the regulated market. The regulated market is going to be at least 10 times bigger than the voluntary market, because under the Paris Agreement, based on the nationally determined contribution, or NDCs, that countries have put forward, cooperation through Article 6 of the Paris Agreement is expected to result in market size or trade of over $300 billion a year if full cooperation between countries to meet their NDCs moves forward. Obviously, this is an ideal scenario, so this is more of an indication of the potential size of the market, and the actual size of the market depends on the level of ambition of NDCs and progress of countries in meeting their NDCs. And if past few years is anything to go by, the ambition of the NDCs is likely to increase as we move forward, and therefore it may be that the compliance markets or the regulated markets are even bigger in value. What does it say broadly in terms of the overall prospects for the carbon market? Very clearly, we are looking at the voluntary markets driving the growth of the carbon markets for the next 3 to 5 years. This growth is going to be extremely fast. As I indicated, just last year it was over $1 billion in comparison to the previous 20 years of about $5 to $5.5 billion. So the acceleration is noticeable, and you're beginning to see the impact of that acceleration through the kind of investments that are being put in place by a number of international banks. There is the whole initiative around Project Carbon, in which Itaú is a part of it as well, along with Standard Chartered, along with CIBC, along with a number of other Australian banks, which are moving forward in engaging in this space. And the one important thing to keep in mind, and this will talk a bit more about as we move to the discussion phase, is that the market is supply constrained. That is, there aren't enough carbon credit projects. So the role of the DFIs in meeting the requirements of the market is going to be extremely important. And finally, the other reason why the engagement of Brazil is extremely important is because the carbon market on the voluntary side is moving much more towards nature-based solution, and therefore the competitive advantage of Brazil in providing supply to the international voluntary carbon market cannot be understated. That there are opportunities if done in the correct manner for many of your clients and many project developers in Brazil to benefit. Now, the voluntary market, as I indicated earlier, will have to give way or will be driven largely by the compliance market. That is the way it always works, that the voluntary action goes only up to a point at some, and thereafter the compliance requirements need to take over. And I indicated a number of about $300 billion a year of volume. Certainly, this is likely to be the case as the country's nationally determined contribution in the country's nationally determined contribution, more than 55 countries have committed to the utilization of the carbon markets for cooperative action in order to implement their NDCs, and therefore we see great potential for this market to achieve its full promise. Also to keep in mind is the compliance market linked to the commitment of the airline sector. The CORSIA, which creates a compliance market as far as airlines are concerned, is likely to drive some growth in the medium term, let's say about 3 to 5 year time horizon, as the effects of the pandemic lessen and airlines grow again, and we see that great potential for further accelerating the momentum created by the voluntary market. Now, in this context, what is the role of the development finance institutions. Very clearly, as I mentioned, this is a supply constrained market. It has become a supply constrained market just in the last 6 months. There are opportunities for financing projects which generate carbon credits. Clearly, that is a role for DFIs. And just to give you a sense, the World Bank, for instance, has an annual commitment of about $50 to $60 billion a year. 35% of that new commitment every year goes for climate-related investment, very much like what Bruno was indicating in the case of the NDS. And of that, about 12 to $15 billion of investment every year go towards activities which have climate mitigation objectives. And a significant proportion of those generate carbon credits. But we have not, even the World Bank has not systematically put in place monitoring, reporting, verification systems to convert those emission reductions into carbon credits. And that is something that I think all DFIs should start looking at your own lending pipelines and your portfolios to identify opportunities for generating carbon credits based on the emission reductions that your investments are already generating. And that is a starting point, and it is important starting point for you to serve your clients to then also provide liquidity in the voluntary market, and eventually, based on decisions by governments such as those in Brazil, to decide how to participate in the compliance market through the rules of the Paris Agreement. And the other important factor would be building infrastructure and platforms which allow your borrowers on one end, borrowers who will invest in climate mitigation projects on one end, to your larger corporate clients who are part of the global supply chain through which they have requirements on carbon credits, creating platforms for them, for your borrowers and your larger customers to be able to participate in a voluntary carbon market space, and creating the platforms and the infrastructure for doing that, I think, would be extremely important. So with that, let me hand it back to Bruno and look forward to the discussion. I'll stop sharing my screen.
Chandra, muito obrigado. Excelentes tópicos.
Chandra, thank you very much. I think you brought forth very good comments to our debate, the voluntary market, a regulated market. And I'd like to give the floor to Maria Neto, Head of Markets and Financial Institutions of NDB. Maria, your perspective in the fostering of IFIs and the carbon market, and your global view of how this evolution takes place and the complexity of this transition. Thank you. It is my pleasure to be here among friends. Chandra and I work together in the World Bank, Jorge in Banco do Brasil, and also in CAFI. And also great to see you again, Bruno, in a sustainability and yet another sustainability panel. We'll start with the contextualization, because we've had an excellent presentation on the potential of the voluntary market and the compliance market. And I think this fits in the discussions about the emerging countries, and it fits into the matter of an energy crisis. We have a commodities crisis, and in the same context we have been talking about a previous a problem that is prior to COVID, so green bonds and sustainable development and so on. And so how can we recover the productivity in all of these countries that are suffering from an economic backlash? So how to do so in a sustainable manner, and sustainability is in the middle of all of that as a key opportunity, economic and strategic element for the development in emerging countries. There are public actions, and Chandra mentioned the governments and NBCs, which have national targets for climate change. Corporate actions, we see more and more investors, funds and institutions having these targets of reducing emissions or having zero carbon footprints greenhouse effect gases as well. Since we are talking about financial development institutions, we have to see what is the role of the financial market to support these targets, and at the same time, how can we do that in a proper, transparent manner, with a positive ballast that can allow us to provide not only transparency but also credibility to the market. So the carbon market is nothing more than a huge tool. It's not the only tool, and it's not a panacea, but it is a fundamental tool within for the economic transition to low carbon. It provides flexibility to parts of the economy that still need to undertake a lot of effort in the transition to reduce emissions, and here the energy sector, transportation sector, very carbon intense sectors need to make this transition, and the cost of this transition needs to be compensated through the possibility of using the offsets. And Chandra mentioned the Corsair. With the airlines, there is no other way in the short term to move an economy to zero carbon. So the carbon market provides a flexibility, and it allows us to create incentives for additional investments that wouldn't happen otherwise to key economic sectors, and we have some problems in incentivizing investments in some sectors. So Chandra mentioned the potential that we have in Brazil with natural capital, so nature-based biodiversity, reduction of deforestation, so that we could foster all of that and leverage all of that. So we hold almost 40% of biodiversity in the world, and it allows for an opportunity of technological development for high-end technology, as we have been talking with. Promoting technologies for the storage of renewable energy, distributed energy, or to leverage the clean energy transition in this pressure moment in which we have an important turning point. And there are two important aspects. On one hand, we have the voluntary market with an important potential in the private perspective, with a lot of private initiatives with many different areas that need to be impacted. The market has grown, but it has grown in Latin America much less than in the rest of the world. We're talking about 10% in the global market, and there is also a difference here in the form of transparency. For example, last year, ITA, which is the institution for a carbon market association, they show the difference of price of $1.3 and $16 for the same type of carbon ton. So we have a problem of transparency over price and how the voluntary market works. It's important because it can create a problem of credibility of this market and access to the private sector. On the other hand, we have the regulated market. As Chandra said, it has an important potential because it leads the future market to be scaled in an important manner. We've had good results in the conversion in the climate convention of Glasgow that brought some agreements in Article 6 and bring some hope to create a compliance market in which the countries can exchange their excess gains in greenhouse effect gases. Many emerging countries like Brazil are actually borrowers of credits, and so how the governments will organize to have registration systems, transparency in the market in order to certify the existence of these credits, to provide legal certification of the existence of these credits so that the market can use them, and also to create a system that allows us to not have a very important concern with the market, of using the same carbon credit over and over to compensate for emissions. And what is the role of the financial institutions, the development institutions? Well, one fundamental role is to create a pilot in the market to allow for pilots on the existence of such credits, and in this pilots we can provide some certainty regarding good practices, environmental ballast. We're talking about how to promote good practices with credit, and the credit should be good credit. And the carbon credits are interesting, but they're not a panacea. So let us take a very concrete project. If I fund a project, if I finance a project that will reduce deforestation, and some technology that would allow us to reduce deforestation, the initial cost of this technology and investment will not be necessarily paid off by the credit initially. So credit comes when the reduction has already occurred. So there is a financial management. Credit is payment for results. So the initial capex that needs to be done, and the development of the pipeline that Chandra mentioned as well, is a serious problem, because credit comes at the end and monetizes carbon, but carbon has to occur so that credit exists. So there is a fundamental role of development institutions, banks, financial systems, and governments in creating incentives so that investments can happen with the promise of carbon, but they can take off. But in the financial perspective, well, we can discuss that in the debates, but we can address the carbon credits and BND as guarantees of performance. Also loans that consider result-based finance, different ways to structure that. And the development institutions have an important role in leveraging sectors, such as in the case of preserved natural capital, reduction of deforestation, sustainable agriculture, and also technologies. These are key technologies, very hard to implement with traditional funding. I will stop here because we have a lot of conversation ahead. Thank you, Maria. I think you've brought a number of very provocative points when we talk about pricing, quality of credit, integration, taxonomy, structuring, how to account for double accounting. So many different topics, and a central topic in this discussion, and is in every study we make to emulate for this new currency that is being created, which is the carbon currency, should be clean. We should have no credit without a social or an environmental connection, or even governance. There are a number of social issuing bond governance and social bonds and so on and so forth.
And so in this sense, this is all very positive. So I'll give the floor back to Jorge, Vice President of CAF, with very interesting work. He produced a recent article that generated a lot of positive effects. Jorge, can you bring this carbon discussion to our locus here in Latin America? How do you see this theme evolving here? And what do we have to do in order to foster the carbon market? Well, before anything else, thank you for introducing me. Good afternoon, Chandra and Maria. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here with you discussing this topic, which is so rich and current and so much related to the future, so forward-looking. And so exactly a week ago, the Assembly of Shareholders of CAF approved major capitalization that will allow the bank to double in size between now and 2030. This capitalization is linked to two targets. One of the targets is that the bank needs to become the green bank of Latin America. I'm saying this because 40% of our new approvals will need to be linked directly or indirectly with the green agenda. So definitely the bank is now diving into the climate change agenda, very much in agreement with everything that you said, Bruno and Chandra and Maria Neto. So as part of this perspective, we have been working on a specific point. When we discuss the role of DFIs, there's among the various roles that Maria listed, there's the role that is associated with helping to create and develop the carbon market in the region. As is well known, the region has a potential that might be the biggest of all in the world in terms of potential for generation of credits associated with nature. This confers a special condition to our region, considering all the biomes that we have and all the potential that we have to participate in this market. If this participation, which is seen as some experts as being around 40% of the potential for placement of credit with this characteristic that I mentioned, it's hard to think of development of this market without Latin America being present in this development. Having said this, how to achieve this potential? When we observe what's going on in the region, I'm talking about Latin America and Caribbean here. The fact, as Maria mentioned, the fact that we are very far from achieving potential. This is clearly visible when we see what is happening in the credit market at the international level. Our participation is very far from our potential, which indicates there's a lot of room for improvement and work. So this specific work of CAF is to develop or try to develop the regional carbon market, considering all this potential and the need for pursuing new ways of financing the development in the region. And considering that this market will be inevitably, as you said, Bruno, the exchange currency for many of the economic activities and future activities. And so how can we not focus on the green agenda? And carbon credits are part of this green agenda. How to move forward? When we look at what's going on in most markets, what we see is an institutional delay, technical delay in terms of capacity for financing, capacity to identify projects and monitor such projects, among other factors, and also issues related to taxonomy, methodology, capacity to identify the rigor of such credits, and everything that is required in order to make these credits bankable. And I'm talking about voluntary credits. Another important aspect of and motivation for our work is that there is a consensus at the international level, a degree of consensus, that although today we have dozens of markets that are already operating and others that are under development, it seems very unlikely. And I'm saying that for many experts, it seems unlikely that that some of these markets will survive the next few years. What is more likely is that there will be a process of consolidation of carbon credit markets along the next few years. There are indications that this might happen around, well, we might have 3 or 4 major international hubs, perhaps one in China, one in the US, one in Europe, and another one somewhere else. And why not one in Latin America, considering this huge potential that the region has? And for this to advance, it is critical, borrowing from the literature on international trade, it is key to have critical mass. Critical mass is the capacity to offer carbon credits on the one hand, and the capacity on the other hand to attract demand to this carbon credit market. So this critical mass needs to be created. This attractiveness needs to be increased so that we can hope to become an international level player. And for this to happen, the region needs to be prepared to position itself in this carbon credit international market. And what is necessary for this? The development of national markets, but at the same time, the development of the regional carbon credit market. And what do I mean by regional credit, carbon credit? It doesn't mean that we are going to negotiate among ourselves. It means preparing conditions for the region to sell these credits at the international market. This will only be possible if there is harmonization of rules, creation of a capital financial market, and creation of methodologies, availability of services along the whole service chain, which is so critical for the functioning of this market. I'm referring here, what do I refer as a service chain? I'm talking about audits, legal services, consultancy services, financial services, non-financial services, and everything else that enables credit carbon to be, on the one hand, planned, developed, realized, placed on the market, and that there be attractiveness for this credit, because it will be whole, it will be integral, because this service chain will guarantee that it is integral or whole. And that is the only way that we can increase critical mass and attractiveness of supply and demand. And this would be the Latin American and Caribbean carbon credit market. So what does CAFI propose? CAFI is developing what we call Latin American and Caribbean Initiative for Carbon Credit Market. It's a whole set of activities around a project, a work plan, towards development of what we call a double path, a two-way path, with the strengthening of national markets, national carbon credit markets, and also the development of a regional carbon credit market, seeking harmonization as national markets seek development and harmonization of taxonomies and everything that is needed, and considering that we are dealing with a new market differently from capital market, which are highly regulated markets with well-defined national authorities and rules and interests that are well-defined, very often posing obstacles to the development of such markets in terms of regionalization and pursuit of something of a broader market. In the case of carbon credits, whether because it is a developing market or because of the issue of costs and scale gains that will be a critical factor, possibly critical factors to enable competitiveness of the credits produced by our countries, including the smaller countries and medium-sized countries, perhaps less in the case of Brazil, perhaps more the case of Colombia. So at the regional level, these scale gains will be fundamental. And so what is CAFI doing? Developing a process, this two-way path, developing national development, and at the same time indicating and creating incentives for harmonization in order to enable the creation of this market at the regional level. So, with an expectation that this will allow those interested in purchasing these credits, and that investors, including secondary market investors, and that they see the market in Latin America as a viable market, not only for purchasing credits, offsets, etc., but also as part of seeing carbon credits as an asset class, which is possibly what will happen along the next few years. Now, heading towards a conclusion, in May, this initiative will be launched in Curaçao at an event with the participation of several development banks, including BNDES and other important banks in the region, which will be part of a managing committee of this initiative, around which CAFI will work as secretariat, financing or co-financing several activities, including capacity building, institutionality topics, support to co-financing of projects, and so many other activities that are so important for the development of the area, which in our view can be a fundamental point for development financing and generation of income and poverty reduction in the region. So I conclude. Excellent, Jorge. You brought many rich elements, the topic of the regional market, carbon market, the standardization of this, and the critical mass and consolidation of these markets. I will propose to our panel members that we do another round, and, well, given the time we have, I will ask a question to each one of you, and ask you to also provide your conclusions. If we have time, we'll do another round. But so 5 minutes to each one. I think it will be just in time. I'll start with Maria. Maria, there are two topics, two issues that emerge out of many of the issues that you brought. There's the reskilling issue, how to prepare to deal with this transition, and also the costs of this transition. I'd like to hear you on these two topics, reskilling and transition costs. So reskilling is a very important topic. It's related to what I was saying. It's about creating tools for the voluntary market in terms of promoting transparency, information on prices, allowing any player in the private sector who wishes to participate in the market to know at any time what is the price, what is the methodology, what is the type of certificate that they can use. And for the market to function, it needs instruments that will allow its functioning, and this requires capacity to align with the financial market, the capital market, and the environmental market. And so there's this aspect which is very important for the voluntary market, and that we need to create capacity both in financial institutions, and also align all this with expectations of the private sector so that it can participate in the voluntary market effectively. So mentioning the different prices, lack of transparency in the market, which is still huge. Reskilling also entails creation of capacity also in order to create what we call enabling environment. In Brazil, we have some proposals, some bills that are trying to create the necessary framework, legal framework, to define what is credit, whether it will be taxed or not, and how the government will deal with these registrations, and how to deal with taxonomy and ballast and so on. And so this is reskilling is very important for us to also ensure from a regulatory point of view that the market will be able to evolve.
There's also a very important rescaling of the stakeholders in general. And we've worked with that many years ago, reskilling, and we need local capacity to verify the reduction of greenhouse effect gases emissions and to create effective monitoring mechanisms that can be used at a larger scale, that the project developers should be able to simply demonstrate reduction of emissions so that the market can access and use carbon credits in an intelligent manner without an additional cost or intermediary that is created when the market is not transparent. And in this case in this perspective of transition, I think we are talking about, well, as I said, to me, the markets create important options to difficult economic transitions. We are talking about a very difficult moment for emerging economies where we are asking them to stop. And I work a lot with a just transition in South Africa, and it's not easy to say, well, let's stop using coal. And coal is mined in a zone, and when we decommission the use of charcoal in that zone, those who will be left without employment, left unemployed, will not be employed in a green economy. So we have to create transition mechanisms that allow for this transition, moving from high emissions to lower emissions, as well as offsetting processes that allow or provide for incentives. So for me, the carbon market is not a panacea. We have to be very careful when we say that the carbon market is a solution to everything, but it has as an important factor the possibility of being an incentive to industries that suffer with a very high cost of this transition, and they are also very important for the economy and have a huge impact in value chains in the economy. We know the impact because of the value of gas and gasoline. So it means a lot for the economy. So how can we, within this transition of starting to use other formats of generating energy and creating jobs, employment, productivity around the green economy, as well as creating offsetting processes and using carbon with an incentive. It's an important incentive. In the case of Brazil, the law in terms of creating a market, as we were saying, is very important for the sector in terms of reskilling. And because natural capital is not a simple matter, it addresses regions. Well, in the case of Brazil, these are regions with a lot of poverty, with complicated value chains, difficult institutional capacity to be able to monitor all of that, and the reduction of deforestation. When we talk about high-end technologies, for example, batteries and energy storage, the cost of these technologies is still very high to be installed in the level it should, so that we could truly count on renewable energy as a fixed energy in this moment where we need to purchase more energy. So this strategy is very important, and the development banks should have that in sight. How can we potentialize strategic sectors for the economy that could benefit from carbon market? And Brazil could be a major exporter. Bruno, as you said, why aren't we a major exporter? Partially because we have to develop this framework and the market mechanisms, as Josh said, but also because we need to have a strategic view of what are the sectors we need to strengthen and how can we help to create this pipeline and this supply that Chandra had mentioned in his address. Thank you. Thank you, Maria. I'll give the floor to Jorge. and I'll close with Chandra, and I'll ask them to make the final remarks as well. Jorge, my question to you is, how can we indeed transform this regional market in one of the hubs that can work as a center generating wealth, and as one of the consolidators and not be consolidated, as you said? That's an excellent question. To create conditions or factors that Maria mentioned, enabling factors to enable the strengthening of the national markets, as we create the conditions for the regionalization of the markets, that's a fundamental step. It's a pre-requirement, it's a prerequisite for the region to be a part of the global map of the carbon market, and the condition of an actor, one of the main stakeholders, the risk of not doing so. Many of those who are producers and sellers of carbon credit will do so in other markets, in other marketplaces. Just as those who purchase credits and move to other hubs, and then the region ends up losing important opportunities in the foreseeable future. So that would be the more visible phase of this topic. There is a less visible phase, which is as important or more important, which is to use this opportunity in terms of the scientific and technological capacity associated with what we call green economy. That goes through development of molecules, development of life and biodiversity. It goes through an immense agenda of very high-end technology that should be associated to the evolution of the carbon credit markets. In other words, I think we should be much more ambitious, because we have the conditions of being ambitious, and we should somehow combine the development of this market, or this unique capacity that we have to influence global market, because we are major providers, so we can attract players at an international level who dominate in areas like technology and innovation, and could help us develop this knowledge. This knowledge can be translated into other sectors, thus potentializing value chains, education, and knowledge, which at the end is what will be reducing poverty in a sustainable and sustained manner in our regions. Jorge, I'd like to agree with what you said. This topic is a golden opportunity, we shouldn't miss it, of putting together the decarbonization of economy, knowledge, technology, a lot more science. And a topic we have been discussing a lot in BNDES is risk budget. We should displace risk budget to long cycle perspectives, and the theme of biodiversity and low carbon is a long cycle, is a combination of equity and debt in a mechanism of financial structure which is very different from what we have been adopting. But I really agree with you. This is a key point in our agenda. How can we take advantage of this movement to improve knowledge and to implement initiatives of education and scientific initiatives, so that we can improve quality of life. I'll give the floor to Chandra now and ask you to make your final remarks as well, Chandra. But also, I would like to have your recommendations, considering that Brazil can be an important leader in the low carbon economy, the potential of green economy in Brazil is gigantic, and we have a concrete opportunity to lead this transition because of the biomes we have in the Brazilian geography. In your perspective, in your opinion, how do you see Brazil in this big global game that changes every 6 months? Well, there are black swans all over every 6 months. So how can Brazil occupy this space of leadership and spearhead the work towards a low carbon economy?
Thank you, Bruno, for those interesting question. I think the future is for nature-based solutions in the carbon market. If we just look at the carbon market, it is going to be a nature-based solutions long play. As you look into the future, the role of avoidance in terms of the asset class for carbon credits will decline over time. As the emissions stabilize globally, it will be necessary to sequester carbon from the atmosphere, and that's where the role of nature-based solutions becomes urgent, and therefore the role of Brazil and other countries in Latin America becomes very, very important for that. That's the first. The long play is very, very clear. In the shorter term, there is concern on the global supply chains, particularly in the agro-commodity space. And in the agro-commodity space, there is a role for small and medium enterprises in Brazil to move towards a lower impact production system as their contribution to the global supply chains and reducing the impact that we as humanity have on this planet. And that, I think, is a great role for national banks, commercial banks in Brazil. I think the potential is huge and immense, and I think there is work being done, and I think that needs to be strengthened and incentivized even more through the carbon credit market. The third element, which is going to be extremely important for many countries in Latin America, would be helping decarbonize many of the other countries, emerging economies, through the hydrogen economy as an example. Brazil has the advantage of having very diverse renewable sources, has direct linkages with the markets in Europe and in Africa, has long experience through trade relationships, and therefore looking at investment opportunities in newer areas like production of green hydrogen as a means of helping with the transition towards a low carbon economy globally, I think are the three important areas of engagement. And in all of that, I think what George was saying in terms of creating a regional infrastructure, both through incentivizing it through carbon markets or through creating platforms of the kind that George, I think, is talking about in terms of the initiative that CAF will catalyze in May, I think would be critical in terms of catalyzing and accelerating the development of opportunities for not just the financial sector, not just the banks, but also for many of your clients. So I think the future in terms of nature-based solution belongs to Latin America, and the largest player there will be Brazil, and I think I don't think you will be consolidated. Let's put it this way: you will lead the future carbon markets because that's where you have a natural advantage. And with that, again, thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak.
Bom, eu queria agradecer muitíssimo a oportunidade.
I'd like to thank the opportunity, thank ABD, Maria Neto, Chandra Sheka, Jorge, for this excellent panel. I think it has generated a number of reflections and implications and understanding of how we should develop our markets. It has been a pleasure to share this panel with you. Thank you. Very well, with that we can close this panel. We want to thank you for your participation. Dear moderator Bruno Laskovski, after an intense day of debates about the current context, we are reaching the end of our first day of the Forum of Development, ABDE 2022. Do you want to know everything that happened in our Development Forum 2022 of ABDE? Well, keep posted for the next edition, the next issue of the journal Humus, that will bring a special edition. It will be available in the next month in a digital format. Humus is a publication of the ABDE dedicated to the debate about Brazilian development with 46 years of history, and it has been awarded many awards and has been recommended reading for the Ministry of Education. And the website you can access previous issues of the journal. Before we close the event, we will announce the winners of the first edition of the SAIN ABDE of Best Practices in International Attraction.
initiative of the first edition of the Sain Abd Award is a partnership between the Secretariat for Economic Affairs, International Economic Affairs of the Ministry of the Economy and ABD, aimed at awarding excellence projects in fundraising with international financial institutions and building a repository of best practices to serve as a reference for public and private players interested in the topic. The award also seeks to contribute to the improvement of fundraising strategies at the international official level by national entities, aiming at strengthening the contribution of different players towards the sustainable development in Brazil. The first edition's call was launched in October last year, and enrollments were finalized in the first week of January this year. So the award was divided into 4 groups according to the type of national institution involved in the project. Category 1, federal government and non-dependent state-owned companies. Category 2, state governments. 3, municipal governments, and 4, financial development of finance institutions. And for the announcement of the winners of the award, we'd like to invite Edivaldo Gomes, the Secretary for International Economic Affairs of the Ministry of the Economy, and also Heraldo Neves, President of Fomento Paraná. Edivaldo Gomes, please tell us who are the awarded organizations in the category federal government and non-dependent state companies, and in the category municipal governments. Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here. I'd like to thank the partnership with ABDE. It's a privilege to join you here and to announce this award, which is an important award established in partnership with ABDE to acknowledge the best practices in fundraising, international fundraising, and application of these resources. I'd like to make a brief overview, provide a brief overview of how we got to this point. Brazil, as you know, has important participation in international development banks with a local system of development banks. The ABD network, which includes BNDES, but well, I'm not going to mention all of them, otherwise I'll spend the whole night here. So all the members of ABD, and so an initiative that we established with Minister Guedes of the Economy, Bolsonaro government minister, and it's a country platform of a relationship with development banks and with international development banks. The country platform that will be in charge not only of fundraising but also application. And so today we are in the same place, the International Affairs Secretariat, International Economic Affairs Secretariat. And so we are also in charge of the Brazil customer part, which is about application of the resources that Brazil has access to. Today we manage a project portfolio of $16 billion. It is a portfolio in execution of $16 billion. And this represents 17% of public investments in the country in 2021. In 2019, we established this country platform at the International Economic Affairs Secretariat. In 2020, we had the onset of the pandemic. We prioritized the tackling of the pandemic. Together with multilateral development banks, we formulated a package, an assistance package for Brazil. In 2021, we established new criteria for the committee that coordinates, analyzes, decides which projects and which letters of consultation will receive sovereign guarantee from the federal government, and according to these new criteria, in these new criteria we included contributions of SDGs, and so projects now need to contribute to the environment, governance, etc. And so together with ABDE, as we had already discussed for some time, we were discussing the need to acknowledge the best projects and practices and projects that have greater impact on the population. So we started the discussion at the end of 2020. In 2021, we established criteria and a methodology to acknowledge and award these projects. And now we have the pleasure of announcing the winners in the categories that were established. 4 categories were established, as already announced. The first being projects developed by the federal government and non-dependent state-owned organizations. The second category, projects developed by state-level projects. The third, municipal-level projects. And the fourth category of institutions, financial development finance institutions. So, roll the drums. In the first group, federal government and non-dependent state-owned companies, based on the analysis conducted jointly by our examiners. The winner is Ministry of Science and Technology and Innovation, MCTI, through its Secretariat for Research and Scientific Education. And so it's a project for development of forest fire prevention systems and monitoring of plant coverage in the Brazilian Cerrado. It's a project developed by the Forest Investment Program and the World Bank. Group 3. For category of municipal governments, we have 2 winners. Roll the drums. Second place, we have the Integrated Development Program of Corumbá, developed by the municipal government of Corumbá, financed by Fond Plata, an important partner of Brazil. And in the first place, the municipal government of Salvador, with the National Program for Development of Tourism in Salvador. It is financed by the IDB. I'd like to thank you all for all of you who submitted projects. These projects are excellence projects and high quality projects that will serve as a reference bank for future projects in Brazil. I'd like to invite Hicardo now from Paraná to continue the presentation of the awards. Good afternoon. Thank you to Secretary Erivaldo. And, well, before, it's important to say that this initiative that began being discussed months ago is also part of measures to strengthen our national development system, and related to the need that development agencies and banks have to diversify sources of resources, sources of funds also. It's important to mention the encouragement of our President Sergio Guzmão and an important participation of Luis Noronha, former director of the BDE and also director president of the BNDES. It's an initiative that, in addition to working to strengthen the diversification of the sources of funds for development agencies and banks, there's also external funds available. Our finance we have resources directed to the green lines, which are also abundant and at very good prices. So we need to, well, why shouldn't we award the fundraising of these good resources that are arriving at our country, reaching our states and municipalities based on thanks to the efforts of all federal government, states, municipalities, in particular, SAIN. Having said this, let's move on directly to announcing the good practices, these practices of excellence, without much suspense, and also informing that we will deliver the awards in April at a ceremony in SAIN, also promoted by ABDE SAIN, with the solemn delivery of these awards. And so the categories that I am responsible for announcing, the first is category 2, state-level governments. So we had one project that was selected. The winner is a project of a state of CAR, Regional Development and Action Company, and with the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. It is a Bahia Protetiva, or Protective Bahia project. Congratulations to the company that partnered with the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Do we have any representatives from CAR at this moment? No. So, having announced category 2, let's move on to category 4, which is directed to the development financial institutions. We have 2 winning projects. The second place goes to the Development Bank of Minas Gerais, BDMG, which conducted this fundraising in partnership with the Development Bank of Latin America, CAF. And the project is it's a fundraising project that worked to raise funds for credit lines of the BDMG to benefit its customers. And so the first place in this category goes to the Regional Bank of Development of the Extreme South, BRD, with the presence of Director Yelene Ramos, former president of the bank. We can invite her to the stage to celebrate with us. It's not a solemn award, but it's important to congratulate her for the work of the BRD in the raising of external resources. The work done by BRDE in partnership with the French Development Agency, which has been offering resources directed to the national development system. And the project is technical and financial cooperation with AFD, and the commitment is with the Sustainable Green Agenda. So congratulations to AFD also for participating in this award. So I'd like to conclude and let us move on. Well, we will have the solemn delivery of the awards at the headquarters of SAIM in Brazil. Thank you very much, and thank you, President Jeanette, for her competence and the competence of the ABD team who are organizing such an important event, which is the 7th Forum of Development. Thank you. See you next time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Heraldo and Mr. Edivaldo, for being here in this important homage of the first edition of this important and significant award. And we would like to congratulate all of the winners. Thank you very much, and congratulations to the winners. With that, we come to the end of the first day of the ABDE Development Forum 2022. We would like to thank you to all of those, who have followed and attended to our event throughout the day, live and remotely. We would like to invite you to join us once again tomorrow at 9:20 a.m. And we would like to close with our institutional video. Have a good night and see you tomorrow.